Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Code Prime, R2, Revolution in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 26, Make Them Hurt. After departing Paris, Beta Team rode through a ground bridge vortex back to Horai Island. Bumblebee, Archie, and Smokescreen rode in their respective vehicle modes, with Millie riding on Archie, Sayoko and the recently defected Jeremiah inside Smokescreen with the phase shifter kept in the passenger seat, while Bumblebee had Nunnally, Shirley, and Rivalts inside. So, mission complete, Rivalts said with a grin as he sat in the back, putting his feet up on the passenger seat with pride. We got a fancy Cybertronian weapon, and we messed up that one Khan's paint. Not to mention, with Jeremiah on our side now, we might have a shot at taking out the Geese Order. Shirley beamed. We still have to be careful. Not everyone is gonna be happy to see Orange Boy again, Bumblebee put in. I know, but we're that much closer to ending this war. Nunnally smiled. I wonder how Lelich and everyone else have been doing on their missions. Probably taking names and kicking ass like us. Rivalts said with confidence as they exited the vortex and returned from Horai Island. Beta Team exited from the ground bridge where Nina was the one to meet up with them. Bumblebee and Archie allowed their respective passengers to step off before transforming, while Smokescreen remained in his vehicle mode as he and Sayoko kept an eye on Jeremiah. Nina, you wouldn't believe what happened to us. Shirley began. Our mission was a success and we've got so much more than. However, she stopped when she noticed a look of worry on Nina's face, tears in her eyes. Nina, what's wrong? It's Ryan Bulkhead. Shirley and Nunnally hurried as fast as they could, Nina leading them, Bumblebee, Archie, Rivalts, and Millie toward Horai Island's medical facility. Smokescreen and Sayoko had taken Jeremiah and the phase shifter to a more secure location in the meantime. The two Autobots and former student council members were shocked once they entered the main facility area where the Autobots of Omega Team were being treated. Warpath, Chromia, and Wheeljack laid on their backs on metallic carriers, hooked up to Energon IVs as their injuries were treated. Wheeljack and Warpath had tubes connecting to their missing parts, the former for his joint where his right arm was located and the latter for the gaping hole in his chest where his cannon once was. Ironhide sat up straight as his body was administered a rampant coolant-like solution due to his exposure to hot magma. Perceptor oversaw the treatment as they directed the human engineers on their instructions. Make sure Wheeljack and Warpath both have constant energon flows. Ratchet instructed. Warpath especially has suffered critical damage. Ironhide's temperature is lowering, but don't remove the coolant yet. Perceptor also said. I'm fine, just worry about the others. The veteran Autobot brushed off as he looked towards Chromia with concern, as well as Bulkhead on the far side of the room as Ratchet treated him personally. Bulkhead, respond. Ratchet had placed Bulkhead in a specialized capsule to cleanse any toxic exposure, as well as administer rapid shocks to try and stir him conscious. Nunnally, Shirley, Millie, and Rivalts were all shocked and horrified to say the least. All these Autobots were from the Wreckers, and they were among the toughest Autobots around. To see them all in such a state was almost unthinkable. What in the world happened to them? Just who was it that put them through such trouble? Ratchet, what happened? Bumblebee went over to the medic. Toxin exposure, among other things. Ratchet responded as he remained focused on his work. Bulkhead has suffered a near-complete systems failure. Hold on. Toxin. Archie wasn't sure she heard that clearly. The last thing any bot wanted was to hear the Khans got their hands on that. What about Rai? Where is he? Nunnally exclaimed with worry for her half-brother. Over there. Ratchet directed to another area of the facility where humans would be treated. He'd show them personally, but he had to focus his efforts on Bulkhead. Bumblebee and Archie both motioned for their human companions to go on ahead while they helped to look after their fellow Autobots. Nina led her friends to the spot where Nonet and Tamaki were both being treated by human doctors, among them was Akari. Nonet had a bandage over her face and her left arm all wrapped up while Akari held a flashlight to the struggling Tamaki's eye. Hold still. I need to see if you have a concussion. She tried. Forget about me. Rai needs help. Tamaki exclaimed. What about Rai? Shirley exclaimed as they noticed the former student council arrive on the scene. "Where is he?" "Behind that door." Akari answered. "Our best doctors are looking after him, but he's undergoing surgery right now and we can't have." "Surgery?" Rivalts exclaimed. "What the hell happened?" "That monster VV happened," Nonet said with a growl, taking them all by surprise, particularly Nunnally. "VV? Our uncle? The man that Sarah told us about. How long will he be in there?" Millie asked. "When can we see them?" "Who knows?" Akari replied. "But trust that he's in good hands. I promise, they won't let him die." Despite her assurances, all of them, especially Nunnally and Shirley, couldn't help but look with worry and concern for their precious friend. But it wasn't just him, they also glanced behind to see Bulkhead was in a similar boat. Only a few moments ago did they all feel happy and proud at their recent victory. But now, that feeling was gone. Replaced with fear. The Nemesis Bridge. Megatron paced back and forth as he addressed the leaders of the retrieval teams, with the exception of Shockwave as he had returned to the Geese order already, consisting of Knockout, Starscream, Steeljaw, Schneeisel, Onslaught, Soundwave, and Barricade with Nemesis Prime right beside him. "So, to summarize, from these events we have successfully gained the Apex Armor, the Resonance Blaster, a Mutant Driller, and just enough Red Energon for at most a single dose." Megatron began. "These may seem like accomplishments, however, considering that our enemies have gained not one, but two relics of the Primes, we have lost a significant advantage. The only thing that could have possibly even those odds would have been a biological weapon that could potentially wipe out not only our enemies but sentence the human race to extinction." He stopped pacing as he faced Barricade and Nemesis. "So, tell me, what excuse do you have for failing to retrieve the Toxin?" "None offered, Lord Megatron," Barricade admitted. "We failed to retrieve it. The Wreckers had us outmaneuvered and did their best to destroy any trace of Toxin. But one good thing has come from it," Nemesis Prime reported. "That worthless Ki Zarin and that green Autobot are now finally dead." Megatron raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" Starscream scoffed. "One Autobot and a worthless human is hardly an accomplishment. The combat icons have accomplished just as much and at least were able to retrieve something of a prize. Quality, not quantity." Starscream, Nemesis Prime told him. "That bumbling and self-righteous idiot was one of the original Autobots to appear on Earth alongside Prime, so he was close to zero, as was Ki Zarin, who also happened to be one of the best pilots in the Black Knights. This has struck a major blow to them, because it makes them hurt." "Really, now?" Starscream didn't seem convinced. "If that is all true, you could have also made them martyrs, which would only provoke our enemies to seek vengeance upon us. Then I'll kill them too. I'll slaughter anyone who stands against us, now that I have this power." Nemesis Prime clenched his metallic fists together, looking at them with sadistic glee. "Power that I have granted you and can just as easily take away," Megatron stated. "But my dear Victor, are you absolutely certain that Bulkhead and Ki Zarin have been exterminated?" "By my very own hand, Lord Megatron." VV grinned from inside his mechanical body. "Prime, Lelich, I hope that hurts. But I promise, I'm going to make you both hurt even more. It's no less than what you deserve." Meanwhile, crawling through the areas in between the walls of the Decepticon warship, the one place that couldn't possibly have any surveillance, was none other than the young Autobot, Hotshot. After surviving his encounter with Nemesis Prime at the equator, Hotshot had told Warpath about a plan he just came up with. Even if they destroyed the Toxin, there was still a possibility that the cons could have gotten some of the other relics. So, while his teammates returned to Horai Island, Hotshot was able to stealthily slip in through the ground bridge portal that allowed Squadron X and Nemesis Prime to return to their own base before moving quickly to avoid being spotted. From there, he could find a way to get any of the other relics the cons may have retrieved and bring them back to base. It was safe to assume that his plan had worked. Now he was on board the ship, and it was time to send a message to his allies. He opened up his comms and sent a signal through a binary code so that Soundwave couldn't intercept and track, letting them know that he was on board and would await a response. Once he gets it, he'll undergo radio silence and await further instructions. Okay. Hotshot muttered to himself as he tried to crawl his way deeper as quietly as possible. Better make myself comfy. Probably gonna be in these walls for a while. Horai Island. Optimus Prime and Zero all gathered at the bridge of the Ark with various individuals, all of whom had led the teams for the retrieval of the Iacon relics to summarize and review their missions. This group also consisted of Ogai, Bumblebee, Sayoko, Leela, Ultra Magnus, Cornelia, Todo, Jetfire, Sarah, Maribel, Orpheus, and even Diet Hard to speak on behalf of Omega Team. Kagaya was present as well. Based on all your reports, it seems most of our missions were a success. Optimus began. We've retrieved a phase shifter, the Enigma of Combination, and even the Skyboom shield. We've also prevented the Decepticons from obtaining the Red Energon as well as Toxin. Though many of these were all at a cost. Todo said as many looked down as they all thought about the loss of Air Raid, Zidine, Urabe, Tink, as well as the fate of Omega Team as many of them were currently being treated. It is also important to recognize that the enemy was able to retrieve some of these relics as well. Ultra Magnus put in. The Apex Armor and Resonance Blaster will certainly prove to be a challenge for us. Sarah gave a slight scoff. If you believe that to be a challenge, you clearly are overlooking the fact that Shockwave now has a pet monster that can put our monster to shame. Grimlock was able to overpower a Decepticon combiner, but now there's something stronger than him. Ogai questioned in shock. Yes, but let us all remember what else we've gained. Maribel stated. How about the entire Iacon database? A victory, indeed. Zero nodded. Tai, I trust you have fully recovered. The holographic girl representing the Ark's artificial intelligence appeared before the group. Rested and ready. She smiled. You have access to the Iacon database? How many more coordinates are left uncoded? Zero asked. There's only one set remaining. Tai reported. But I plan to devote my entire time to decode it. Please do. Let us know the second you have it done. Zero instructed. Even one of these relics can still tip the odds in either favor. Roger. Tai saluted before her holographic form vanished. Speaking of odds and combiners, you were able to retrieve the Enigma of Combination. Jetfire asked Leela. Yes, although, there is something of a complication. She replied. What do you mean? Orpheus asked. The Enigma seems to be permanently fused with my nightmare. Leela tried to explain it as best as she could. Anna and her team are looking it over as we speak, but they seem unable to remove it. And it feels inactive. What do you mean by, it feels inactive? Kagaya asked. I can't quite explain it, but, ever since we formed Hercules, I could feel some kind of connection with the Enigma. Leela explained. Even now I still feel it, but it feels more asleep. Based on what you've told us of your mission, Leela, my guess is that the Enigma has synced, so to speak, with your geese, as well as the neural connection your nightmare has with the rest of your team. Optimus theorized. This unique circumstance has allowed the Enigma to activate, sensing the bonds you have formed with Akito and the others in order for you to create this unique combiner. But Leela isn't a prime. Cornelia said. And I seem to recall you saying how only a prime can use an artifact like that, such as the case with the Forge of Solus Prime. The Enigma is different from other such relics. Optimus explained. One does not have to be a prime in order to activate it. In a way, the Enigma itself is sentient, choosing to bestow the ability to combine with those who possess a unique spark that connects and binds them. I think I understand. Sarah seemed to follow along. While humans don't possess the Cybertronian spark, Layla's own geese is unique even among others I've granted. Her ability to reach out to others and connect to them, along with the emotional connection she has with her team, may have created a spark all on its own, one that the Enigma assumed was worthy of such a gift. The group seemed to at least have a basic understanding of what Optimus and Sarah assumed, with Leela herself feeling honored. A relic of the Primes had chosen her to possess such a gift. It almost felt like she was blessed by a guardian angel. She silently vowed to use this ability to help liberate this world from the Decepticons that were slowly choking it. So, we can't use it to combine all our nightmare rays into one giant city-sized nightmare. Ogai asked. Or even every single Autobot. No, I do not believe that to be the case. Optimus confirmed. Even so, this does give us an advantage. Zero said. And thanks to Cornelia and Commander Magnus, we do have a relic that can be used by Optimus which could tip the odds in our favor even further. Indeed, but there is one other topic that must be discussed from our mission. Ultra Magnus revealed. Schneeisel is planning to betray Megatron. Cornelia revealed. I suspect he allowed us to retrieve the Skyboom shield so that Megatron would be more focused on us and less focused on him. I can't say I'm surprised. Zero said, a scowl underneath his mask as he thought of the snake that was his elder half-brother. But even Schneeisel can't pull something off like that alone. He must have someone helping him. Probably Starscream, Bumblebee assumed. It makes the most sense, he's always wanted Megatron's job. Those two do make a deadly combination. Jetfire said. Is there a possibility we can make this work for us? Todo asked Optimus. Without knowing the extent of their plan, we can only make assumptions. The last of the primes answered. Doesn't seem like we can do much about Starscream and Schneeisel right now. Diet Hard said. So let us focus more on what we can do, specifically how one of our own was able to infiltrate the Decepticon warship. We did receive confirmation from Hotshot that he is now on the Nemesis. Zero stated. We responded to tell him to go on standby and await further instructions, while doing what he can to see if he can locate any of the lost relics that may be on board. But he won't make any moves unless he hears from us. What about Gottwald? Orpheus asked. Rax Hata and Fixit are working on that. Sayoko replied. He's held in a secure location and kept under heavy guard. Considering he's one of Shockwave's experiments, we need to be extra careful. Bumblebee added. Need to make sure the Cyclops didn't leave any surprises in him. But this could be very fruitful. Leela said optimistically. We could learn the location of the Geese Order and all the thought elevators. Destroying all of that could deal a devastating blow to the Decepticons. I agree that the idea seems promising, but we cannot afford to drop our guard. Ultra Magnus said. Even if the information he has is true, a direct assault on Shockwave's base of operations will not be an easy fight, with or without the driller at his command. So let us take this one step at a time. Zero said. Kagaya, how is it going with the UFN negotiations? Very smoothly. Kagaya smiled. Everyone seems to be on board with this charter. Considering the only other option is facing the Decepticons alone without any kind of support. It should be obvious which route they'll choose. The greater the numbers, the better the odds. Todo said in agreement. We could be close to winning this war, but we must still proceed with caution. Optimus told everyone. The more we back Megatron into a corner, the more desperate he'll get. And we all know just how far he's willing to go to get what he wants. For now, let us all rest and recover. Zero said. Mourn the loss of our comrades, celebrate our victories, but our job is not done yet. Today, we rest. Tomorrow, we prepare for the next battle. Dismissed. With that, everyone stood up and left the meeting, leaving only Optimus, Zero, Bumblebee, Sayoko, and Sarah. The young revolutionary took off his mask to reveal a look of anger on his face, one that his closest friends and allies present all recognized, and they knew exactly why he was feeling that way. Back at the medical facility, Bulkhead, Chromia, and Warpath all laid back in stasis, the two larger Autobots needing Energon 4 to keep them stable as Warpath had his chest wound covered up with a metallic plate with Ratchet overseeing their procedures. Ironhide and Wheeljack were both awake, the former sitting up as he saw Fixit help to attach a replacement arm to Wheeljack. Take it easy there, little guy. I need 2 arms. Wheeljack said in a joking sense to try and instill some humor. I assure you, Wheeljack, your new arm will be fully integrated within a few cycles. Fixit replied as he continued to work. Ironhide then glanced toward the humans consisting of Colin, Suzaku, Shirley, Euphemia, who carried Arthur in her arms, Nunnally, Millie, Rivolts, and Nina, as they waited outside the surgery room where Rai was still being operated on. Archie, Tamaki, and Nonette awaited with them, the two Black Knights having bandages on various parts of their body. The veteran Autobot knew how waiting was the most difficult part for something like this, and how he wished these kids wouldn't have to go through something like that. The group heard the sound of approaching vehicles and turned to see the arrival of Optimus and Bumblebee's vehicle modes, the doors opening as Lelich, Sarah, and Sayoko all stepped out as the Autobots transformed. Nunnally wasted no time in running up to her brother and hugging him with worry, which he was quick to return. He looked towards all his friends with an expression of concern as they wordlessly shared eye contact with him, showing they expressed the same amount of concern. "How bad is it?" Lelich asked Ratchet. "Ironhide and Wheeljack should be fully operational shortly, as should Chromia," the Autobot medic informed. "Though Warpath has suffered massive energon loss, his life is no longer in danger. Bulkhead, however. Just give it to us straight," Lelich told him. With a sigh, Ratchet replied. "Though toxin exposure could have been far worse, it has done a number on his systems, corroding and corrupting his own internal enegrin flow. That combined with the injuries he's sustained, notably the trauma to his central neural conduit, means he will be offline for a while. Currently, all the corrupted energon has been flushed from his system, and once he regains his strength I will begin operating." "Enrai?" Sarah asked. "We just finished up." Cecile stepped out with Akari and a few other doctors. "He has a mild concussion, multiple fractures, thankfully no internal bleeding. Unfortunately, his entire left arm had to be completely amputated. That could not be saved." Is he going to be okay?" Shirley asked. "He's not going to. He won't die," Akari quickly assured, paying a glance to Colin and Archie with assurance before addressing everyone else. "But he will be out of it for a while." Though that was a huge relief for everyone, knowing that their friends would survive this, the physical trauma that they've endured, mostly Rai having lost his left arm, would take some time to recover, and that was something that none of them wished their closest friends would ever have to endure. "Well, look at the bright side, he's gonna get a cool robot arm, right?" Rivalts said, trying to inject some humor. Though it didn't seem to work. "What happened?" Lelich got to the point. "Who or what did this to them?" "The Decepticons from Squadron X, those wannabe wreckers." Wheeljack answered as he tried to sit up, but Ratchet prevented him from doing so. "But it wasn't just them." "Yeah, it was that little shithead, Vivi," Tamaki said with a growl. "Little psychopath." "But it's not just that," Ironhide stated. "He's got himself a robotic body that looks exactly like yours, Optimus," he told his leader. "I'd say he's about as strong and fast as you. He calls himself Nemesis Prime, now. Isn't that also the name of the Decepticons' ship?" Millie asked. "Yep," Archie confirmed. "So, we have an evil clone of Optimus?" Shirley asked. "I wouldn't say that," Euphemia said. "From what we've heard, he doesn't have Optimus' personality, just his appearance. Still hits like a wrecking ball," Wheeljack said with a groan. Lelich's fists clenched. "Vivi again. He always seems to be causing the most trouble, just like his vile brother. Even if Charles was dead, it still felt like a piece of him was still here to haunt him out of spite. Especially in the fact that he now apparently bore the appearance of Optimus Prime, the one being in the universe that Lelich respected and admired above all else." "Lelich, Optimus, I'm sorry," Nonette said as she stood up to address the pair. "I take full responsibility. Rai was only injured trying to protect me. It's not your fault," Lelich replied. "No one here is responsible for what happened. None of us could have expected Vivi to gain such power. But, there is something we can do right now. Lelich." Suzaka recognized the look in his eyes as well as his tone. "You're not thinking about going after him, are you?" "Of course, I am," Lelich confirmed. "Vivi alone is dangerous enough, but the fact that he now apparently has the strength to rival Optimus. And you're right to be worried about that," Bumblebee quickly said. "But we can't act rashly about this. And don't deny it, everyone here who knows you knows that you want payback for what happened." "Fine, I won't deny that I have revenge on my mind," Lelich stated. But we can't let VV roam free with his newfound power. He's a graver threat to all of us now than he ever was. Lelich is correct. Optimus agreed. Based on what we know of the powers of a code, notably on how one does not age, as well as V.V's own experiences, we can assume that he is mentally unstable. That combined with strength that rivals my own not only makes him a threat to this alliance, but to all of humanity. If he's got powers like you, can you do something about it? Nina asked Sarah. If you're wondering if I can take away his immortality, I cannot. Sarah explained. The only way a code can be removed is for it to be passed down from a code user to someone that already has a geese. I cannot strip his power away. Is there anything at all you can do to him? Colin questioned. Through indirect contact I can affect his mind, send in shock images and cause hallucinations, but that's about it. I cannot kill him, nor can he kill me. Sarah answered. What's your plan, Lelich? Archie asked. We all know how you are always 3 steps ahead. My first step would be to draw him out into the open. Lelich explained. We would find a way to overpower him, and then contain him. If we can't strip his immortality away, then we can eject him into space to remain frozen for all eternity. What's to stop the cons from just snatching him back up and thawing him out? Wheeljack asked. Then we take a ship, find the nearest black hole and drop him in. Lelich replied. No less than what he deserves. Everyone recognized the tone in Lelich's voice. Though he did have a solid plan, or at least a good concept of what to do, they can tell that he was angry and wanting revenge, which none of them could fault him for. Most of them all felt exactly the same way he did. You can't do it alone, Lelich. Colin said. If he's as strong as Optimus now, you are going to need backup. I know. Lelich nodded as he looked towards Optimus. I need your help with this, Optimus. Of course. The Autobot leader nodded without hesitation. I'm in too. Bumblebee stepped forward. So am I. Suzaku stood up as well. Same here. Archie stepped up. You know, I'm in. Colin volunteered. I'll help too. Sarah was on board. Lelich knew that they all knew that he had revenge in mind, but there was that pragmatic part of him that they all agreed with in that VV couldn't be allowed to roam with his newfound power. So, in order to rid the world of this menace, as well as avenge their friends, they would stand by him through thick and thin. Thank you. Big brother, is there anything the rest of us can do? Nunnally asked. Lelich had a sad smile as he put a hand on his sister's shoulder. Stay here and be here for Rye and Bulkhead when they wake up. He looked to everyone else. I promise, we'll be back soon. I know you will. Yuffie smiled, turning toward Suzaku with a loving smile as he gave a nod and a smile of his own before they proceeded to leave. Optimus, Bumblebee, and Archie all transformed as Lelich, Suzaku, Colin, and Sarah all stepped on and rode off. Is there anything we can do to help Rye or Bulkhead right now? Rivalts asked Ratchet, Cecile, Akari, and Fixit. We've done all we can for now. Ratchet answered. All we can do now is wait. Wheeljack noticed how concerned the kids all were. Hey, don't you worry. Wreckers don't go down easy, and it's gonna take a lot more than that to put em out. They'll be right as rain in no time, you'll see. Ironhide also assured. Hearing their assurance did help, the wait alone was still torturous. Nunnally sat down next to Euphemia as the elder half-sister wrapped one arm around her to pull her into a hug, even as Arthur curled up in her lap. Sayoko sat down next to her as well, rubbing her hand down Nunnally's back. Shirley also looked the most worriedly towards not only Bulkhead, but the door that the unresponsive Rye was behind. Shirley was surrounded by not only Millie, Rivalts, and Nina, but even Nonette and Tamaki as they tried to provide what comfort and assurance they could. Nemesis Prime walked alone through the halls of the Decepticon warship. As he walked, many Viacons he passed by stared at him questionably, stepping aside to steer clear of him as he continued to walk. That's right, keep your distance. Vivi thought with a smirk. Not only am I stronger than all of you, I carry the face of the one you undoubtedly fear the most. But I promise, you should be far more afraid of me than him. So, grovel in fear, Decepticons. I am your nemesis too. Who does that punk think he is? One Viakin questioned irritably. Thinks he's one of us. A scavenger turned wannabe Prime. Another muttered. A parasite feeding off our scraps. A third said. Nemesis stopped in his tracks before he turned his red optic gaze onto them. Would you care to repeat that? Meanwhile, in the medical bay, Skybite helped to buff Knockout's finish and clean up all the cosmetic damage he sustained on his previous mission. Hold still, I'm almost done. Skybite said to him as he buffed his side. Remind me again why you offered to help with the detail. Knockout questioned. Just helping a fellow con. Skybite said honestly. Well, take it easy. Breakdown was always a maestro behind a rotary buffer. Knockout said. And done. Skybite just finished up as Knockout admired his own appearance once more. However, the sounds of blaster fire and crashes could be heard from outside. What is going on out there? Knockout questioned as the two stepped out to see what the commotion was about. How am I supposed to concentrate when? Skybite suddenly pushed him to the side as a Viakin was sent flying and crashing into the door that closed on them. Said Viakin got up to open fire on the charging Nemesis Prime, who pulled back a punch to pulverize him. But Skybite pulled the Viakin out of the way in time. Knockout tried to grab a hold of Nemesis' arm to stop him, but he slammed his arm and Knockout into the wall to force him to let go before kicking him down. Skybite quickly transformed into his shark mode and flew at Nemesis, biting down around his neck area to restrain him, pinning him against the wall. Don't move if you don't want me to rip your head off. Skybite warned the growling Nemesis. Knockout pulled himself up but gasped as he saw the large scratch and dent on his chest from the kick he received. I just buffed that. The group consisting of Optimus, Zero, Bumblebee, Suzaku, Sarah, Colin, and Arky all hid behind some rocks and tree cover. The Shinkiro, Lancelot, Gurren, and Pink Akatsuki behind them as the group observed a single Viakin guarding the entrance to an energon mine. Signal's pretty weak. Arky said as she held out her scanner. We won't find much of an energon deposit out here. That's fine, we don't need the energon. Zero said. So why are we at a Decepticon mine? Colin asked. VV could be potentially anywhere, from the Geese Order to Darkmount to the Nemesis warship, so rather than waste time and resources trying to find him, we'll have Megatron hand him over to us. Zero explained. All Decepticon mines have to have some form of communication with the Decepticon network, correct? In order to ensure the excavation and transit of whatever they find, yes. Optimus confirmed. So, we're going to call up Megatron and ask him to hand over V.V. Bumblebee asked. How do we know he's even going to go for it? Because both Megatron and VV share the same weakness. Pride. Sarah already understood Lelich's plan. VV is arguably the most arrogant person on the planet, even more so than Lelich and the late Charles. If he has a body now that gives him power equal to that of Optimus, it's all gotten to his head. And given the damage he left Rai, Bulkhead, and everyone else in, he'll assume he's at least inflicted a few casualties, when really he hasn't. Zero continued. I see. We're going to goad him in to attack us. Suzaku understood. Megatron does not take failure well either. Optimus added. Once he learns someone under him was unable to complete the task, he will send him to redeem himself. Using their own macho against them, eh? Colin grinned with Arky. Now that's a plan I can get behind. So, what are we waiting for? Arky had her energon blasters at the ready. There were at most 10 Viakin guards with 6 miners working on extracting the small amount of energon throughout the large cave. However, their work was quickly interrupted by the sound of an approaching vehicle. Their attention turned toward the cavern entrance to see the semi-auto truck mode of Optimus Prime drive directly toward them before coming to a stop. Abandon the excavation. Now. Optimus demanded as he transformed to reveal himself. Leave now and be spared. Immediately, all the Viacons, including the miners, aimed their energon blasters at Optimus. Before they even had a chance to fire at them, however, an energy beam carved through the ceiling above Optimus to blast a hole to expose the outside, shining in the bright light of day, which then had a shadow cast over it. The source of said shadow was none other than the hovering Shinkiro, being every bit as dramatic as usual. They were given their chance to flee but chose to fight. And now comes the fire. The Lancelot, Gurren, and Pink Akatsuki then appeared and flew around the Shinkiro to engage the Viacons just as Archie and Bumblebee sped past Optimus to also take part. Bumblebee pounded down one Viacon before finishing him off with an Energon blast to the head while he was down. Two tried to charge B from behind, only to be swiftly cut down by the Lancelot with dual MVS swords. Both the Black and Yellow Autobot and White Nightmare came back to take down any other Viacons approaching them. Archie rode in her motorcycle mode as three Viacons from an upper ledge tried to shoot her down, but a pair of Slash Harkins shot out from the Gurren to decapitate one and pierce through the spark chamber of the second. The third Viacon tried to fire at the Gurren directly, but Colin was already on him as she extended her Surger claw forward to grasp his face before activating it. The Viacon didn't last 2 seconds before he burst into flames. Archie drove directly towards an incoming Enegrin drill that a miner tried to ram her with, but she transformed and leapt over the drill itself, landing on the top just in front of the miner at the controls and shot him down with her blasters. Sarah's Pink Akatsuki impaled one Viacon with her katana before shooting another with her wrist-mounted gun. As four came toward her to shoot her down, Optimus had already blasted them with his ion cannons, destroying them in less than a second. Only 4 more Viacons remained, which Zero locked on with his Nightmare's weapon systems before firing his Hadron cannons to obliterate them in one shot. It didn't even take 2 minutes for the group to secure the mine as they regrouped together. "The mine is ours." Lelich grinned from inside the Shinkiro. "Time to make a call. The Nemesis, the bridge. Just look what that little psycho has done." Knockout exclaimed as he, Skybite, and Nemesis Prime were on the bridge, the Decepticon Doctor and Sharkticon speaking to their leader. "Spare me the dramatics, Knockout. It's merely a scratch," Megatron told him. "This isn't about me, Lord Megatron," Knockout quickly stated. "All that power little Vicky here now wields has gone to his head." "I have to agree," Skybite added. "Even if you are able to control him, Lord Megatron, that doesn't make him less of a threat. He attacked our own soldiers without provocation. What's to stop him from doing something worse? This little freak is nothing more than an abomination. A sadistic child playing with power tools," Knockout added. "He should be contained, restrained even. Try it, and I'll grind you into this warship's hull until you're nothing more than scrap metal." Nemesis Prime stood over Knockout. "Do you see what we mean?" Skybite said to their leader. "Lord Megatron, I rarely question you, but I must protest this choice of yours. Even if this, Nemesis Prime, is useful, he needs to be properly contained. I suggest we place him in stasis in between missions so that none of our own can be harmed." Megatron contemplated Skybite as well as Knockout's complaints and suggestions. Yes, there was the clear risk in giving VV this kind of power, he knew that going in. But Megatron still had him at the leash with his Dark Energon connection. But perhaps there was less risk in Skybite's suggestion in keeping Nemesis in stasis. "Lord Megatron." A Viacon at a console got his attention. "We're receiving an emergency transmission from Mine TCB-15. What seems to be the problem?" Megatron asked as he walked up. "Unclear, my liege. The caller will speak only to you." Megatron then opened the channel. "What is it?" "Hello Megatron, it has been a while." He recognized that voice. "Zero. As always, you have a flair for the theatrics." "I suppose I do, such as how I was swiftly able to take over this mine of yours." Zero replied. "You should know by this point that the loss of one asset is hardly a blow to the Decepticon cause," Megatron told him. But he had a sneaking suspicion there was more to this than what it seemed. There always was an underlying motive behind Lelich's actions. "I'm well aware of that, but I needed to get in contact with you and this was the only way. You have something I want, and I would appreciate it if you were to hand it over." Zero instructed. "And what, pray tell, would that be?" "Your little false prime that tried to kill Ryan Bulkhead," Zero revealed, but it was the wording that really caught Megatron's attention. "Tried? Are you implying the Autobot and Black Knight lives?" Megatron turned toward Nemesis in a surprised expression. Underneath his metallic body, V.V's face scowled. He's bluffing. We all know Lelich is a liar. It's no lie. Your precious Nemesis Prime has failed you, Megatron. Zero told him. Here is my proposal. I've located another Energon mine that I will attack. If you don't want to lose that one as well, send VV. I'll be sending you the coordinates. Farewell. The communications feed cut off. Everything on the bridge became silent as all set their eyes on Megatron, who had yet to give a response. And when he did, he was less than pleased. You allowed them to live. Megatron shouted at Nemesis Prime, glaring at him in fury. Seeing his anger caused VV to work up a cold sweat. All the while Knockout chuckled. Some Prime. At least Op can get the job done. Knockout smirked. So, he's not only dangerous, but incompetent. Skybite added, sounding more disappointed than anything. Seems like a wasted investment. Megatron. VV tried to protest only to back away in fear as the Decepticon leader marched toward him. I was certain of it. Even if they made it back, there's no possibility Kaiseryn or that worthless bulkhead could have survived what I did to them. He found himself back against the wall as Megatron leaned in close. You have failed. Megatron told him. If you wish to redeem yourself, then you will go and bring me Lelich's head. Horai Island. Rai continued to lay unconscious on his bed. IVs and several other similar devices were hooked up to his body, including a heart monitor that showed a steady heartbeat. It seemed he would recover just fine. That is if one didn't consider that his left arm was completely gone, having been amputated at the joint. The wound was already cauterized and sealed, and he would be getting a prosthetic at a later date. As he currently laid in the bed, Shirley, Nunnally, Rivolts, Millie, Nina, Sayoko, and Euphemia, along with Nonet and Tamaki, continued to wait outside, not just for him, but also for Bulkhead as he laid in a similar condition, with Ratchet overseeing his recovery. They're going to be okay. Ironhide said, getting all their attention as he appeared to have recovered for the most part, along with Wheeljack, though Chromia and Warpath were still lying down and recovering as well. I know, but still. Shirley couldn't take her eyes off either Bulkhead or the room where Rai laid. Don't worry. They'll be back up before you know it. Wheeljack said with a grin. Hey. Shirley. Nonet got her attention. During our mission, when Rai, Bulkhead, and I were trying to get the toxin up to the volcano, all he would think about was you. Really? She looked up in surprise. Yeah, kids got it bad. Tamaki grinned, only to get elbowed in the side by Nonet, which caused Shirley to blush. What he means to say is, Rai has something very important to tell you. Euphemia said to Shirley. But, we'll wait till he recovers, and he will, so that you can hear it from him personally. I think we can all take a guess what it is though. Millie teased, in an honest attempt to alleviate the situation. Something important? Shirley couldn't help but look even more worried now. Though she was confident Ratchet, and all the doctors would see to it that Rai had gotten better, it also made her concerned that if something were to happen and she'd never hear it from him. They're still recovering. Everyone looked to see Misty enter the scene. Misty. Nunnally looked in surprise, and even more so to see another girl with her. Alice. Hello everyone. Alice smiled. What are you guys doing here? Rivolts asked. We heard what happened. Alice answered. So, we decided to see if we can help. I'm afraid there's not much that can be done at this time other than waiting. Ratchet said. That's not quite what we meant by help. Misty explained. For something like this, I think that it's important to spend your time with friends, right? Well, that's who we brought. The mysterious girl gestured behind her to reveal several of their other friends had come to join them, human and Autobot alike. This included Elita 1, Ogai, Cornelia, Guilford, Chigusa, Jez, Gino, Smokescreen, Leela, Akito, Strongarm, Ayano, Sideswipe, Ryo, Grindcore, Yukiya, Anna, Kagaya, Tianzi, Zinc, Orpheus, Monica, Maribel, Aldrin, and Ashley. Even Diet Hard had arrived as well. You all came? Shirley asked. Of course, they're our friends. Leela smiled. family, even. Cornelia added. And we'll be here for when they wake up. Jazz said with a smile. Elita even looked with a smile and a nod towards Ironhide and Ratchet, who nodded in return as well. Grindcore even did a hand clasp with Wheeljack, the two fellow wreckers. This alone brought Nunnally to tears as Yuffie pulled her in close with an emotional smile of her own. So many people were all here together, people that were even once enemies, but now stand together. Not just as allies in a war, but as friends, family. This was the kind of world she always wanted to see, different people coming together and being there for one another. This was the world that she, Lelouch, and Optimus hoped they would create once this war is over. Big Brother. Optimus. Suzaku, all of you. I know you'll come back. Nunnally thought. And when you do, let's make this world a gentler place for everyone. The Shinkiro stood in a large canyon-like area, facing an opening that led into an Energon mine. These were the coordinates that was sent toward the Nemesis. Now, all that needed to be done was to wait. It all seemed quiet, the only sound being the wind to kick up some dust and pebbles which blew against the Shinkiro's metallic body. Suddenly, a ground bridge portal opened, allowing the black-colored and red-optic doppelganger of the Autobot leader to step out and face the Shinkiro. Lelouch. Nemesis Prime said with a growl, VV inside glaring with all the hate he could muster. As usual, you have to try and ruin everything. You're certainly one to talk. Lelouch's voice was heard from the Shinkiro in response. Do you even know how many lives you and your brother have ruined? All because of your petty ambitions. What right do you have to be angry at that? VV growled. They were just stepping stones in this already ruined world. The world Charles and I strived for was what's important, everything else is empty and meaningless. But thanks to you and your pathetic friends, Autobot and Black Knight alike, our world is lost forever. Charles is dead because of you. Good. Lelouch replied. My only regret is that I didn't do it myself. VV growled from inside the Nemesis Prime once more and was tempted to attack, but he soon gave a sinister chuckle. Trying to rattle me up? Goad me into attacking and laying into whatever little trap you've cooked up? Well, two can play at that game. I actually know how satisfying that is. Nemesis Prime revealed. To not only be rid of someone you hate with a passion, but to do it with your own two hands. After all, you can't even begin to imagine the joy I had, when I gunned your mother down. There was no response. All became deathly silent as that bomb was dropped. You heard right, Lelouch. VV sneered. I killed your precious mother, Marianne Six Britannia, and you know what? I also shot Nunnally. I was tempted to kill her as well, but Charles felt that the loss of her eyes and legs were enough. Oh, yeah, Charles knew about all that as well. Marianne, Nunnally, the fact I did it. All thanks to our contract. The ability to alter memories certainly comes in handy, doesn't it? No more words were spoken as the Shinkiro fired its Hadron cannons at Nemesis, who rolled out of the way to unleash the fire from his ion cannons. Fortunately, the Shinkiro hovered from the ground and moved at speeds equal to Nemesis, returning fire with its knee-mounted Harkins, which Nemesis Prime blocked with its arm blades before moving in to close the gap. However, right as the distance was closed, another ground bridge portal was opened up as the metallic fist of Optimus Prime came out to deck his doppelganger across the face and knock him down. Though Nemesis was quick to recover, he gazed up to find himself outnumbered as Bumblebee, the Lancelot, Archie, the Gurren, the Pink Akatsuki, all surrounded him with Optimus standing alongside the Shinkiro. Prime. VV growled. The hate he felt for Lelouch was nothing compared to the burning rage he felt for the Autobot leader that brought all of this to him. We finally meet face to face. Like looking in a mirror, wouldn't you say? He joked sadistically as the Nemesis stood up to face Optimus directly. Your blood-stained path ends here, Victor. Optimus Prime declared. Either come quietly or be taken. Archie readied her Energon blasters along with Bumblebee. And I really hope you wanna be taken. Colin glared as she flashed her Surger Claw, a brief shine on the metallic device. So, you laid a trap, Nemesis Prime lulled just as the canyon wall behind him, the one that was over to the entrance to the Energon mine, shattered in a massive explosion. Well, so did I. Emerging from the dust and rubble was a massive black and purple metallic fortress that bore a similar resemblance to that of the Siegfried, only far more advanced. It had an appearance akin to an upper body with a large metallic chest, its arms being huge cone-like devices and a cannon device hooked to the bottom. It had a central head unit that bore an appearance similar to that of a Sutherland. You like it? Nemesis introduced. A far greater improvement of the Siegfried unit, even after Shockwave's modifications. It took some convincing, but he was able to let me borrow it for this particular event. I call it the Dark Fafnir, named after the dragon that the Siegfried of myth fought. Clara, why don't we show them what it can do? Inside the massive unit, hooked up to it through various cables, was a cyborg girl with pink hair and blue eyes, though her head and upper body appeared to be the only organic parts left of her as the rest was all mechanical. Unlike Alice and the other Dark Headmaster units, Clara Lanfranc was thoroughly integrated into the Dark Fafnir. She heard V.V's command and opened fire. A volley of missiles was unleashed from the back and rained fire down on the group, forcing them to split and dodge to avoid the resulting explosions on the ground. While most were now scattered, Optimus Prime was alone as Nemesis Prime quickly came to him and rammed him with his shoulder to send him crashing into a large rock. Clara, destroy the others. Prime is mine. VV ordered as Nemesis tried to lay a punch on the downed Optimus, but he rolled off the rock to avoid the punch that shattered the rock to pieces. Optimus opened fire with his ion cannon, forcing Nemesis to dodge as he returned fire with his own identical weapon. The two lookalikes charged and fired at one another before closing the distance and engaged in close-quarter combat. Bumblebee ran around the side of the Dark Fafnir and opened fire at it, though his energon blasts did little to even damage it, though it did get the unit's attention as the right cone spun to life with energy before firing a large beam at the Autobot scout, who transformed to drive away and avoid getting blasted away. The Dark Fafnir felt multiple hits across its body as the Shinkiro, Pink Akatsuki, Lancelot, and Gurren, with Arky riding on top, all flew around it and fired several of their long-ranged weapons at it. But the Dark Fafnir proved to be just as fast as it was big, flying straight up to fire another beam from its left cone, forcing the group to scatter once again. Colin flew the Gurren forward and launched its Surger Claw, attached to an extending cable forward, where it clamped onto the right shoulder area of the larger unit. Colin retracted the cable and used this to zoom in while also activating the Surger, sending a pulse of radiation through the internal systems of the Dark Fafnir. However, right before it got much closer, a shield unit was brought online to push off the Surger Claw before it did much damage. Fortunately, the Gurren was close enough to allow Arky a chance to leap off and land on top of the larger unit. It tried to spin itself to throw Arky off, but she dug in her right arm blade to keep herself steady before firing in the direction of the head unit with her energon blaster. As the Dark Fafnir tried to shake her off, it appeared vulnerable for the Lancelot to come in with its MVS blades and went for an impalement toward the head unit. Only for the Dark Fafnir to cross its right cone and block Suzaku's attack before a set of Harkins was fired from the central area. Damn! Suzaku growled as he was forced backwards. The Dark Fafnir then opened fire with another volley of missiles, which appeared to throw off Arky and send her falling, but the Pink Akatsuki quickly flew in to catch her. Suzaku, let's make it rain. Colin told him. Right. Both the Lancelot and Gurren flew straight up and above the Dark Fafnir, their respective energy wings shining brightly and unleashed a massive rain and red and green energy projectiles, all condensing down on the Dark Fafnir. However, it activated its shields once more just as the projectiles struck. A massive flash of red and green, followed by an explosion, lit the sky. The dust quickly settled however to reveal that the Dark Fafnir had taken no damage. Its shields had effectively protected it, much to the shock and frustration of the two young pilots. Are you scrapping kidding me? Colin exclaimed. Colin, that weapon on its bottom. Suzaku warned, his cockpit's systems alerting to its sudden charge. The massive cannon on the Dark Fafnir's bottom was already charging up to maximum power. Its output was almost 3 times as strong as a Hadron blast. It fired a massive energy beam toward the Gurren and Lancelot. Suddenly, the Shinkiro flew up just in time and fired its own main weapon, the central cannon. The prism was not launched beforehand, so it only fired a single energy beam, but that was enough as the beam impacted that shot out by the Dark Fafnir. Boom! An even larger explosion lit up the sky than before, the black, red, and white Nightmare rays flying back a bit to gain some distance as they watched the smoke clear away. Once again, the Dark Fafnir was undamaged, but since the Shinkaro's central cannon was only meant to halt its initial attack, that was to be expected. Even the Shinkaro's strongest weapon could barely match it. If that thing's main weapon hit us, I doubt there'd be anything left, Suzaku thought as a nervous sweat drop rolled down his face. Colin clenched the controls of her Nightmare, looking toward the Shinkiro with a fierce yet anxious expression. Lelich, we're counting on you. Down below, Optimus clashed his arm blade against that of Nemesis Prime, the latter relentlessly slashing at him like a madman, but when he went for an implement thrust, Optimus swerved and grabbed his doppelganger by the arm before pulling him forward to trip him over his extended foot. Nemesis rolled on the ground before quickly getting back up and drawing his Energon axe and swung it at Optimus, who jumped backwards before pulling out his own Energon axe to block and parry his attack. Once again, Nemesis swung wildly and rapidly, contrasting Optimus' precise and calm parries and blocks. But even as they locked their weapons, sparks of energy clashing from the collided blades, Nemesis Prime delivered a kick to Optimus' chest to push him back. How does it feel to get knocked down by your own reflection, Prime? VV taunted as he attacked again with his axe, which Optimus parried once more. You are literally your own worst enemy here, and that speaks true even before all this. Nemesis reached forward to grab Optimus by the shoulder and pulled him into a knee right into his abdomen before spinning around and then letting go to send Optimus rolling across the ground. Everything that's happening now is your fault. If you had killed Megatron on Cybertron, he would never have come to Earth. He would never have met me and Charles, and we wouldn't even be here. He fired his ion cannon at Optimus, who ran and dodged the blasts before returning fire at Nemesis' feet to trip him up. Optimus then moved in to get in close while Nemesis was down and tried to bring down his axe, but Nemesis quickly brought up his own axe before throwing it backwards to knock both weapons away. While in this position, Nemesis Prime grabbed Optimus by the waist and pushed upward before running straight through a pile of stone before pinning Optimus to the ground and proceeded to try and pummel him down. But more importantly, if you never met Lelich, never changed him from the path that we set him on, Ragnarok would have already begun by now. Nemesis tried to punch Optimus again, but the true leader of the Autobots caught the fist in his own hand. As he began to stand up, Nemesis tried to throw another punch, but Optimus caught that fist as well and kept a firm grip on both. Even as Nemesis struggled, Optimus would not budge. I have many regrets. Optimus Prime spoke up. But coming to Earth and meeting Lelich is not one of them. He lifted both his arms and Nemesis off the ground before slamming him down hard. As Nemesis tried to stand up, Optimus delivered an uppercut to send him back up in the air, flying some distance away, and crashing to the ground. You see the people of this world as tools to use, pieces on a chessboard to be directed and manipulated, but they are so much more than that. Optimus continued as Nemesis stood up and tried to deliver a punch, which Optimus parried before punching Nemesis in the face. They are free to choose whatever path they want in life, be it good or ill, and nobody has the right to take that freedom from them. Not even you. VV growled again as he tried to punch Optimus once more, but he dodged and delivered a kick to the side to knock Nemesis down again. You killed Lelich's mother, crippled his sister, and hurt so many others, and you may have indeed set him down a path you wanted, but I helped him to show what other paths he could take. I didn't direct or tell him what he should do, I simply showed him what he was capable of. He chose this path of his own will, chose the path away from what you and your brother wanted. But you are here of your own choice. Not his or mine. Shut up. Nemesis Prime shouted as he tried to slash with his arm blade, but Optimus easily parried that strike with his right arm blade and grabbed that arm with his left hand before delivering a headbutt to knock Nemesis down again. You chose to plot with Charles. Optimus continued. And while I'm not completely certain of the circumstances, I can likely assume that you chose to go to Megatron, assuming your own immortality could trump whatever powers he had at the time. You chose to underestimate him and that led to where you are now. You imprisoned and enslaved now, because of your own choices. Not mine and not Lelich's, and you have no right to blame us for that. VV had enough. In a roar of fury, he brought up both his ion cannons and fired a charged, point-blank, shot from both. No time to dodge, Optimus crossed his arms to shield himself, but the impact of the blast was enough to send him crashing through several rocks and into the ground. Not giving him the time to recover, Nemesis quickly got up and was ready to gun down Optimus right then and there. Only for Bumblebee's vehicle mode to zoom straight at him, transform and use the momentum gained to ram him in the back and knock him to the ground. As Nemesis tried to push himself up, B was already in front of him as he pounded Nemesis across the face relentlessly before delivering a flipping axe kick to his jaw and send Nemesis reeling up. B then tried to press the attack, but Nemesis had already recovered and pounded him to the ground with a single punch. Stupid bug. VV spat, only to grunt as he felt a slash to his side, courtesy of Arky who skidded past him with his arm blades. CC. Now. Arky shouted, causing Nemesis to turn around and see the incoming pink Akatsuki. C.CS here. Of course, she is. This is your fault, too. Your fault for abandoning us. Nemesis readied his ion cannon as VV looked in a mixture of hate and sadistic joy. This won't kill you, but it will make you hurt. As he prepared to fire and focus solely on the incoming nightmare in front of him, Arky smirked. Gotcha. A single charged shot was fired, but just before it made contact with the pink Akatsuki, its cockpit opened up, revealing that it was not green-haired immortal as VV thought, but rather the armored and masked revolutionary, Zero himself. Using his armor's boosters, Zero flew straight from the open cockpit, right before his borrowed nightmare was shot down, and right toward the face of Nemesis Prime. V's pupils shrunk, his eyes so wide and circular that they were completely round. What? Zero was already at Nemesis' face as his armor's right arm blade extended, which he used to stab out the right optic. You killed my mother. Zero then used his other arm blade to stab out the left optic. Crippled my sister, then my brother and friend. Now you're trying to kill the people I see as my family. He drove his arm blades deeper, making sure he took out Nemesis' sense of sight. And it wasn't just them, all the hundreds or even thousands of innocent people that you and Charles hurt or even killed. Those you toyed with and those who cared for them, those that you never even gave a single thought for, do you know what they all say? Zero's mask opened to reveal the face of Lelich, so twisted with such rage and righteous fury as he glared hatefully at the immortal inside the doppelganger of his beloved mentor and surrogate father. It's our turn to take something away from you. He was blinded. VV couldn't see anything now. Due to his nervous system being directly wired to the Nemesis Prime's skeletal frame, he was unable to see anything outside. But he did hear Lelich's voice in every word he said. In a state of maddened rage, Nemesis tried to shake him off, but Zero used his armor's boosters to fly away even as Nemesis roared and tried to punch whatever was in front of him, but there was nobody. He was just throwing his fists wildly like a rabid animal, even as Optimus came up from behind and grabbed his arms to pin them behind his back. Your organic body may regenerate, but I do not believe your metallic one shares the same benefit. Optimus said. As the Gurren and Lancelot continued to keep the dark Fafnir busy in the sky, the Shinkiro flew down while Optimus had Nemesis restrained. Bumblebee and even Arky joined in to hold the struggling robot by the sides. The Shinkiro reached forward to grab the Nemesis unit by the head. At the controls of the Black Nightmare this entire time was Sarah. She now had an indirect connection to VV and that was all she needed. Time to go to sleep, Victor. The geese emblem on her forehead lit up as she activated her powers. She channeled it through her hands and the controls of the Shinkiro, through the Shinkiro itself and into the Nemesis body, and then into VV. V's mind was bombarded with every kind of shock image that Sarah could send his way. While she couldn't see or control what exactly he was seeing, she was able to control how much she pounded into his twisted mind, and she pounded hard like trying to slam a sledgehammer into a wall trying to break it. Even if V's physical body can heal, his mind was a different matter. From the death of his mother, Charles's own death, being tortured by Megatron and Shockwave, and even the haunting images of every man, woman, and child that he had directly or indirectly hurt from his own actions, Victor Z.I. Britannia saw them all. He saw them all at once as their ghostly figures moaned and shouted in hatred before enveloping his body, tearing at him with their hands to try and rip him to pieces from the inside. It all happened at once that V's mind was unable to properly process it, before it shut down completely. As the Shinkiro let go, Nemesis Prime went limp. As Optimus, Bumblebee, and Archie let go, the metallic frame of Nemesis Prime fell flat on its back on the ground. Zero flew up into the palm of the Shinkiro as the cockpit opened to reveal Sarah. "Well?" Zero asked her. "He'll be out for a while. Then it is time to leave," Optimus said as he looked up to notice the Gurren and Lancelot still keeping the Dark Fafnir at bay. "Colin, Suzaku, prepare to retreat, we are." Suddenly, a ground bridge portal opened in front of the group, causing them to be put on alert as several dozen Viacons quickly exited, along with half a dozen Insecticons. Immediately, Optimus, Bumblebee, and Archie had their Energon blasters at the ready as the Viacons aimed their weapons at them in response. The Shinkiro too readied its weapons as Zero quickly got into the cockpit along with Sarah. The portal remained open for a few more seconds to allow the leader of the Decepticons himself to step out. "Optimus, and friends," Megatron greeted. "Megatron." Optimus' optics narrowed. "Dark Fafnir, stand down." Megatron ordered the massive unit. Having been issued the command, the Dark Fafnir's assault halted, its weapons powering down, much to the confusion of the two pilots. What's going?" Colin wondered aloud, but Suzaku's radar detected multiple Decepticon signals, with one in particular getting his attention. "Colin. Megatron's here," he alerted. Gasping and then getting serious, the Gurren immediately flew down, landing behind Megatron on his right and aiming her Surger claw at him, while the Lancelot did the same on the left and pointed one of its swords toward the Decepticon leader as well. Megatron looked more amused than anything before addressing the two leaders in front of him. "You have certainly left an impression on our former prince, Optimus. But I never expected him to leave one on you." Megatron began. "Granted, V.V's own unique abilities made it necessary, but taking advantage of his mental instability and his fixation on you, you would have made a fine Decepticon. I chose my side and I hold no regret over it," Optimus told his former friend. "I wouldn't expect anything less," Megatron replied. "And Lelich, your father and uncle have both proven to be quite the manipulators and schemers, but the fact that you were able to trick and outwit young Victor shows how you've surpassed both of them. And as tempting as it is to let you rid us of him, I cannot allow it. As bothersome as Victor is, he is still necessary for my plans. All the more reason to get rid of him," Zero stated. "Yes, you could try and take him, and I certainly wouldn't mind fighting you for him," Megatron mused as he drew his blade, prompting the Autobots and Black Knights to prime their weapons as well. "But know this, Lelich. He is necessary, and I will do whatever it takes to ensure he is brought back to my side, no matter the sacrifice. Are you willing to do the same?" Lelich glared hard at Megatron. He wanted VV gone more than anything, not just out of revenge for what he did to his friends and family, but because he was a legitimate threat. And the fact that Megatron actually did need him, meant that his removal would throw a wrench in Megatron's plans. But he also knew how far Megatron was willing to go. At present, even with Optimus by his side, as well as his best pilots in Colin and Suzaku, they were still outnumbered and outmatched, and nothing was to stop Megatron from calling in more reinforcements. He happened to glance in the direction of Optimus and could tell from the look in his optics that he felt the same way. As much as they both wanted to stop VV and Megatron, they could not do so at this time. Lelich even saw that Sarah wanted this, but also knew that the odds of them getting VV away from here were low. "Take him." Lelich gritted his teeth. "But know this, Megatron." He repeated the same tone. "Your hour of reckoning, as well as his, is coming, and it is coming soon. And I will be there to see your evil spark fade into nothingness. That I promise." A smirk fell on Megatron's face. "I'm looking forward to it." With reluctance, Optimus opened communications. "Ground bridge requested at our coordinates." A vortex opened behind him. Optimus and the Shinkiro stayed behind to allow Bumblebee, Archie, the Gurren, and Lancelot to enter first, followed by the two leaders before it closed. Once they were gone, Megatron gave his orders. "Pick up that worthless failure." He ordered his Viacons as they moved to hoist up Nemesis Prime. "Tell Shockwave to ready his laboratory for repairs." Rai's eyes slowly flickered open, a soft white light shining down on him as he laid in a comfortable bed. An odd sensation filled his body as he slowly awoke. There was no pain whatsoever, something akin to numbness, yet he could still feel his limbs and everything. He gave a slight sigh as he tried to push himself up from the hospital bed he was lying on, only to find he had his right arm to support himself. Glancing to his left, he looked in surprise to see there was nothing past the shoulder. His entire left arm was gone. "Take it easy." Rai was even further surprised to see not only Lelich standing at his bedside, but so many other people as well. Nunnally, Shirley, Sarah, Tamaki, Nonet, Colin, Akari, Suzaku, Euphemia, Rivalts, Millie, Nina, Ogai, Kagaya, Chigusa, Leela, Cornelia, Guilford, Cecile, Sayoko, Akito, Ryo, Ayano, Yukiya, Anna, Misty, Alice, Gino, Monica, Aldrin, Maribel, Orpheus, Ashley, Diet Hard, and even Fixit, all of whom looked around him with relieved and emotional smiles. "You need time to recover," Lelich told him. "Don't push yourself." "Lelich?" "Everyone." Rai was suddenly embraced by Nunnally and Euphemia, both of half-sisters crying in joy. "Rai, you're okay?" Yuffie stuttered. "We're so happy." Nunnally cried as well. He even felt a hand on his shoulder and looked to see the teary-eyed Nonet gazing down at him with her own emotional smile. Heck, even Arthur leapt up into his bed and purred as he brushed himself against his side. "What about Bulkhead, is he?" Rai stuttered. "See for yourself," Colin said as they all cleared away slightly, revealing that his hospital bed had been wheeled out into the more open medical area where the Autobots would recover. Much to Rai's surprise and relief, he found Bulkhead sitting up from his medical pad, most of his injuries patched up by Ratchet and Perceptor, as Optimus, Bumblebee, Archie, Ironhide, and Wheeljack were the closest to him, with Chromia, Warpath, Grindcore, Sideswipe, Strongarm, Jez, Smokescreen, and Elita 1 all present as well, looking just as relieved to see Bulkhead having recovered. "Don't push yourself, Bulkhead," Ratchet told in his usual stern manner, all to cover that he was every bit relieved as everyone else. "You still require a great deal of attention before you're fully recovered." "I've been through worse," Bulkhead said. He then turned to his side to see his partner and friend looking happy and relieved, an emotional smile clear on his face as he lifted his arm for a thumbs up, which the Wrecker was more than happy to return. "Everyone, thank you." Rai couldn't be happier than right now. Though he lost his arm, he'd give up that and a leg if it meant keeping his family here safe. He lost his old one at the hands of a monster, he'd be damned to lose another. Especially her. The moment his eyes set on the happy and smiling Shirley, Rai knew what he had to do. "Hey, if it's all right with you, can Shirley and I have a moment in private?" he requested, causing her to look in surprise. "I think that can be arranged," Lelich said with a knowing grin. Rai heard a cough from Bulkhead to get his attention and saw his partner grinning and winking at him, earning a chuckle from the young pilot. Rai's bed was wheeled back into the room where he would spend the next couple of days to rest and recover, and per his request, everyone left him and Shirley alone, the two having their moment in private as she sat at a chair by his bedside. I heard you'd be getting a prosthetic soon." Shirley tried to stir up conversation. "Yeah, probably gonna need it," Rai replied, looking toward his missing limb. "Gotta get back out there soon. Just don't push yourself too hard, okay?" Shirley told him. "You really scared me." I'm sorry about that." Rai looked down. "But you may have also saved so many lives," Shirley quickly added. "Ironhide and Yuffie told me about that toxin stuff and how dangerous it was. You stopped Megatron from getting it. You're a hero, like always." "I try my best, and I'm just glad that everyone's alright." Rai smiled. "Yeah, no, back when we were trying to get rid of that stuff, all I could think about was you. That got her attention. You going with Bumblebee and the others to get a relic really made me worried. But, at the same time, I had a feeling you'd be alright. I mean, you're one of the strongest people I know." "I'm not that strong, Rai," Shirley tried to tell him. "I'm not a fighter or anything like that." "No, but You got the heart. Rai quickly said. No matter what, you always try to help people, even those that you barely even know. You were one of the first people that tried to help me when I first stumbled onto Ashford, and even after joining the Black Knights you've always helped, even when making mistakes. That didn't stop you from trying to make things right and helping everyone. After I regained my memories, and I learned what happened to my family, you were there. Even with the risk of my geese going out of control again, you were still there, always by my side, no matter what. He reached forward with his only hand and gently but firmly grasped hers as he looked her right in the eye. You are one of the kindest, strongest, and most selfless people I've ever met in my entire life. I honestly believe I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you. You helped me to see the best in myself, and it made me want to be the best. You have no idea how big an impact you've had on my life, and that's why I love you. There it was. Those 3 little words. Just 3 words that can rock a person to their very core. Shirley's eyes widened to the point they were almost circular. I love you, Shirley Fennett. Rai confessed honestly, gripping her hand tighter. And I want to make this world a better place for you, and everyone else. A place that you can really and truly smile, and I'm going to make that happen. I swear to you. Tears were already flowing down Shirley's eyes as she grasped his hand back and a smile formed on his face. Oh Rai. She couldn't find the right words. You think I'm strong? That I made you into a better person? I thought it was the other way around. Not only did you save my life several times, you helped to open my eyes, showed me what was wrong with this world and why so many people were suffering, but you also helped me to see what was so beautiful about it, why those people were fighting, what they were fighting for. That's why I wanted to become a Black Knight, to help those people, to fight alongside them and help make that world that you and Lelich and Optimus and all our friends want to make so badly. Why you inspired me to be so much stronger than what I was. And I love how fierce you are. I love how devoted you are to the people you care about and I. She couldn't finish the words as she sat up slightly to press her lips against his own. She pulled away to see the surprised look on his face as she smiled emotionally and happily toward him. I love you too. Both couldn't contain their tears or smiles as she wrapped her arms around him and pulled herself in closer to press her lips against his, a kiss that he was oh so happy to return. He regained his consciousness the moment his visuals were repaired. The first thing he noticed was the metal ceiling of the laboratory he resided in, lying on an examination table. You have regained consciousness. Shockwave said, Nemesis Prime noticing his presence as the Decepticon scientist gazed down on him with his single robotic eye. The only flaw to your newfound body is that it does not regenerate as your organic one does. So I've noticed. VV groaned from inside as the Nemesis body attempted to stand up, but he gasped in shock to see the holographic form of Megatron appear before him. Resting comfortably, my dear Victor? Megatron asked in an amused sense. It seems that despite your newfound power, you are not as invincible as you had hoped. You were not only overpowered but also outwitted by the very individuals you despise so much. Lelich. Optimus. But it wasn't just them. CC was with them as well. The thought of her helping them of her own accord when she should have been by hers and Charles's side made his blood boil. Just as it was Optimus' fault for coming to Earth and diverting Lelich from the path he should have been on, it was also C.C's fault for leaving them. She supported Ragnarok as much as they did. And yet she had the audacity to attack him. Force him to see the faces of all the people that he had used when they had no right to fight back. She was a traitor. If it weren't for her code, he'd kill her without hesitation. What is my next mission? Nemesis asked, eager to get back into the field and kill as many Black Knights and Autobots as possible. Your current assignment is to remain here at the Geese Order. Megatron ordered. What? Nemesis stood up straight. With the momentum our enemies have gained, it stands to reason there is a very real possibility that the Autobots and Black Knights will stumble upon the Geese Order. Megatron explained. You will assist Shockwave in defending it should the time come. I am not going to just sit by and wait like some dog. Nemesis Prime spat. Remaining here to guard the Geese Order is indeed the logical choice. Shockwave agreed with his leader. Though unlikely, It is still a possibility our enemies will discover this location. This is not up for discussion, my nemesis. Megatron stated firmly. You will remain where you are unless I say otherwise. Am I clear? Vivi wanted to challenge his order. He wanted to go on the hunt. But he couldn't question Megatron. He literally had no way of fighting back thanks to the dark energon that connected directly to his brain. So with great reluctance, he gave a single nod. Transparent. Good. Megatron smirked. You can consider your punishment for your failure, the knowledge that your enemies, including the ones known as Kaiserren and Bulkhead, still live. As do Optimus, Lelouch, and all their friends. Even knowledge alone can be more torturous than any physical punishment even I can inflict. The hologram deactivated. It was true, the fact that not only is CC with Optimus and Lelouch, but that Kaiserren and Bulkhead are still alive made him feel more vengeful and angrier than ever before. His rage would burn like a sun, and he would not rest until he was certain that they and everyone they care for is dead. He sincerely hoped his enemies would find the Geese Order, so that he can kill them with his bare hands, and make sure they were dead this time around. Chapter 27, The Sword in the Stone. Rai sat on a chair in the medical bay, completely shirtless, squeezing the fingers of his robotic prosthetic that replaced his left arm. The arm itself was rather sleek and made from a black metal that it seemed almost like a thin armored glove upon first glance. All right, dexterity seems to be normal. Nina said as she looked at the monitor that wirelessly scanned Rai's new appendage. How are you feeling, Rai? Honestly, this doesn't feel all that different from my regular arm. Rai said. I can feel it the same way. He then touched the arm itself. But I can't feel anything that touches it from the outside. That arm is wired directly to your nervous system. Nina explained. So, it should function like before, but the lack of outer senses can't be helped. I'm sorry. It's better than nothing though, thanks for your help, Nina. Rai smiled. Well, I think it looks really cool. Rivolts said as he, Shirley, Nunnally and Millie were all present, the blonde holding Arthur in her arms. Does it got one of those fancy palm repulsor blasts like superheroes got? What about a cool arm blade like Lelouch's armor? Or hey, how about it converts into an Enegron blaster like the Autobots? It wouldn't work. Ratchet spoke up as he tended to Bulkhead, Wheeljack, and Warpath, the latter having a new cannon installed into his chest. The human brain wouldn't be able to keep up with the transformation unless the brain itself were to be modified. Yeah. I'd prefer to keep my brain the way it is. Already got enough trauma up there. Rai said, trying to instill a joke, but that did earn a wince from most people present, especially Shirley and Nunnally. Are you sure you're okay, Rai? Shirley asked. Is there anything that you need? Other than my nightmare being back in shape again, I think I'm good. Rai said as Nina finished the testing, and he stood up straight. You mean you still want to get back out there? Millie questioned in surprise as she set Arthur down, who went over to Rai and purred as he brushed himself against his leg. As soon as possible. Rai stated firmly, putting his jacket on. I'm a Black Knight, one of the best pilots in this little rebellion. I have to get back out there and help finish this. Only after you are officially cleared. Ratchet insisted. Same for the rest of you. He looked toward the three Autobots. Wheeljack may be ready for combat soon, the most he needed were replacement limbs. You make it sound so easy, document. Wheeljack replied. Rai's been going through his therapy longer. Because human and Cybertronian biology are completely different. Ratchet told him. Combining organic material with technology is a delicate process, as opposed to our own metallic frames. Warpath still needs to properly test his weapons, and Bulkhead has to regain his full range of motion. To put emphasis on that, when Bulkhead attempted to stand, he almost lost his footing and had to stabilize himself by putting his hands on his knees. Yeah, think I might be out of it a while too. He then looked to his partner with a smile. Well, at least you won't be alone, kid. And when we're back up and ready, we'll make even bigger explosions to make up for all the battles that we missed. Warpath added. Rai chuckled briefly but looked down slightly in disappointment. He then saw Nunnally grab his robotic hand and look at him in the eyes. Right, you said it yourself that you're one of our best pilots, and that's all the more reason for you to rest. If you go out there now before you're ready, we risk losing you for good this time. We can't afford that. I can't afford that. I know, you don't have to explain it to me. Rai assured. But I don't have to like it. Shirley then came up to him and wrapped her arms around him. Don't worry. I trust that Nina, Ratchet, and everyone know what they're doing, and you should too. You'll be back in a nightmare in no time. Though a part of Shirley didn't want Rai getting into a nightmare and risk his life again, she knew that not only she couldn't stop him, Lelich and Optimus needed him on the front lines, the whole world needed him. So, she would support him 100%. And in the meantime, we'll keep you company. Millie assured. All of you. She looked towards the 3 recovering Autobots. And when you guys are back on your feet, you can deck Megatron across the face. Rivalts pumped his fist. Got that right. Bulkhead agreed. Thanks guys, you're the best. Rai smiled before looking to his girlfriend. You especially. She smiled back before kissing him on the cheek. Are we sure about this? Ogai asked as he, Elita 1, Bumblebee, Ultra Magnus, Ironhide, Cornelia, Euphemia, Tamaki, Archie, Colin, and Suzaku, along with several others, stood outside on the empty landing pad where they saw the operational Shinkiro facing Optimus Prime, who currently had the Skyboom shield equipped to his left arm. Seems a little extreme. We need to test whether or not the Skyboom shield can be of aid to our cause, and this is the best way. Ultra Magnus said. It seems kinda overkill though, not to mention dangerous. Euphemia replied. What if Optimus gets hurt? If this shield is truly as powerful as we believe it to be, then I don't see any reason to be too worried. Cornelia said to her sister. We're shooting Optimus right now. Colin stated. I know the big guy can probably take it, but come on. This is nuts. The Skyboom shield can only be fully activated when wielded by a Prime, and Optimus is the only one available right now. It's useless to everyone else. Archie said. I don't like it either Colin, but I think this may be our best approach. Suzaku added. Hey, come on guys, why so gloom and doom? Tamaki brushed off. This is Optimus freaking Prime. If he can lay down the smackdown on old Mega Jerk, he can take whatever we can throw at him. Bumblebee agreed with Tamaki as he gave a single nod. If you say so. Ogai sounded unsure as they kept their distance and watched the testing take place. Don't worry. Elita 1 said in a humorous tone. Worst case scenario, he can just dodge. You make it sound so easy. Colin muttered. But he has dodged energy blasts before, so it's not impossible. Meanwhile, Lloyd, Rax Hata, and Cecile were watching and recording everything from a nearby tower. We finally get a chance to see what these so-called relics of the Primes are capable of. I'm actually quite ecstatic. The Shinkiro's chest-mounted cannon is probably the most powerful weapon we've developed thus far. If this fancy shield can actually block it, I'll probably have to start believing in all this alien divinity stuff. Rax Hata added. We're about to see for ourselves. Cecile said, looking concerned herself. Lelich primed the Shinkiro's main weapon and set it to full power. Everything's ready. Optimus. The leader of the Autobots stood his ground and placed the shield in front of him. Ready. Taking a deep breath, Lelich activated the Shinkiro's central cannon at maximum power. The laser shot straight from his Black Nightmare toward the last of the Primes. Right before the beam struck however, the Skyboom shield began to radiate a bright blue aura around itself, before it suddenly expanded to project a bright blue barrier around Optimus. The second the beam struck, it broke apart and various stray blasts were shot upward, where it exploded in midair. Everyone watching had to step back and cover their faces from the bright light, with the Autobots standing in front of their human comrades to protect them from any potential shockwave. The trio of scientists watched in amazement as they recorded every detail. Lelich stopped the weapon when he saw the Shinkiro's power level drain quickly. He deactivated his nightmare, quickly opened the cockpit, and looked with concern to see whether or not Optimus was alright. The smoke quickly began to clear, revealing Optimus hadn't taken any damage whatsoever as he held the shield up proudly, still glowing with its blue aura before it dissipated. Lelouch, as well as Colin, Ogai, Suzaku, Tamaki, Euphemia, Cornelia all looked in such awe and surprise, as did Bumblebee and Archie, while Ironhide, Elita 1, and Ultra Magnus shared knowing smirks with one another. The shield took the blast, like it was nothing. Lelouch wouldn't believe if he didn't see it with his own eyes. Is this really the power of the Primes? He looked to see Optimus smiling in assurance and giving a nod, causing Lelouch to smile as well. Oh my! Lloyd's smile turned into an ecstatic grin. Oh my! Oh my! Just! Oh my! The Shinkaro's weapon just bounced off the shield like water on stone. Rax Hata looked more than a little excited herself. Readings indicate that Optimus himself isn't even damaged. That's incredible. Cecile's eyes wavered. Even the Blaze Luminous system can't compare to this. Oh, the big guy and I are gonna spend a lot of time together, now. Lloyd exclaimed like a giddy child. I want to know everything about this prime power. I wonder what other fascinating relics are still out there. Rax Hata said in the same kind of tone. That actually was a good question. Cecile then called on their trusted artificial intelligence. TAI, how many more sets of coordinates are left on the Iacon database? The holographic form of the girl appeared before the trio. There is only one coordinate left, I'm presently working on decoding it. How long do you think it'll take for you to decode it? Rax Hata asked. Within a couple hours. TAI answered. Let us know the second it's done. Lloyd said. I wanna see what juicy relic we can get our hands on next. Don't you mean keep a potential weapon from falling into the possession of the Decepticons? Cecile said with a slight glare and raised eyebrow. Same difference. Lloyd waved off. Don't forget, we also got another little something to look forward to. Rax Hata said. Something Fix-It and the others are working on. Lloyd knew what she was talking about, or rather, who. Ah yes, Orange Boy. Meanwhile, in a secure laboratory elsewhere on Horai Island, Jeremiah himself laid on a table, currently under anesthetics, thus allowing a group of scientists to get a good look at him inside and out, to make sure there weren't any unexpected surprises. When Lelouch proposed the idea, Jeremiah had volunteered for it instantly. He didn't want anyone to doubt his newfound loyalty to the cause that his prince and princess both fought for. Fix-It, along with Sophie, Anna, Joe, and their assistants were currently up and close with him, all the humans wearing white hazmat-like suits as they operated on him. Energon and blood synthetic compound appears to be clear, no sign of any nano-solution. Sophie reported. Cerebral cortex being scanned now. Fix-It said as he held a scanner up to Jeremiah's robotic brain to process all the data that was being scanned. From the other side of a monitor in the other room, Perceptor was overlooking the data that Fix-It was transferring remotely, as well as the X-ray and bioscans of Jeremiah's entire body. Is all this really necessary? Claus asked as he, Chigusa, Alice, Nonette, Sayoko, and Sarah were all in the room with him to observe Jeremiah's operation, with Alice, Sayoko, and Nonette being on standby in the event Jeremiah were to break out and try to escape, they could subdue him. Considering he was under Shockwave's so-called care for so long, I'd say it most certainly is. Perceptor responded to Claus. We don't know what for sure he left inside him. We should also be very careful not to damage him. Sarah said. If he is telling the truth and he does know where to find the Geese Order and thought elevators, we could rescue my friends, and put a stop to that monster's experiments for good. Alice finished. I'm sure Grimlock would be more than happy about that too. He's been outside waiting for us to finish. So, he's definitely eager. Nonette added. She also inwardly vowed to tear it all down to the ground. Considering the pain Vivi and the Geese Order put right through, she too had a grudge to settle. Chigusa looked with a complicated expression at seeing Jeremiah again. She remembered him fondly from their time in the Purebloods. Though that was a moment in her life she now regretted, she didn't regret befriending Jeremiah as he was a good man, albeit he had much to atone for, but the fact that he willingly volunteered for this showed that it was possible. We'll let Lelouch and Optimus know the second we're done here. Sayoko said before looking to Sarah. You should probably go to them. If they manage to find where the last relic is, it wouldn't hurt to be there just in case Megatron would send VV again. I'm doubtful Megatron would be foolish enough to send him into the field, considering he's important for his plans, but I do see your point. Sarah said before walking away. I too hope that we can finally put an end to this madness. The madness that I helped Charles and Victor to create. The Nemesis. Soundwave had approached his master, showing a set of map coordinates on his visor. You have decoded the final Iacon coordinates. Megatron asked, to which Soundwave nodded in response. Excellent, Soundwave. Then it is time to beta test our decoy, he said, upon holding a device that looked an awful lot like a container that an Iacon relic would be stored in. Lord Megatron, if I may. Starscream spoke up. Even if this decoy does work, it would only attract the attention of a small team. The Autobots and Black Knight forces have grown significantly, so it may not put that much of a dent in their forces. Perhaps not, but it will at least distract Optimus and Zero long enough for us to retrieve the final relic. I will not take any chances this time. Megatron replied. As Schneeisel predicted, he's getting desperate. Good. Starscream inwardly thought, doing his best not to grin. Horai Island, Arc Bridge. The holographic form of TAI stood on the central console, standing straight, eyes closed, with data orbiting around her. I am nearly finished decoding the last set of coordinates, she reported as Optimus, Lelich, and Sarah were present. Suddenly, an alarm sounded on the bridge, getting their attention. It was a specific alarm that they recognized. Perhaps you may not need to complete your task, TAI. Optimus said as they gazed up at the central monitor, which sprang to life to show a set of coordinates and an active beacon being broadcasted. An Iacon locator beacon. It seems the Decepticons have beaten us to the punch, Sarah assumed while Lelich looked deep in thought. TAI stopped her work. Already a ground bridge and send for a team. No, wait. Lelich stopped her for a minute, getting their attention. The timing seems too convenient. The Decepticons don't know we've managed to acquire the Iacon database, correct? That is what Ratchet and Nina have told us. Optimus answered. Do you suspect foul play? Considering what we know these relics to possibly be, most likely weapons of mass destruction, as well as how much we've gained from our recent battles, maybe Megatron could be using a false trail to throw us off. Lelich offered. Even though we have the database, it's mostly a copied version while Megatron has the original. But what if it is a legitimate relic? Sarah asked. I don't think it's worth the risk to just ignore it. TAI, how much longer do you need to decode the final coordinates? Lelich asked the artificial intelligence. Not long, maybe 10 minutes at most, she answered. Get it done. We'll send a team to the beacon just in case, but I want to be absolutely sure, Lelich ordered. We can't exactly get in contact with Hotshot to confirm it, so we'll be attacking this from both ends. Sound advice, Lelich. Optimus granted, seeing the logic in his decision. Megatron may not know we have copied the Iacon database, so the element of surprise may indeed remain in our favor. A ground bridge portal opened up as the 5 Alexander units of the Black Wyvern squad, along with Genos Tristian Divider, Sideswipe, Strongarm, and Grindcore entered a foggy canyon area, standing on a mountain. Remind me again why we're here, Yuki-Ya asked. We're here to confirm whether or not there's a relic here, Akito answered. Or if it's a decoy the Decepticons are using to throw us off. But if it's a decoy, wouldn't that mean we're walking into a trap? Ayano asked. I sure hope so. Grindcore pounded his fist into his palm. I love a good trap. We'll split into groups of 3 and scout the area, Leela instructed. Akito and Sideswipe are with me. Yuki-Ya, Geno, and Strongarm are together. Ryo, Grindcore, and Ayano for the last team. Let the others know the second you find anything. You got it. Ryo nodded. The assigned groups then split off into the 3 separate directions, unaware of the drone mode of Soundwave flying through the clouds above them, carrying the decoy that was broadcasting the false beacon. Meanwhile, the Nemesis vessel hovered above the mountain from which the true relic was located, with the coordinates identifying it at the very base of the mountain itself. Currently, there was an excavation team led by the Constructicons to clear away at the rocky surface. Megatron himself was present to witness the excavation with Starscream, Steeljaw, and Schneeisel by his side. As rocks and boulders were broken down, lifted away by Viacons in their helicopter modes, or even melted and drilled through, Mixmaster happened to melt one particular rock before looking past it to see something that wasn't naturally part of the mountain. Lord Megatron. The leader of the Constructicons signaled. The Lord of Decepticons and his commanders walked closer upon being called. I certainly hope our new acquisition is of Decepticon origin. Megatron said. After our recent setbacks, we could use every advantage we can get. Schneeisel said. Well, I am confident that my new Apex armor is more than capable of matching whatever we find here. Starscream boasted. Be careful, Starscream, you may dislocate a landing gear patting yourself on the back. Steeljaw told him, earning a scowl from the Seeker. However, Megatron got a good look at the relic they had uncovered. It cannot be. That got all their attention as they saw it too. It appeared to be a large sword, the blade firmly embedded in the base of the mountain itself, the handle carried a gold hilt that was intricately shaped and symmetrical on both sides. It appears to be a sword of some kind. Schneeisel observed, but he glanced in surprise to see Starscream and Steeljaw looking with shocked expressions of their own, but none appeared more shocked or even fearful than Megatron himself. Power of this magnitude must never be allowed to fall into the hands of Optimus Prime, no matter what. Schneeisel, for one of the few times in his life, was genuinely surprised. The tone in Megatron's voice, he was afraid. He had seen expressions of rage, arrogance, and sadistic joy on the Decepticon leader. But fear? That was something he had never once seen before. Just what kind of sword is that, exactly? Schneeisel asked. It is the Starsaber. Starscream explained, his face filled with awe and fear. Not only is it a relic of the original Primes, but it is also said to be the most powerful one of them all. I have heard the stories myself. Steeljaw said upon inspecting the blade closer. The personal weapon of the very first Prime, the one who would lead the charge against Unicron himself. I never once thought I'd ever see it with my own optics. The Starsaber? Mixmaster asked in surprise. I thought it was just a myth. I have seen this blade myself. Megatron recalled when he still went by the name Megatronus. He and Orion Pax would walk through the halls of Iacon alongside Alpha Trion as he would show them the various artifacts used by him and his siblings, the Starsaber being one of them. If the legends are indeed true, it must be removed quickly. Then it is fortunate we have found it first. Schneeisel said. Perhaps if we were to wield that sort of power ourselves. He glanced toward Starscream with a knowing expression, earning a smirk from the head seeker. Megatron walked up to the embedded saber and grabbed the handle. Taking a moment to collect himself, he tried to pull the sword out, only to find that it wouldn't budge. He wrenched harder, as hard as he could, even when he gripped both hands on the sword, he was unable to pull it. All the Decepticons looked with curiosity and concern towards one another as they saw their mighty leader struggle. Give me. Megatron used all his strength to try and force the sword from its stone imprisonment. But no matter how hard he pulled, no matter how strong he was, it wouldn't move so much as a millimeter. Getting tired of this, Megatron backed away and fired his fusion cannon at and around the relic, the objective being to blow away the rock and force the Starsaber to fall to the ground. After the 12th shot, Megatron ceased fire. He allowed the dust to clear, only to look in surprise to see the stone around the sword wasn't even damaged. He hadn't so much as chipped it. The rock is impermeable, he stated. The relic is emanating a protective shield. It will only respond to the power of a Prime. He growled before turning to his forces. We will remove it even if we have to take the entire mountain. So even the mighty Megatron feels fear. Schneeisel inwardly mused. At this point, it may be only a matter of time until Lelich and his friends find us, and should they spot this so-called Starsaber, I imagine he'll call on Optimus to remove it if what Megatron said is true. So perhaps, it wouldn't be wrong to hope for that unfortunate outcome, wouldn't it? Horai Island. In a private room, the unmasked wizard, also known as Oiagro, sat on a chair as he faced the group consisting of Orpheus, Aldrin, Maribel, Monica, Ashley, Jean, Sakya, Leonhardt, and Makara, with Miss X and Toto also present, but they mostly hung in the back. The Oz twins, along with the former princess and knight of 12, glared the hardest as they faced the man who ruined their lives. "Well," Aldrin said. "Start talking." Orpheus finished. Oiagro took a deep breath before explaining the whole story. "As you know, I'm the younger brother of Olivia Zevon, your mother," he said to Aldrin and Orpheus specifically. "And in the Zevon noble family, only females are allowed to be the heads of the household. Males are either reduced to minor roles within the family or sent off to another household. So, you're basically disowned if you're born with a dick." Ashley summed up, only to get elbowed by Jean. "I wouldn't use those exact words, but more or less," Oiagro replied. "I was born in a powerful noble family within Britannia, and yet I was essentially ignored and looked over by everyone else simply because I was born. I admit, I was jealous, and I wanted the position for myself. I tried to mold myself into a suitable heir, an effective fighter, a competent strategist. I strengthened my body and my mind, but Olivia was just so much better, up to the point she even became a knight of the round. I wanted to dig around and see if I could find some dirt on her, but I was blocked everywhere I went. And then, when she had children, or rather you." He looked towards Aldrin specifically, who narrowed her eyes at him. "It would seem that my chance of becoming the head of the family had reached zero, because she had a female heir who could inherit it all. I guess that was the final straw for me." "So, you killed her? Your own sister?" Aldrin glared hatefully. "My mother, our mother." She gestured to her twin brother. "Yes." Orpheus remembered when his niece looked at him with such tears and heartbreak upon seeing her uncle kill her own mother. "After that, not only did I become the head of the Zevon family, I also became the head of Pluton. The Brighton Neon Black Ops," Monica said. "Very few people knew about their existence, even among the Knights of the Round or royal family. More than that, they were the personal attack force of the Geese Order." Orpheus added. "It is there I began to see just how dirty Britannia truly was." Oiagro said. "So, you've met that V.V. the late Emperor's brother?" Leonhardt asked. "I did." Oiagro nodded. "Even though he had the body of a child, one look in his eyes and I could tell, he was anything but. He wasn't even human anymore. If you thought it was dirty, why not try to leave?" Sakya asked. "I couldn't. Once you're a part of the Geese Order, there is no leaving," Oiagro answered. "The Emperor wanted to make sure that nobody would know of their existence. I believe that's why Olivia didn't want me involved, because she didn't want me to be a part of any of that. I suppose she was trapped as well, even as a Knight of the Round." "So, what? You did her a favor by killing her?" Aldrin was ready to leap at him in anger, but Maribel put a firm grip on her shoulder, but still kept a glare on him. "No. I did it for myself, but now I truly regret it." Oiagro looked down in shame. "Is that all you regret?" Orpheus asked angrily. "You're referring to when I attacked the village that took you in?" "You and Yulia?" Oiagro asked. "And myself." Miss X spoke up. "I was there too. VV told me that some important subjects had escaped." Oiagro explained. "I was tasked with leading Pluton to hunt them down, to either bring them back or kill them. He didn't tell me that it was my nephew I was hunting, or that I thought I killed him, as well as a member of the royal family." Maribel clenched her fists in anger. "My sister was kidnapped. I thought she was killed with my mother, only to find she was murdered anyway by the very man that stands before me. Does Lelich know about you?" "He knows." Oiagro nodded. "Him and Optimus, but I was the one who told them not to tell you, because I intended to do so myself." "Is that why you became wizard?" Jean asked. "To try and atone." "Yes." Oiagro confirmed. "Ever since I attacked that village, I realized what a horrible choice I've made, and if I could take any of it back, I would. But I can't. So I decided to do what I can to tear it all down." But you still remained with Pluton and Britannia. Makara pointed out. So that I can have access to sensitive information. Oyagro replied. Information that I can spread with Peace Mark. I could play one side and work with the other. Until the cons took over. Ashley said. Peace Mark was my only option then. Oyagro responded. I became wizard full-time. He looked towards Orpheus and Miss X. I was beyond surprised to see you two alive. I truly thought you both died back there. A part of me did. Orpheus looked away, with Monica putting a comforting hand on his back. I looked up to you, to Wizard. I thought you were someone I can get behind, someone who can help me tear down the evil and cruelty of this world. If only I knew that you were part of that filth. He stood up with a glare at his uncle. You think all the good you've done comes even remotely close to all the pain you've caused? No. Oyagro shook his head. No amount of good deeds I've done can make up for the blood I spilled, but Orpheus, there is something that you need to know. You weren't sold to the Geese Order or disowned by the Zevon family, but rather you were stolen. That took Orpheus by surprise, as well as Uldren, Monica, Maribel, and everyone else present. What? Your mother had twins, but shortly after you were born, you vanished. Oyagro told him. Nobody knew what had happened to you. It wasn't until after that mess at the village that I realized what had happened to you. I wouldn't be surprised if Vivi was the one who took you. I was taken. Orpheus was still trying to process it. Olivia wanted to find you, not because of any noble ties or to make you the head of anything, but because you were her flesh and blood. Zevon family traditions be damned, she loved you and she would stop at nothing to find you. Oyagro said. She was relentless. I suspect that's why she became a Knight of the Round, because she could use their connections to find you, despite being trapped as the head of Pluton. But isn't Pluton also a part the Geese Order? Sakia asked. Not directly. Oyagro explained. I never saw much of the Order itself or what went on in there. I was only given my assignments by Vivi to carry out. I couldn't have known you were there, and she wouldn't have known either. Orpheus had to sit back down and let all this process. He had a mother who loved him and searched relentlessly for him. A part of him felt like he should hate Oyagro even more for killing her, but some of the things he said did make sense. If Vivi had learned that Olivia was searching for him, he probably would have killed her himself to cut off any loose ends. He felt his hand being gently grabbed and turned to see his twin sister trying to extend what kind of comfort she could give, as well as Monica as she wrapped her arms around him from the side. Even Maribel and the rest of the Crimson Knights came up to give him what support he could give. He almost felt his eyes water as he tried to keep it all down. I'm sorry, to all of you. Oyagro said. I won't ask for your forgiveness, because I know I don't deserve it. But please, let me finish this. I have to see this war to the end, and when it's all over, and you still hate me, you can kill me if you wish. Or, if you can't, I'll just leave and you'll never have to see me again. Turning back to the unmasked man who looked down with a sorrowful expression, Maribel could at least tell that he was being sincere about wanting this war to end. Everyone here wanted that same thing, and given what they faced, they needed all the help they can get. Are you truly serious about this? Do you truly wish to atone? Maribel asked. Yes. Oyagro confirmed. And to prove it to you, use your geese on me. That took them all by surprise. Similar to what Lelich did with Suzaku. Oyagro explained. This way not only do you not have to trust me, but you can also ensure that I won't die till this war ends. The only ones I'll let kill me are you three. He said to the Oz twins and Maribel. Use your geese to have me live when in combat so the risk of me dying falls to almost zero. No. Maribel refused, much to Oyagro's surprise. If I did that, you wouldn't really be atoning. You'd just be obeying the command of someone else. If you are serious about this, then you will fight and you will live, but let it be of your own will and not anyone else's. That's the only true way to redeem yourself. Do that, and at the end of this war, we'll see what happens to you. She turned around to her comrades, specifically the Oz twins. Do you two find this acceptable? Yes. Uldren nodded. Orpheus took a moment to collect himself before answering. That's right. I understand. Oiagro said. I'll do my best to end this war and survive to see the end, but more than anything, I'll make sure you all survive as well. Not just so you have the opportunity to take your revenge, but so you can all live happy lives. Sounds like a deal. Maribel accepted. Consider this a contract of our own, between us and you. Oiagro did his best to push back a happy smile. Well then, I accept the terms of your contract. A contract? Toto thought to herself. A part of her felt like a hypocrite just by staying here and listening to everything given her own past. But, if Oiagro was able to come clean like this, perhaps she can too. Just, not right this moment. She knew that her beloved Aldrin and Maribel, and all their friends, were going through a lot right now and she didn't want to add on to it. But she would tell them soon. Real soon. And she could only pray that they felt it within their hearts to forgive her. Bridge of the Ark. An alarm sounded as a set of coordinates popped up on the central monitor. Another locator beacon. Optimus noted. TAI. Lelich hoped she completed her task. Just finished decoding the last set of coordinates. TAI responded, as the decoding process stopped, and the aforementioned coordinates appeared on the central monitor as well. They match the location of the beacon. So, the first was a decoy. Sarah said. It seems Lelich was right for once. She joked. Ignoring her joke, Lelich was already prepared. TAI, get in contact with Layla's team and bring them back. Optimus, why don't we scout the area and see what the Decepticons have unearthed? Very well. The Autobot leader accepted as they prepared to leave. Wait. I'm unable to establish contact with the Black Wyverns and their Autobot escorts. TAI said worriedly. I have their location, but I can't reach them. Can you open a ground bridge? Lelich asked. Yes. TAI answered. Then find a way to bring them back and get some of the others ready. He ordered. Send more of our own to pick them up if you have to. A ground bridge portal opened some distance away from the decoded coordinates as Optimus and the Shinkiro exited the portal and into a forest. It closed briefly before the two leaders moved on, coming to a stop by a series of rock and trees that separated them from a clearing and a large mountain where they saw the Decepticon excavation team. Lelich activated the Shinkiro's sensors to find the beacon and hopefully get an eye on the relic. He was able to find it quickly as the Shinkiro's monitors zoomed in on the sword that was embedded in the side of the massive rock on the mountain. It's a sword. It is the Star Saber, Lelich. Optimus explained to him as he saw the sword as well. Much like the Skyboom shield, it was forged by Solus Prime and wielded by the first and eldest of the 13, Prima. It is among the most powerful weapons of the Primes. As he explained, Lelich looked around to see who of the enemy faction was present, and he saw the leader of said faction. Megatron is here, so are Starscream and Steeljaw and even. His eyes widened as his nightmares monitor zoomed on his elder half-brother. Schneeisel. The Constructicons are present as well. Optimus noted. We may indeed require backup. Hold on, why hasn't Megatron taken the Star Saber? It's still embedded in the rock. Lelich observed. He even glanced up to the top of the massive rock to see Scrapper and Longhaul attaching cables and devices to the top of said rock. He can't remove it, can he? The sword will only respond to the power of a prime, just like the forge and the shield. Correct. Optimus confirmed. It would seem that Megatron is attempting to move the rock itself if he cannot remove the saber. Removing such a massive object would take him time, even with the forces he has on hand. Lelich said as he smirked inwardly. The actions of someone who is truly desperate. And if he's that afraid of Optimus getting his hands on it, then it's all the more reason to secure this Star Saber. He spoke to his mentor. Let's call for reinforcements, I think I have a plan on how we can take it. The sun had all but set on the area surrounding the mountain, the darkness of night creeping in. The Constructicons and excavating Vehicons had moved away all the surrounding rocks and boulders from the massive stone that the Star Saber was embedded in, with Longhaul and Scrapper finishing securing a hook-like device to the top of the stone before sliding down and giving their leader a thumbs up. Everything's secure, Lord Megatron. Mixmaster reported. Then commence transport immediately. Megatron ordered. Upon his command, the Nemesis deployed a cable from its lower hull, extending down all the way to the massive rock before attaching itself to the hook like a magnet. Schneeisel chuckled with Starscream and Steeljaw nearby. You know, there is a legend much like this here on Earth. In fact, the old Britannia used to base its actions directly off this legend, believing it to justify their actions. It depicts a legendary sword known as Excalibur embedded in a stone, waiting for the one who is worthy, a true king, to wield it. And only said king could remove the sword from the stone, nobody else. Ah! Starscream grinned. It almost makes me wish Britannia had discovered the Starsaber and tried to remove it themselves, only to fail so miserably. They could have mistaken it for their so-called Excalibur, and when they couldn't remove it, oh what I wouldn't give to see the looks on their faces. That would not be happy, I promise you that. Schneeisel chuckled. Well, considering the Excalibur of legend could only be wielded by a true king, and the fact the Starsaber can only be held by a prime, I find it too much of a coincidence. Steeljaw put his 2 cents in. We've seen evidence of human lore and mythology based off that of Cybertronian, so perhaps Excalibur was inspired by the Starsaber. You do make a good point. Schneeisel commented. Well, I'm certain that those characters in that legend would never even think that if they cannot remove the sword, they will take the whole stone. Starscream grinned as they saw the Nemesis cable slowly hauling the massive rock upward. And that is why Britannia is now non-existent. And we are not. Steeljaw finished. The Decepticons continued to watch as the Nemesis vessel slowly ascended, pulling up the massive stone with it. Due to the enormous mass of the stone, it was a bit of a strain on the cable and the Decepticon warship couldn't afford to go too fast without risk of the cable breaking. But already, it was detached from the mountain and rising rather high. Megatron almost felt the need to smirk as it seemed like a crisis had been successfully averted. Only for a series of explosions to erupt all around him, catching his attention as he turned around to see a group of Autobots and Black Knight Nightmare Rays charge in guns blazing. Go! Attack, now! Zero ordered, the Shinkiro leading the charge with Bumblebee, the Gurren, Lancelot, Archie, Ironhide, and Pink Akatsuki right beside him, along with Sideswipe, Grindcore, Strongarm, and the Black Wyvern Squadron consisting of the 5 Alexander Nightmare Rays and the Tristian Divider. Energon blasts and bullets ranged across the now ensuing battlefield as many Decepticons were quickly gunned down. Starscream quickly picked up Schneisel and transformed into his jet mode before flying back to the Nemesis for safety. Horai Island, Arc Bridge. Ratchet had a clear visual on the battle that was now ensuing and already quite the audience had gathered, both to witness and be deployed just in case. Such an audience consisted of Ultra Magnus, Nunnally, Bulkhead, Rai, Shirley, Elita 1, Rivalts, Millie, Nina, Todo, Zinc, Kagaya, Ogai, Tamaki, Alice, Yuffie, Cornelia, Lloyd, Rax Hata, Cecile, and Diet Hard. So, what juicy little relic do we have this time? Lloyd asked. It is known as the Starsaber. Ratchet explained. Said to be the most powerful weapon of the original primes. I'm assuming then that only a prime is capable of wielding it. Todo said. You would assume correctly. Ultra Magnus confirmed. Which is why Megatron is likely moving the stone himself since he can't take the sword. I'll at least give Megatron credit for persistency and creativity. Elita put in. A literal sword in the stone, eh? Rax Hata said with a knowing grin. It's just like Excalibur. Rivalts said excitedly. Hey, isn't the guy who possessed the sword supposed to be immortal or something? That's from the scabbard, actually. Cecile pointed out. Seriously? Why would you make the sheath magic? Tamaki questioned. That makes no sense at all. Do you think the others are going to do it? That they can get the Starsaber? Alice asked. Megatron himself is there. They can do it. Nunnally said with no hesitation in her voice. No doubt. Rai said with no hesitation in his voice. I just wish I was there. Same here, partner. Bulkhead agreed. But there's nothing we can do about it now. Just sit back and watch it all happen. and believe in them," Shirley said as she gently reached out to grab Rai's prosthetic hand and smiled toward him, earning a smile from him as well. Back on the battlefield, explosions continued to erupt as the present Autobots and Black Knights attacked with everything they had. Already several Vehicons had been destroyed, with the Constructicons and Steeljaw attempting to rally their forces and make a stand. Megatron remained near the rear to observe the situation unfolding before him. A full frontal assault? Though there was surprise involved, it still wasn't Lelich's style. Now that he thought about it, the delay between the relic's unearthing and the arrival of the enemy was surprisingly longer than that of the relics in the past. Wait, something wasn't right. Where is Optimus? Megatron wondered aloud. He tried to look around for his enemy, his optics glancing up the mountain before he looked in clear shock to see Optimus leaping and climbing up the mountain. He transformed once he reached a certain point and drove as fast as he could, making his way closer to the dangling rock, and the sword that was still embedded in it. He transformed again and then leapt upward toward a ledge, flipping and getting higher and closer to his objective. It didn't take long for Megatron to realize that this was all merely a distraction. Keep Prime from the relic. He transformed along with 3 jet Vehicons and flew in pursuit of Optimus, something Zero noticed. Suzaku. Colin. Run interference. The rest of us can handle things down here. Lelich ordered. Got it. Colin replied as the Gurren took flight. Understood. Suzaku said at the same time, the Lancelot transforming into its jet mode before flying to catch up. Meanwhile, on the ground, the Autobots and Black Knights continued to press their forces as the remaining Decepticons were backed into a corner. We have to regain control of this situation, Steeljaw exclaimed. Agreed. Constructicons, combine into Devastator, Mixmaster ordered. The Constructicons did as ordered as Longhaul and Scrapper transformed into their vehicle modes briefly before configuring themselves to form the legs, with Scavenger leaping on top of them to transform and form the lower torso. Hook and Bone Crusher jumped from the sides to transform into the arms, while Mixmaster jumped straight up before transforming to form the upper torso and merge with the rest of his team, where the head of the massive combiner appeared and came online. Devastator online. The Constructicon combiner loomed over the whole team. Scrap. Ironhide cursed as he and his comrades opened fire on the massive Decepticon, who shielded himself with his right arm before forming his drill in his left arm and lunging it down, forcing the heroes to disperse and avoid the devastating and quaking impact that shook the whole area. They're scattered. Move in. Steeljaw ordered, rallying the remaining Vehicons as they charged forward and opened fire. That's one big con, Yukiya noted. Then maybe it's time to size up and even the odds, right? Ayano asked with a knowing grin. I agree. Well, Commander? Akito asked Leela. She only smiled in response as her blue geese activated, the enigma of combination that was embedded on her Alexander glowing a bright blue, with the blue rings appearing in the eyes of all her teammates simultaneously. Black Wyverns, combine into Hercules, Leela ordered. The enigma shined to life as her white Alexander hovered in the air, surges of electricity reaching out to connect to the customized Alexander Valiants of Ryo, Ayano, and Yukiya, as well as the Liberté of Akito. All 5 units were pulled and merged together, their parts moving and shifting as Yukiya and Ayana formed the legs, Ryo forming the left arm and Akito forming the right. The head unit activating as the Mega Nightmare came to life and stood tall to face Devastator. Upon first glance, it seemed that Devastator was almost twice as big, something the Decepticon combiner noted. Puny humans. Be crushed. Devastator lifted both his arms with the intent on smashing Hercules in, but the Nightmare combiner leapt backwards to avoid the devastating blow that created a small earthquake. Despite the shaking of the earth below them, Hercules stood strong. His head's down. Let's get him, Ryo exclaimed. Move in, Leela ordered. All their minds were perfectly in sync as Hercules quickly rushed Devastator while he was in that crouching position before jumping into the air and bringing its arms down on the back of Devastator's head to knock him off balance. While he was down, Hercules spun on his right leg to deliver a spinning kick with his left to the side of Devastator's face that almost knocked him down completely, but he steadied himself on his legs and quickly tried to stand up. The thing about guys as big as you're pretty slow. Yukiya grinned. We're at a mountain. Let's use the terrain to our advantage. Akito suggested. You guys aren't alone, though. They looked to see the Tristian Divider gunning straight for Devastator. Hey big guy. Remember me? He fired his slash Harkins, which were magnetically brought together to unleash a powerful blast right into Devastator's face, sending him crashing into the mountain. I'll keep him focused on me. You guys get on top. You got it. Thanks, Gino. Ayano smiled. We'll handle Devastator. Do not worry about us. Leela relayed to Zero. All right. Be careful. He acknowledged as the Shinkiro fired its right knee-mounted slash Harkins at a duo of Viacons to cut them down. Aha, so that's the Nightmare Combiner, Hercules. Truly astounding. Lloyd grinned madly. Okay, that is so freaking cool. Rivalts exclaimed with a toothy grin. And it appears to be holding its own quite well against Devastator. The very thing that devastated the remaining knights of the round. Rax Hata noted. Oh, just imagine the number Brighton Neon elitists that are spinning around in their graves right now. Lloyd smirked. No offense. He quickly said to Cornelia and Euphemia, the former raised an eyebrow with a slight glare. Weren't you a Brighton Neon Earl, though? Bulkhead asked. I was never patriotic to begin with. Lloyd brushed off. Come on. Kick their ass. Tamaki cheered as everyone else continued to watch in amazement or seriousness. Sideswiped rushed two Viacons with his sword, quickly cutting the one on the right down before delivering a kick to the second. Three miners on top of a nearby cliffside tried to shoot at him from their position, but they were quickly shot down by a volley of blasts from Arki and Strongarm. Sarah's pink Akatsuki shot toward two helicopter Viacons that tried to shoot at her, but she was able to dodge most of them before moving in with her katana to slice off the propeller blades of one of them, causing it to fall before shooting her arm-mounted machine gun in the second's face to destroy it. Bumblebee shot down a Viacon before his eyes quickly widened to Steeljaw pouncing on him, tackling and rolling across the ground before stopping to pin him down, and raise his claw to slice at his face. Only for Ironhide to quickly come up and grab the aforementioned claw and used his superior strength to throw the wolf-like Decepticon away. Devastator swung his left arm towards the Tristian Divider. Gino tried to steer his nightmare out of the way, but he was still struck in the side which sent him spiraling through the air. Before Devastator could make any move to go forward, he heard a yell from above and turned around to see Grindcore leaping from the side of the mountain and grip around his face. As the human kids of Earth say. In your face. Grindcore pounded his right fist repeatedly into Devastator's right eye, causing the enormous Decepticon a great deal of pain. This left him perfect distracted for the Hercules to climb up to equal level with its upper body. There's another thing we say here on Earth. Ryo began. The bigger they are. Yukiya continued. The harder they fall. Ayano finished as the Hercules leapt forward, with Akito bringing its blade arm down for a devastating flash across Devastator's chest, which not only made a deep cut, but the force of the impact was enough to send him tumbling down to the ground. Fortunately, none of the heroes were close enough to be crushed by the fall. Meanwhile, as Optimus tried to make his way up the mountain and closer towards the Star Saber, Megatron and his jet Viacon escort were getting close to intercepting him themselves, only for one of the Viacons to get shot down by rapid-fire Energon blasts, courtesy of Suzaku, the Lancelot in its jet mode before gunning further to ram directly into Megatron. Lord Megatron! One of the other Viacons exclaimed, only for him and his partner to be blasted away by a sphere of explosive energy launched by the Gurren's Surger Claw. After being rammed, Megatron had transformed and gripped the Lancelot, which also transformed with the Decepticon leader gripping onto its face, both of them falling from the sky. I will rip you out of your precious nightmare and crush you in the palm of my hand, Kurugi. Suzaku struggled to escape Megatron's grip, but he would soon receive aid as the Gurren flew in to slice its MVS dagger across Megatron's back, forcing him to let go and allow the Lancelot to fly away, where the Gurren grabbed Megatron by the face while the two were airborne. Let's see you take the heat. Colin activated the Surger, which sent the harmful radiation directly into Megatron's face, but he quickly brought up his fusion cannon and fired directly into the Gurren's chest to blast it back, forcing it to release him. However, this momentary distraction was everything that Optimus needed, as he had transformed again upon reaching the very summit of the mountain and kicked it into maximum overdrive. He gunned it right over the cliffside like a makeshift ramp, using the gathered momentum to propel himself at the right angle straight toward the massive rock. He transformed and reached out his hand to just barely grab the Star Saber by the handle, causing himself to hang off the rock, the sword being the only means of maintaining a solid grip. All the Autobots and Black Knights watched in suspense, wondering what was about to happen, while Megatron's optics widened in shock and fury. The very second his hand touched the sword, the blade of the Star Saber began to shine a bright blue, pure energy radiating from it as it responded to the matrix of leadership that he kept inside himself. The Star Saber was then pulled from the rock, causing Optimus to fall with the sword back to the ground. Using this opportunity to retreat, Megatron quickly transformed and flew back toward the Nemesis while a ground bridge was called in to pull out Steeljaw and the disbanded Constructicons. Colin and Suzaku both flew in to try and help the falling Optimus, but that proved to be unnecessary as the energy radiating from the Star Saber enveloped Optimus like blue-white fire, almost like it was a shield. He landed on the ground almost like a meteorite with excessive energy exploding outward. The dust quickly settled, and in the middle of the impact zone was Optimus. The glowing Star Saber embedded the ground from the impact. With one hand, Optimus pulled out the Star Saber and held it up high, its bright light illuminating the night like a bright star. The Gurren and Lancelot flew down to regroup with the Shinkiro, Tristian, Pink Akatsuki, and Hercules, alongside Bumblebee, Archie, Ironhide, Sideswipe, Strongarm, and Grindcore, as each of them looked impressed. "Okay, you guys gotta admit that looks freaking badass," Yuki-Ya commented. "No argument there, buddy," Grindcore agreed. From the bridge of the Nemesis, Megatron growled in fury. He was not about to let Optimus get away with such a dangerous weapon. "Drop the mountain on him." The magnet detached the massive rock, causing it to fall and crash on a huge hilltop. Much to everyone's shock and horror, they saw the rock roll downhill straight to Optimus with no sign of stopping. Something that massive would undoubtedly crush him. "Optimus! Retreat!" Archie warned to him. "Get out of there, Prime!" Ironhide warned. "Let's blast that thing with everything we got." Colin readied her Gurren's weapons. "No time to prime everything," Suzaku exclaimed. "Can't we stop it?" Ayano questioned. "That thing is too large even for the Hercules," Akito stated. "We would be crushed under its momentum." "Tai, deploy an emergency ground bridge to Optimus location. Now," Lelich ordered. "Wait a minute." Sarah stopped them all, much to their surprise. "What?" "Sarah, what are you?" Leela questioned. "Just wait," the immortal girl insisted, even as the enormous stone was right before Optimus. The leader of the Autobots turned around to face the gigantic rock, right when it was about to roll over him, but he wasn't the least bit fazed. He pulled back on the Star Saber, and just as the stone was about to make a devastating and deadly contact. Slice! Optimus Prime had swung the Star Saber upward, cleaving the entire stone in half, both halves rolling behind him before coming to a stop. And it wasn't anything rough, it was a clean and perfect cut. Almost like a hot knife through butter. And there wasn't even so much as a scratch on either Optimus or the bright glowing saber. "Wait. What?" Colin stuttered. Did he just?" Sideswipe stuttered as well. "Cut right through a mountain?" Bumblebee bleeped. "Yes, I believe he did." "No way." Ryo's eyes wavered in absolute shock. That's amazing." A wide and awestruck smile formed on Gino's face, looking at the Prime as if he were a comic book superhero. Archie, Strongarm, Leela, and Suzaku each looked with circular eyes and open mouths, their pupils wavering in amazement. Yuki-Ya, Grindcore, Ayano, and even Akito were all rendered speechless, not believing it if they weren't seeing it for themselves. Though shocked as well, a knowing smirk fell on Ironhide's face as he gave a single nod, something Sarah felt as well. "He never ceases to amaze me," the immortal thought internally. As for Lelich, the sensation that he felt couldn't quite be described to mere words. It was almost like he was hit with shock and amazement all at once and tenfold. A part of him had expected Optimus to do something amazing, but he never expected anything like this. Before he knew it, a smile had formed on his face almost automatically. Holy shit! Tamaki muttered as everyone else on the Ark's bridge had seen what had transpired as well. Rivals, Millie, Alice, Cecile, Nina, Ogai, and even Cornelia all felt their jaws drop from their mouths. Rax Hata was so shocked that she had dropped her pipe and let it fall to the ground just as Lloyd fell to his knees, his eyes shaking as he was rendered completely speechless. Even those normally stoic like Todo and Zinc. Please tell me that was recorded. Diet Hard stuttered as his inner fanatic once again came to the surface. TTTTAI. That was recorded, wasn't it? Oh yes. Down to the millisecond. The artificial intelligence herself confirmed. Ryan and Shirley were both completely awestruck, the girl placing a hand over her mouth as they not only looked toward themselves in shock, but even Bulkhead, who was just as shocked as they were. Amazing. Kagaya's eyes sparkled as she smiled like a child on Christmas morning. He truly is. Euphemia smiled warmly in agreement as she and Nunnally looked on with emotional smiles before turning toward Ratchet, Ultra Magnus, and Elita 1. They too were just as amazed as they smiled at the girls, looking at them with the same hope-filled optics. On the Nemesis Bridge, Starscream and Steeljaw were both rendered speechless, as was even Schneeisel. It was incredibly rare to see genuine shock on the former Brighton Neon Prince's face, but this was one of those times. He had just witnessed Optimus Prime cut through a mountain like it was paper. Of course, none of that could compare to what Megatron felt. He had heard the stories from Alpha Trion of what the Starsaber was capable of. But to actually see it with his own optics, and in the hands of his greatest enemy. For one of the very few times in his life, Megatron felt something that he never once imagined he'd ever feel again. Particularly from Optimus. Fear. Optimus Prime then ran forward, swinging the Starsaber around himself, and generating a trail of energy with each swing before giving a yell and one final swing to send a wave of blue energy straight for the retreating Nemesis. The wave struck from behind, near the engine area, shaking up the whole vessel and causing it to fall downwards. However, it was quickly able to stabilize itself, pick itself back up, and fly away at high speeds. Incredible! Leela looked in awe as the other Autobots and Black Knights present all began to cheer and holler in victory. Yeah. That's right. You better run. Sideswipe called out. Even Suzaku, who wasn't known for celebrating too loudly, couldn't help but laugh in genuine joy and happiness. Perhaps this war may come to an end sooner than he thought. Once again, he was glad that he had chosen the right side. Lelich looked to his mentor in awe once more as he wielded the bright and glowing Starsaber. Long live the king! As the Nemesis retreated, and those on the bridge regained their footing from the whole vessel shaking at the Starsaber's attack, Megatron couldn't hide the fact that despite every victory they've gained so far, it could all mean nothing as the Autobots and Black Knights now possessed arguably the most powerful weapon in the universe. With the Starsaber in Optimus' hands, even Neo Ragnarok was now at risk. We Decepticons now face our darkest hour. Your darkest hour might be the key to my brightest day. Schneeisel mused inwardly. You certainly know how to pick your mentors, don't you, Lelich? And Optimus Prime, you never cease to amaze. Upon returning to Horai Island with the rest of his team from the mission, Optimus Prime was greeted with an absolute standing ovation as everyone on the bridge of the Ark cheered and clapped for him. Go Optimus! Shirley cheered. You were amazing out there. Kagaya cheered. Truly incredible. Todo clapped. Here thought you couldn't get any more amazing. Ogai clapped as well. That sword is literally the coolest thing ever. Tamaki practically screamed. Damn right. Did you see what he did? Slice. Rivalts motioned a sword slice with his arm. Just imagine what would have happened if that thing were to hit Megatron in the face. Rai grinned. Buckethead would be pushing up lugnuts for sure. Bulkhead also smirked. Not even he could survive that. How truly wonderful. Lloyd looked especially excited. Please tell me you'll let me get a closer look at that amazing weapon. Sorry Lloyd, but I already called first dibs. Raxhata grinned, causing him to pout. Optimus, you were amazing. Nunnally practically cried as Yuffie held her close. That was. I think this war might actually be coming to an end soon. Yuffie herself added as Cornelia held her sister's hand with just as much emotion. Let's not get too carried away. Ultra Magnus spoke up. Yes, the acquisition of the Starsaber is a victory, but so long as Megatron remains free, the war is still far from over. Aw man. Why do you always have to be such a killjoy, Magnus? Tamaki complained. Just enjoy the victory party, dude. No, Ultra Magnus is right. Ratchet added. We can't afford to get too comfortable, especially since Megatron has done the impossible before. Such as acquiring his own geese. Elita added. Lelich, Colin, and Suzaku each shared concerned expressions with one another. Despite the clear victory today, they all knew personally just what Megatron was capable of, so they also knew they weren't in the clear yet. Then perhaps it's time to deal a decisive blow. One that they cannot recover from. Everyone turned toward the entrance of the bridge to see Fixit, Sayoko, and Chigusa escorting a certain cyborg inside, one that everyone recognized as many looked at him with either glares or concern. Jeremiah Gottwald. Or do you prefer, Orange? Lelich greeted coldly. That last name earned a grin from him. You call me what you wish, Zero, or Lelich. That last comment caused Lelich to glare slightly up at Nunnally. He never imagined he'd ever glare at her before, but her revealing his identity to him without his consent wasn't exactly something he approved of. Nunnally looked at him with a serious expression of her own, silently telling him that she knew and understood why he was mad but didn't regret her actions. Are you guys sure he's clean? Colin asked. Considering we don't know exactly he went through. Especially at Shockwave's hands. Archie added. Despite being on the same mission that saw Jeremiah's defection, she was still cautious. We're 100% certain of it. Fixit confirmed. We ran a thorough scan through Jeremiah's techno-organic internal systems, and there is no trace of malware or any other form of danger inside him whatsoever. Any connection to the Decepticons has been severed. He is now free. Even after everything you've done, especially to some of us here. Lelich began, glancing at Suzaku first before glaring at the former head of the Purebloods. Do you really expect us to trust you? Zero, if I may. Chigusa spoke up. Wasn't I also on the same side as him, and you allowed me into your ranks, as well as other former Brightonians that were once your enemies? Even a few former Decepticons. If you were willing to give them a second chance, shouldn't you do the same for him? She does have a point. Suzaku agreed. You gave one for me too even after everything I did. Lelich sighed, seeing that they were right. It would be hypocritical of Lelich for him not to at least give Jeremiah a chance. I won't ask for your forgiveness, that is something I must earn, I've already come to terms with that. Jeremiah spoke directly to the young revolutionary. But, my failing to protect your mother has been my single and greatest regret. So, allow me the chance to atone, not just for failing her, but for all the times I've tried to hurt you and your friends. He bowed to him, kneeling before the former prince like a knightwood royalty. I will pledge my undying loyalty to the cause of the Autobots and Black Knights. I will give everything I have to rid this world of the Decepticon vermin that seek to destroy it, and anyone else who would threaten you. Let us begin, with the complete and total destruction of the Geese Order. Optimus then spoke up. Are you certain you know of its location? And every active thought elevator on this planet? The cyborg confirmed. And my vow is not only to Zero. It is to you as well, Optimus Prime. I pledge my loyalty and life to you, and you will expect nothing less than perfection from me. I will even face Megatron himself in single combat if that is your wish. Damn. I think I actually believe him. Tamaki commented. Lelich and Optimus shared eye contact with one another. One look and they both came to a silent agreement as Lelich walked over and extended his hand to the kneeling cyborg. Then let's not waste any more time. We'll begin immediately. What do you say, Orange? The leader of the Black Knights offered. Jeremiah gave an ambitious smirk as he firmly gripped his newfound leader's hand. Indeed, yes, my Master Zero. Chapter 28, War on Geese. Megatron stood on the bridge of the retreating Nemesis vessel in silence. Behind him were Starscream, Steeljaw, Soundwave, and Schnee-Eisel, all looking to the back of the Decepticon leader that had yet to even make a move or a sound. One couldn't necessarily blame him as they all saw the same thing. Optimus Prime, their greatest enemy, now wields a weapon of unimaginable power, one that could have sliced the entire vessel that they were still standing on in half. Why he didn't was anyone's guess, but they were at least grateful for the fact that they were alive. After what seemed like an eternity, Steeljaw was the first to step forward. Lord Megatron, while our retreat was unfortunate but necessary, I believe now may be the best time to begin planning a counterattack. Counterattack? Megatron questioned loudly as he finally turned around to address his subordinates. Perhaps you've failed to notice Optimus Prime cleave through an entire mountain with a single blow. With the Starsaber in his possession, my enemy can eliminate us all with the wave of his hand. There is also the fact that Optimus and his Black Knight pets have rallied nearly all the other humans of this world under their banner. Starscream added. That being said, perhaps it is best for us to simply leave Earth. Let's forget about this speck of dirt and just leave it all behind. They will simply follow us. Megatron stated. Lelich is not one to leave loose ends. He and Optimus will take the Ark and their forces and follow us to the other side of the universe if they wish. What we must do, is find a way to tip the balance of power back in our favor. Do we not also possess a similar artifact? Schnee-Eisel recalled. A relic of the so-called primes. Soundwave responded to that by showing an image of said relic on his visor. Yes, that is it. The Forge of Solus Prime. Steeljaw confirmed. While it is not a weapon like the Starsaber, it has the capability to forge such weapons. In fact, lore says that it was used to forge the Starsaber in the first place. Unfortunately, the forge is completely useless to us. Starscream said. It will only respond when in the hand of a prime. It was that choice of words that got Megatron's attention. The hand of a prime. A smirk fell on his face before he chuckled, getting the attention of his subordinates, before his chuckle turned into full-on laughter as he had been struck with an epiphany. It's so simple. I'm ashamed I didn't think of it sooner. Megatron's laughter died down. Starscream, for once you may have actually provided a solution to our current predicament. Horai Island. Oh my, oh my. Lloyd was giddy like a schoolgirl as he, Cecile, Rax Hata, Fixit, Anna, Nina, and Perceptor studied the Starsaber in the base's scientific laboratory. You've been saying that for the last hour now. Perceptor pointed out. Well, I can't blame him. Rax Hata grinned. After all, it's not every day that you study a weapon that could be considered godlike. I still can't believe it. Anna looked over the footage of Optimus Prime wielding the Starsaber to slice the mountain that would have crushed him in an instant. It was a clean cut, too. The amount of power to not only create such a slice, but also overpower the inertia and momentum gathered from a giant mountain that was rolling down. I can't think of anything, human or Cybertronian, that can actually stop something like that. Cecile said. Not to mention the energy that was used to send off that ranged attack. They looked at the footage that changed to Optimus wielding the Starsaber to send a wave of energy directly toward the retreating Nemesis. What kind of energy even is that? Anna asked. It is said to draw power from the matrix of leadership, which contains not only fragments of the sparks of the original primes, but even a piece of Cybertron's core. Fixit said. So this sword is essentially powered by the core of a planet. Lloyd said before grinning like a madman. Have I mentioned how much I just love Cybertronian technology? I mean, all those weapons we've seen since first contact in Area 11 are trinkets compared to all this prime stuff. He sighed as if he had just fallen in love. Oh, what I wouldn't give to live among those primes. Perhaps we should best focus on the now. Nina said as she was looking at a monitor hooked up to a machine that had scanned the Starsaber. Primarily how there appear to be fissures on this weapon. That got everyone's attention. Fissures? Cecile asked. Perceptor brought up the data on his own monitor, showing an image of the Star Saber itself before zooming in on a microscopic level to reveal several small cracks and fissures all across the blade. It's true, though they may be small and invisible to the naked eye or optic, they are still there. Perceptor said, as everyone looked worried. Well, if you believe the legends Optimus had said, these relics of the primes were created around the early days of the universe. Rax Hata said. Which is around 13 billion years old. Which means the Star Saber is quite an old weapon. Cecile commented. That's an understatement. Lloyd added as he sighed sadly. Unfortunately, nothing is immune to the effects of time. Wouldn't that mean the Star Saber could break? Anna asked worriedly. That is unlikely. Fixit said. Though the Star Saber is very old, it is still incredibly powerful. In order to actually deal any significant damage, even with all those fissures, you would require a weapon of equal or greater power. The only thing that really comes to mind is a supernova. So, unless Megatron decides to blow up our sun, I think we're good. Lloyd said. And here's hoping you didn't just jinx us, Lloyd. Rax Hata told him. Wait. Can Megatron destroy our sun? Cecile asked. Now that she thought about it, if he would go so far as to poison his own home planet and even desecrate the dead, destroying a star doesn't seem too out of character for him. Now she was looking worried. Rest assured, the Decepticons do not have that kind of firepower at their disposal. Perceptor said, causing the group to sigh in relief. At least not yet. Lloyd said, causing Cecile to stomp on his foot. Ow. Meanwhile, the leadership of the Black Knight Autobot Alliance had gathered on the bridge of the Ark, consisting of Lelich, Optimus, Sarah, Ogai, Todo, Leela, Ironhide, Wizard, Cornelia, Ultra Magnus, Ratchet, and Mary Bell, as Jeremiah presented all the information that he had on the Geese Order as well as the thought elevators. TAI was actively showing world maps on the main screen to help illustrate Jeremiah's descriptions. Sayoko was present as well, if only to protect Lelich should something happen. There were once 8 thought elevators in total. Jeremiah explained. One is located in what was formerly the EU city of London, which was briefly conquered by Britannia and later the Decepticons before the former empire could designate it as an area. The second is at Area 20 in the former African country of Congo. The third is located in the former Area 18. The fourth is in Euro-Britannian territory, within the Upper Peninsula formerly known as Russia. The fifth is located in Antarctica. While the last one is stationed within the Geese Order itself, which is located underground within Taklamakan Desert in the Chinese Federation. That is only 6. What of the other 2? Optimus asked. One was in Area 11, Kaname Island specifically. But you destroyed that. Jeremiah answered to the Prime. The other was underneath Pendragon, but that was destroyed when the palace fell, collateral damage. Can we be certain you weren't fed false information? Todo questioned. We had run a thorough scan over Jeremiah multiple times. Ratchet replied. I believe the information he has is valid. General Bartley once believed that the primary reason for Britannia's invasions was to secretly obtain the thought elevators, but nobody could confirm it. Jeremiah said. Asplund did bring that up. Lelich recalled. So, all this time, all our conquests, the lives we ruined. Cornelia did her best to conceal her anger. It was all for this. Yes. Sarah confirmed. Everything Britannia did, it was all based on lies and false promises concocted by Charles, his brother, and his closest inner circle within the Geese Order. Why go that far though? What could he possibly want with all these thought elevators? Ogai asked. What even is a thought elevator anyway? I'm not certain of their origin. Sarah explained as best as she could. Perhaps they were built by that first civilization that Vector Prime had shown us. She, Lelich, Leela, Optimus, and Mary Bell all recalled that particular instance. As for what Charles and Vivi wanted from them, they believed they could shatter the boundaries between this world and what they perceived as the afterlife, or C's world. This was their plan, what they called Ragnarok. I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term. What is Ragnarok? Ultra Magnus asked. The twilight of the gods. Leela explained. Norse mythology depicts an event where all humanity lose their sense of sanity, and all gods and mythological figures do battle with one another that lays waste to the world around them, while also setting the stage for a new world to be reborn from the ashes. Simply put, it's the apocalypse. Maribel translated. So, my late father's goal was to destroy the world. Lelich deduced, his fists clenching in anger. Britannia was well on the way to doing that already. Ogai said with disdain clearly in his voice. Not to mention Megatron could probably destroy the planet anytime he wanted since he destroyed Cybertron. Why would they need these magic elevator things to do it? Because they believed Ragnarok could unite all humans together, both living and dead. Sarah stated, getting all their attention. Charles and Victor both believed that humanity was incapable of change, that they were deceitful and chaotic by nature, that peace, coexistence, equality, virtually everything that you believe Optimus, she said as she looked toward the Prime, was a lie and impossible to achieve. This would unite all humanity, alive or dead, into one single being. At least that's how they thought. In a sense, it would literally destroy the individuality and free will of all humanity. Optimus surmised. Pretty much. Sarah confirmed. Till all are one. Lelich muttered. A dark and twisted version of it. You seem to know a lot about this Ragnarok. Todo pointed out. All eyes set on Sarah. Many of them had long since got a general idea that Sarah had some form of association with Charles and Vivi at one point. They still didn't know the full story. Optimus had especially been patient with her, allowing her to explain it all at her own time. But it would seem that time is now. Because I helped them with it. She revealed, getting everyone's attention. I was one of the leaders of the Geese Order alongside them. I helped them prepare for Ragnarok when they were still young, and I worked alongside them for many years. Why would you help them with that? Maribel asked. Because I saw it as a way out. Sarah stated, turning around, not even bringing herself to face them all. I've lived longer than any human on this planet. I may even be older than Britannia itself. I've honestly lost count of the decades I've walked this earth. I have seen war after war, times of peace here and there. I've seen people grow, change, love and hate one another. I've seen people die peacefully, and I've seen innocent lives taken for every reason you can possibly think of. Yet I remain the same. I'm unable to form any kind of attachments with anyone, because any kind of connection I had was quickly lost. They live their lives, they grow old, they die, while I remain the same. Because of that, I can't even find someone to love, to start a family with, to live alongside. She was on the verge breaking down, yet still didn't turn to face any of them. I used to form contracts with people, give them geese, so that they could master it, and one day, remove this curse of immortality that I have. But each and every time, they all failed. I saw Ragnarok as a way to escape all of that. A way to finally end. I didn't view humanity the same way as them, I just wanted to finally. I just wanted to die. Or at least have an end in sight. She couldn't bring herself to finish before she fell on her knees and covered her face, sobbing. Everyone, even the most normally stoic and hardened warriors, looked to the immortal girl with sympathy and pity. Leela and even Maribel were in tears themselves. Lelich and the Autobots already had a good idea that Sarah's past was something like that, she more or less hinted it to them several times before. But it was still heartbreaking to hear. Lelich stood up from his spot and walked to the crying immortal and extended her his hand, much to her surprise. You have that now, don't you? He began. When we first met, I was the same. I was going through the motions, unable to truly live, thinking this world could never change. You helped open my eyes, showed me that I could find a reason to live just as they gave me a purpose. He looked towards Optimus specifically before looking back at her. And I wasn't the only one who changed, you did too. You're even going by your real name now, you're no longer CC. You might still be immortal, but you're still human too. We'll find a way to remove that curse from you. If there's nothing on Earth that can do it, maybe there's something out there that can. Optimus instinctively thought of Vector Sigma. Once this was all over, he could return to Cybertron and find that sacred relic of knowledge, perhaps it could give him an answer. Or at the very least, point him in the right direction. He didn't need to say it, but he wouldn't give up on Sarah either. She was one of them, and she deserved to have a life of happiness just as Lelich and everyone else did. He would see to it she found that happiness, no matter what. Sarah gave a laugh as she wiped the tears from her eyes and accepted his hand. Who would have thought that the same pessimistic, vengeful boy would turn into such a fine man? I guess I grew up. Lelich shrugged. A lot faster than the rest of us, that's for sure. Cornelia joked, earning some laughs and a few smirks from even Todo and Ultra Magnus. Immortal or not, you're still one of us, kid. Ironhide told her. Don't you forget it. Lelich then smiled toward Sarah. Now, are you ready to tear it all down? To end this altogether? Because we're not just doing this to deal a blow to the Decepticons, we're going to destroy Geese altogether. This power has cursed our world for too long, and it is time for it to end. Lelich is correct. Optimus added. The thought elevators, the Geese Order, even Geese itself, it is this power that has allowed the late Charles and Megatron to commit such atrocities. Whatever reason Charles hoped to achieve with this Ragnarok, it also stands to reason that Megatron will use that to his own ends as well, and if it is truly capable of what you say it is, that is one abusive power that we absolutely cannot allow. I agree. Sarah said in agreement as she clasped Lelich's hand with a determined expression. You're right. It's time for Geese to finally meet its end. So, we are destroying all the thought elevators, as well as the Geese Order. Is that correct? Leela asked. That is our plan. Ultra Magnus confirmed. We cannot allow even a trace of this power to continue existing, or else we run the risk of it repeating all over again. How much could the Decepticons truly achieve with just a pile of rubble? Wizard asked. With Shockwave at the helm of this study? Virtually anything. Ratchet said. Next to Megatron himself, Shockwave may be the most dangerous Decepticon to ever exist. He has absolutely no morality, no emotion, no standards, everything he does is based solely on his cold and twisted sense of logic. Ironhide added. He'll do anything to see his goals come to light, and I do mean anything. Who do you think turned Grimlock into a Dinobot? Which means, we'll expect heavy resistance. Optimus said. All of the thought elevators are located within Decepticon-controlled areas, and the Geese Order itself should be heavily guarded. That's putting it mildly. Jeremiah explained. Shockwaves turned it into a fortress. TAI, if you would, please show them. Of course. TAI brought up a three-dimensional hologram of the Geese Order, which had the appearance of a small city with cube and rectangular-shaped structures that made up the entire fortress. There was also a dome that encircled around the citadel. With defenses only rivaled by New Kaon, it is protected by a barrier that not only hides it from view but is virtually impenetrable by any kind of weapons on the outside. Jeremiah explained. That barrier is projected by an anti-ground bridge device that was previously used by Starscream and Schneeisel while they were in the Chinese Federation, but it has since been moved there. There was one that was used when Steeljaw and Shin's forces attempted to attack us in the EU. Leela recalled. But we destroyed that as well. The only other one remaining is at New Kaon. Jeremiah confirmed. It prevents anyone from jumping in for a surprise attack. Clever. Todo commented. But should the shield fall, what defenses does this fortress have exactly? It has fortress-grade mounted turrets at these specific locations. Jeremiah said as several spots on the hologram lit up along the perimeter of the fortress. But should those fall, Shockwave still commands an army of Dark Pawns. There's also the Dark Fafnir which serves as the vanguard for the Citadel. And with that Driller monster as well as Nemesis Prime, those defenses are likely even stronger. Sarah noted. We're going to need a lot of firepower to bring that down. Ogai said. Actually, we won't need that much. Lelich said, getting all their attention. For this plan to work, we need to strike all our targets at once. The Geese Order and the Thought Elevators, all at the same time. You already have a plan in place? Ultra Magnus asked. We'll have several strike teams hit each of the 5 Thought Elevators across the planet. Lelich explained, turning to the map on the bridge's screen that showed the locations of each target. Oh Guy, you'll lead the Zero Squad and aerial bots to London. Ultra Magnus, you'll take the Elite Guard to Area 20 in Congo. Leela, you and the Black Wyverns along with Sideswipe, Grindcore, and Strongarm will go to the one in Euro Britannia. Toto, Maribel, the Black Dragon and Crimson Knights will go to Area 18. Ratchet, what is the status of the Wreckers? Nearly all have fully recovered, including Warpath, Wheeljack, and Nonet, with the Gale's Chin fully rebuilt, as well as the Raiden. Ratchet answered. However, Bulkhead and Rai are not yet cleared for duty and need more time to recover. All right. Aside from them, Ironhide will take the remaining Wreckers to Antarctica. Lelich said. Though it pained him to especially sit Rai out from this as he knew his half-brother would want to help tear this all down too, he wasn't going to put him back on the field when he wasn't ready yet. What about the Geese Order itself? Wizard asked. Lelich smiled knowingly. You, along with Optimus, Sarah, Bumblebee, Grimlock, Alice, and Orpheus will join me as we attack the Order directly. Lelich, I know that this team of yours has some of its best, with Grimlock especially being powerful, but it'll still be an uphill battle to say the least, if what Gottwald has said is true about the Geese Order's defenses. Cornelia advised. Which is why Optimus will be wielding the Starsaber and Skyboom shield. Lelich revealed, much to everyone's surprise. The ultimate weapon and shield of the Primes. As dangerous and as smart as Shockwave is, I doubt he has a counter for all of that. Lelich, even with the Starsaber and Skyboom shield providing us a valuable edge, we must also take into account the innocent lives that are being held captive against their will within the fortress. Optimus advised. One of them being Shirley's father, who helped to deliver this message to us. I know, along with Anya and Alice's friends. Lelich replied. Where are they exactly? He asked Jeremiah. Should be right here. Jeremiah pointed to hologram, specifically one of the smaller buildings within the middle area. There's also a handful of other scientists there that previously worked with Kodar, Clovis' old research team, including General Bartley. Shockwave tends to keep them all close to better keep an eye on them. Then you'll be leading an extraction team to pull them out. Lelich told him. Sayoko, you will join and provide support. As you wish. She bowed. How do you plan on them getting past the barrier, though? Maribel asked. TAI, based on the data provided by Jeremiah, do you believe the Starsaber can shatter the barrier protecting Shockwave's fortress? Lelich asked. After seeing it cleave through a mountain, as well as considering all the data the research team has given. Yes, one hit should destabilize the entire barrier. TAI confirmed. Excellent. Lelich said. But right before the barrier falls, one Autobot in a small group of Black Knights that'll serve as the extraction team will infiltrate the facility with that phase shifter that was retrieved from Paris. It is crucial though that the team gets to their target right when Optimus breaks through. That way, Shockwave will divert most of his forces to counter the threat, while the extraction team pulls out all the scientists and captive pilots before they're deployed. And with the barrier destroyed, they'll be able to escape via ground bridge swiftly enough. Though I'm certain the Starsaber, as well as Grimlock's raw power, will be enough to cut through most of Shockwave's forces. Once the other teams destroy the Thought Elevators, they'll need to be transported immediately to the Geese Order where we'll overwhelm Shockwave and obliterate the entire Citadel, including the last Thought Elevator there. Everyone took a moment to process this plan. It had just as many moving parts as expected, nothing they would expect less from Lelich of all people. It seemed to cover all their bases, though there were some clear risks, many of them were unavoidable. I want to ensure the best possible scenario here. Lelich said. And this is the best way I can think of. We can't afford to wait much longer though. We have the advantage now with the Starsaber and the other relics we've acquired, but I don't expect Megatron to just sit and wait for us to come to him. He's going to find a way to level the playing field with us. You really think he has something that can counter the Starsaber? Ogai asked. If he doesn't yet, he will find something soon. Lelich said. I have to agree. We've all seen how far Megatron is willing to go to get what he wants, including desecration. Ratchet added with a scowl. Then we must embark on this mission as soon as possible. Optimus said. Prepare all our forces to leave immediately. I too fear for what Megatron may do to counter us, as our advantage may not last forever. The Nemesis had left the Earth and was now making its way toward the planet's only moon, with Megatron standing outside on the deck of the ship alongside Starscream, Thundercracker, Skybite, and Steeljaw. Earth's moon. Starscream spotted the small celestial body and looked almost reminiscently at it. The very place where our beloved Nemesis was once trapped as we guided Britannia for more than 50 Earth decades. I'm almost getting nostalgia. Nostalgia aside, I fail to see how the moon will solve our current predicament. Steeljaw pointed out. The moon is neither our solution, nor destination, Steeljaw. Megatron corrected as the Nemesis flew around and past the moon. It didn't take long for the Decepticons on top to spot what it was they were really heading toward. A large portal-like device that remained hidden behind the dark shadow cast from the other side of the orbiting moon. A space bridge. Skybite looked in surprise. Our very own. Megatron explained. The dark side of the moon is hidden from prying human eyes, and by extension, outside the Autobots' reach. I worked with Shockwave and Soundwave to specially design its frame so that the space bridge remains hidden on the moon's dark side. Thundercracker added. Come Thundercracker, Skybite. Megatron instructed. We shall travel to the one place in the galaxy which may provide us with a means of defeating Optimus Prime and Zero. Starscream, Steeljaw, you are in command until I return, but make no moves against our enemies until then. Briefly caught off guard by Megatron's willingness to give him command, Starscream grinned as he bowed. I would be honored, Master. You can count on us. Steeljaw added as he bowed as well. With that, Megatron transformed as did Thundercracker and Skybite before all three flew toward the space bridge, which quickly activated, allowing them to travel across the galaxy in mere seconds. Starscream smirked as he saw him leave. No. It's too soon for Schneeisel and I to make our move. We shall wait until our master returns and see what he's acquired. Perhaps it may serve us more. Of course, they weren't the only ones who saw them leave. Having gotten out through a duct on the side of the Nemesis, Hotshot was on one of the smaller wings on the hull of the Decepticon warship as he saw Megatron and his lackeys leave. What are they up to? Seeing as he was outside the ship, it seemed like a good opportunity to send a message as he quickly accessed his comms. Hotshot to base, Megatron has left Earth. The cons have a space bridge behind this planet's moon. I don't know where he's going, but it can't be good. Be ready for anything. Hotshot out. He quickly turned off his comms and made his way back into the Nemesis, hoping his friends and allies heard his message. Meanwhile, back on Horai Island, Orpheus, Aldrin, and Maribel sat across from Toto in a small room where the group could speak in private. It may have been last second given the mission they would embark on at any given moment, but she had to tell them. So, she did. She told them her whole story. Needless to say, Maribel and the Oz twins were more than shocked. Why you, were in the Geese Order? Maribel questioned. I was. Toto nodded, her head down as she couldn't even bring herself to look them in the eyes, specifically that of Aldrin, as she couldn't find the words to reply to her. How come I never saw you? Orpheus asked as he had the same story as her. I guess Vivi wanted to keep all of us separated, that way we couldn't form bonds with each other and try to escape. Toro said with a shrug. At least that's what I think, I don't know for sure. So, what's your power? Maribel asked. If I make direct eye contact, I can erase memories. Toto answered. It's not like the late Emperor's where he had the power to alter them, I just straight up wipe them. I was sent into the Zevon household in order to make sure that Aldrin and Orpheus never met, and if they did, I would erase their memories of that very encounter. Don't ask me why, I never figured it out. One of their hundreds of little plans that all led to grand design, which we now know as Ragnarok. Did you ever do it? Orpheus asked, sparking a glance to his twin sister, whose hair had covered her features as he couldn't even read the expression she had on her face. No. She shook her head. I never had the opportunity, because you two only met after the Decepticons had taken over. Why not just do it then? Why not follow the orders you were given? Orpheus asked. Because I Toto stuttered a bit before she gave her answer. Because I love Aldrin, like family. She clenched her fists on her lap, keeping her head down as she couldn't face any of them. I was just following orders at first, but she showed me such kindness, treated me like I was part of her family. And somewhere down the line I actually felt like I really was part of her family. In a way I'm glad that the Decepticons destroyed it all. I know that makes me sound horrible and selfish, and maybe I am, but this was the first time Tears were already falling down her eyes. I had a family. I didn't want to lose it. I'm so sorry. I know you hate me now and I don't blame you, but Toto was interrupted as Aldrin leapt at her to wrap her arms around her, completely catching her off guard. I could never hate you. Toto. She couldn't believe the words that came from Aldrin's mouth. I don't care where you came from, or what you were in the past. Aldrin continued as she cried as well. You are my family. You, and the rest of the Glindonites, you are all my family, no matter what. I don't, how can you? Toto questioned. It may have been the mission you were given. Mary Bell spoke up next as she came up and hugged Toto too, pulling in Aldrin as well. But you chose to defy it, chose to fight alongside us, and you chose to confide in us the truth now. That alone makes you a far better person than you think you are. Orpheus stood up as well. Speaking as someone who knows what it's like to love someone, and to defy everything and everyone for their sake. I know how you feel. He placed a hand on Toto's shoulder and gave her a smile. That little prick, Vivi, can go suck it. Forget that mission he gave you, he's got no hold on you anymore, just as he doesn't on me. Aldrin pulled away and looked Toto in the eyes with a tearful smile. I've confronted the man took my mother away, the man I swore to kill, and I saw the eyes of someone who had nothing but regret. I may not have forgiven him, but I still gave him a chance. And considering everything you've done already, it would be unfair of me if I didn't give you one too. She reached out and caressed Toto by the face. No matter what happens, Toto, I'll always love you. We're family. And family stays together. Toto couldn't believe it. She expected Aldrin to shout and scream hateful things at her. Hell, she even thought that she might execute her right then and there. But she didn't. There was no hate or anger in her eyes, only sympathy and love. For that reason, Toto was ready to break down, but she forced her tears back as she still had something to say. Thank you. She fiercely wiped her face. And my feelings now are telling me what my next choice is. And that's part of the extraction op on the assault in the Geese Order. That took all three of them by surprise. What? You can't be serious. Mary Bell exclaimed. I'm very serious. Toto insisted. You think you have home field advantage or something? Orpheus questioned. It's not V.V's home turf anymore. The cons probably made that place into something you won't recognize. I'm aware of that. She replied. But I still have to do it. I'm not Nightmare Pilot, but I need to take part in this. If I can do something that can help bring that horrible place down once and for all, and maybe even spit in V.VSI, even that shockwaves, I have to do it. I'm sorry, but my mind is made up and you can't stop me. Toto. Aldrin looked into her eyes and saw the unwavering conviction. She was dead serious about this. That makes two of us. Orpheus said with a slight smile. I volunteered to join the assault team alongside Lelich, Optimus, and Grimlock. As soon as I heard it from that Jeremiah Orange guy, I stepped up immediately. I would love to finally tear that god-forsaken place to the ground, so let's do it together. Deal. He offered his hand to her with a smile. Though surprised at first, Toto smiled as she clashed his hand with hers. Deal. I can't stop you. Aldrin said in reluctant acceptance. But, promise me one thing. That you'll come back. I can't lose another member of my family. Please, promise me that, Toto. Toto reached with her free hand to grasp Aldrin's as she smiled at her. I promise. With that, Aldrin pulled Toto into another hug as they both let their tears fall again. Mary Bell was quick to join in as well. Orpheus couldn't help but look at them with a sincere smile, that is until his sister pulled him into the group embrace too. "Oh, you get in here, too," she said as all their arms wrapped around him as well, much to his surprise. "What? But I..." "Hey, your family, too," Aldrin said with a smile. "So, you better come back as well, or I swear I'm going to chase you into the afterlife and kill you all over again." "You got it," she said in between laughs and sobs. Orpheus let out a small chuckle as he, probably for the first time in his life, embraced his twin sister. "I promise, sister." As the four of them shared their moment, Oyagro had heard everything from around the corner. His mask was off as he smiled, happy that they were able to work things out and form such loving bonds with one another. His niece and nephew were truly happy with the friends they made, and that was enough for him. He too would be joining them on this mission, and while he couldn't control what happens with Toto and the rest of the extraction team, he would make certain that Orpheus made it back in one piece. With a solidified resolve, he put the mask of wizard back on once more. "Yes. Let us end that god-forsaken place together." "So, these are the two humans actively working for Shockwave?" Optimus noted as holographic projections of Arcvale and Mad were shown to him as well as the group of Lelich, Ratchet, Lloyd, Rax Hata, Alice, Sayoko, Sarah, and Jeremiah. "Yes," Jeremiah confirmed. Colonel Mad, a former Brightonian military man. Though he wasn't much of a combatant, he was a competent strategist. He's mostly in charge of the physical training for any soldiers in the Geese Order. The other, Dr. Arcvale. Rax Hata recognized him. "You know of him?" Ratchet asked. "We share something of a history, though not as thorough as Lloyd's over here." She gestured to the scientist next to him. "He's always been one to enhance human bodies with cybernetics." "Wasn't that the field you were in?" Lelich asked. "For medical purposes," Rax Hata replied. "He believed technology was the next stage of human evolution." "Yes, he actually had the idea of turning human soldiers into Knight Marrays," Lloyd added. "Basically, putting human brains into the frames themselves. A certifiable nut job this guy." Sarah stifled a chuckle. "If you think he's crazy, then you know something's wrong. That said, if we could capture them, they would be essential sources of information. Notably of what Megatron intends to do with this Ragnarok," Optimus said. "I'd be fine with just killing them," Alice said darkly, getting everyone's attention. "Those two have put my friends and I through all kinds of hell. I'd love nothing more than to wring their necks. Just as Grimlock would for Shockwave," Lelich said. "I understand your anger, Alice, believe me I do. But it would be more beneficial to us if we bring them in alive. I can use my geese to get all the information they have. That is if they do not have geese cancellers as I do," Jeremiah said. "Would have Shockwave have one as well?" Optimus asked. "He was the one who invented it, so highly likely," Jeremiah confirmed. "Unsurprising." Ratchet rolled his eyes. "Hey guys." The group turned around to see Bulkhead limp his way onto the Ark's bridge with Rai, Shirley, Nunnally, Millie, Rivolts, Nina, and Misty right behind him. The green Autobot wasn't limping as bad as before, but the fact he was more or less dragging his right foot around was still noticeable. Rai, on the other hand, was looking much better. His prosthetic arm didn't seem to be doing so bad as there was no twitching or anything. "We heard about what's been going on," Rai said. "Looks like we're all set to leave. We'll be departing at any moment." Optimus noted. "Is there something you need?" "Yes." Nunnally spoke up. "We want to be put on the extraction team." "What?" Lelich and Alice both exclaimed in surprise as Sarah, Optimus, Sayoko, and Ratchet were all more than a little shocked. Rax Hata and Jeremiah looked serious while Lloyd had his casual smile. "Aha, well this is quite a twist," the former Earl commented. "Absolutely not," Ratchet exclaimed. "You are asking to go right into heart of arguably the most dangerous place on this planet, controlled by a monster. A monster who wouldn't hesitate to turn you into one of his twisted experiments." None of you would last 10 seconds against Shockwave. Isn't that why you're luring him outside to fight him yourself? Rivalts asked. That's not the point. Lelich stated. Look, you may have helped us retrieve the phase shifter, not to mention brought in Jeremiah, both of which were instrumental to us, but that does not qualify you for a mission this dangerous. Right, Bulkhead, you two shouldn't even be on the field yet. I'm not piloting a nightmare though. Rai replied. Just providing escort. And maybe I'm still limping, but I can still transform. Bulkhead did just that as he transformed into his vehicle mode and drove around the bridge a little bit for emphasis, showing he was steering just fine before transforming back. We'd be strapped in tightly behind 10 tons of metal muscle. We'd be pretty well protected if you ask me. Millie added. Lelich, I know you want to protect us, but that's my father in there. Shirley said firmly. My father, whom I thought to have been dead for almost a whole year. Now I know he's alive. I have to be there. I couldn't be there for him when he was taken, now I have a chance to be there for him now. And I'll be there to make sure she's safe. Rai put his only organic arm around her, showing his full support. I promise we'll bring him back. Lelich said. But I cannot. Please, Lelich, you have to let us do this. Nunnally spoke up. Alice was quick to get down to the floor of the bridge and get up close to Nunnally, put her hands on her shoulders and speak up. No. 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 Just no. You haven't been there. I have. It is pure hell. Nunnally, you. I can't even imagine the thought of you being there. With even the slightest chance of that one-eyed monster getting his hands on you. Don't you mean hand? Yeah, no, 'cause he only has one hand. Rivalts tried to joke. This is not a joke. Alice screamed, causing Rivalts and most of them to balk. You haven't seen what he can do. I have. As have I. Ratchet stated. Shockwave's experiments, his so-called projects, to say they are the stuff of nightmares would be a vast understatement. Just look at Grimlock or the insect icons if you want a prime example of the horrors that he's capable of. There's also Vivi. Lelich added as he too stepped down to look at his friends, brother, and sister. Nunnally, he took our mother, he took your legs. He looked at the braces that enabled her to walk. You're getting those off in just a few days, in just a few days, what was lost to us for 8 years, lost to you, will be restored. If he sees you there, he'll take more than just your legs again. And Rai. He turned to his brother, what he did to you. I already lost my mother to that monster. I don't want to lose the rest of you, any of you. He looked towards his friends. That's exactly why I have to go. Nunnally said. Because he took our mother from us, and so much more. You, everyone. You're giving your all to see these monsters get brought down. What good would I be if I just sit on the sidelines and only watch? Yes, I know I'm not a soldier, and I don't know what this Shockwave is capable of. But, if I can help just a little bit, help to bring down what they built, what our father built from all this bloodshed. She looked at Lelich and Alice with a firm expression. I'm going. You can't stop me. You can tie me down and lock me up, but I will find a way to go. Without your permission. Same goes for the rest of us. Shirley stepped up along with Rivalts, Rai, Nina, Millie, and Misty, all having the same expressions as the former princess, even Bulkhead who stood behind them. I'm going to save my father, but it's not just that. We're all Black Knights here, we're the protectors of this world. It's time for us to step in and start protecting. I've even installed a special communication device in Rai's new arm on his request. Nina added. This way we can not only still communicate with him, but I can also even track his location. It would only be 2 minutes. Just go in, grab everyone, and ground bridge back. Rivalts also said. In and out. Shockwave and Vivi won't even know what hit them. Millie said. And Toto from Maribel's group is coming with us too. I was part of the Geese Order myself. Misty put in. Maybe it changed considerably the last time I was there, but I'm just as much a part of this as everyone else. The least I can do is lend a hand in bringing it down with everyone else. Lelich, I promise, you have the word of a wrecker, an Autobot, and your friend. I'll keep everyone safe. Bulkhead said before looking to his leader. Optimus. I can do this. You're gonna need everyone in on this, and you know I can help. Lelich and Optimus shared a glance with one another, the former hoping the latter would have an answer that would make him feel more at ease. But he could tell that Optimus felt just as concerned as he was, and for good reason. Excuse me, may I say something? Jeremiah spoke up. Of course. Optimus encouraged. Maybe they're not exactly soldiers, but I've seen what these young heroes can do. Jeremiah began. I've looked into each of their eyes, especially Lady Nunnally's, and I saw a spark. The very same spark I once saw in Lady Marianne. The mention of his mother got Lelich's attention. A spark that couldn't be put out by mere words. The spark that would drive them to complete their goal and would not stop until they were finished. Yes, they are entering what I can only describe as hell on earth, having been a victim of it myself in that regard. But, as I am part of the extraction team, I give you my word, I will help to guide them through that hell. I'll do everything in my power to see that our mutual goal is accomplished, and everyone is brought back safe. I may have failed Lady Marianne, but I will not fail her children. I will be there as well. Sayoko stepped up, putting her hand on Lelich's shoulder to draw his gaze. Lelich, I have protected you and your sister since you were young. I vowed that both of you would be kept safe, and I will not shirk from that. I will see to it that Nunnally and all your friends return home, safe and sound. Once again, Lelich looked toward Optimus for an answer. His only response was a single nod, and that was all he needed. You come back. He said to all of them, especially Nunnally as he put his hands on her shoulders. You swear on our mother's grave, right here and now, that you will come back. Nunnally leapt at her brother in a hug. I promise. I swear on the grave of our mother Marianne, that I will come back to you. He didn't hesitate to hug her back. We all will. Shirley added, referring to herself and everyone else. Alice wanted to shout no to all of them. She wanted to scream her lungs out and do everything she could to stop them. She had the physical strength to literally hold them all back. She can even grab Nunnally and put her away somewhere safe and secure. But she knew how stubborn she was. Once Nunnally put her mind to something, there was no changing it, no matter how much she wanted. It was one of the reasons that she loved her. Suddenly, Alice's thoughts were interrupted when Nunnally hugged her as well. Don't worry, Alice. I promise to come back to you too. Alice hugged her back. You'd better. Or else I'll never forgive you. Do you hear me? She nearly choked up, causing Nunnally to smile tearfully as she tightened her embrace. Ratchet looked towards Optimus, who nodded to him as well. Very well. The Autobot medic sighed. Bulkhead, Rai, you two are hereby cleared for duty. Yes. Bulkhead pumped his fist as he kneeled down to share a high five with Rai, which he gave with his robotic hand to Bulkhead's finger. Under my supervision, because I will be accompanying you. Ratchet quickly added, much to most of their surprise. You may require a medic just in case. That, and given the number of people we'll be rescuing, you could use an extra escape vehicle. Very kind of you, old friend. Optimus smiled, to which Ratchet smiled back. Question. Lloyd raised his hand. I thought the phase shifter could only work for the Autobot that it's attached to. If both subjects are connected to each other at the time of the device's activation, even if it's something simple like a tether line, both should be under the effects of the phase displacement. Ratchet explained. Oh. Cool. Lloyd shrugged. You are so casual about this. Sarah pointed out. Hey, sociopath, remember? He reminded with a smile. Yes, you keep reminding us. Rax Hata said with a half smirk. Everyone. TAI's holographic form suddenly appeared to them. I just got a message from Hotshot. Megatron and a small group of Decepticons have just left the planet. There is a space bridge hidden behind this world's moon. Though Hotshot doesn't know exactly where Megatron is going, he thinks he's looking for something to tip the odds back in his favor. Then we have no more time to waste. Optimus said with a determined expression. We must begin the assault as quickly as we possibly can. A space bridge vortex had opened briefly to allow the jet modes of Megatron and Thundercracker, along with the flying shark mode of Skybite, to arrive at their destination, the dark and cold airspace of the now-dead Cybertron. What was once a mighty world, now reduced to a graveyard. The broken and ruined city beneath the trio of flying Decepticons was nothing short of heartbreaking. Our home. Skybite muttered. He remembered how often he would be looked down upon and ridiculed for being a Sharkticon, a creation of the Quintessence, one of the few survivors and left behind by the greedy creators after their invasion was repelled by the Cybertronians before the Great War. He saw Megatron in the gladiatorial arena, as well as all his speeches and vows to change Cybertron and demand that all of their kind be treated as equals. That is what made Skybite want to follow him in the first place. Even before war broke out, when he approached his soon-to-be leader with the desire to join him, hoping that he would have a future in the new Cybertron, despite being a Sharkticon, that he'd stand among this world's populace as an equal. And to his delight, Megatron accepted him. Even when war began, Skybite didn't hesitate to follow his leader into battle, hoping that the new Cybertron would be reborn from the ashes of conflict. But sadly, it didn't come to be. All Skybite had left now was his duty to his leader. Seeing it like this, it makes my spark darken. The flying Sharkticon said. Cybertron may be lost to us, Skybite. But a new future awaits us, one grander than ever before. Megatron proclaimed as they flew toward a familiar ruined city that Thundercracker recognized. Wait a moment, this is Iacon. What are we doing here? The Blue Seeker questioned. Megatron didn't give an answer right away until they arrived at the Hall of Records, now a broken and ruined building before he transformed and landed on the ground, his subordinates following his head. Orion Pax and Alpha Trion would often bring me here, to try and teach me the lessons of Cybertron's past. Megatron explained as they entered the broken building. I admit, much of it was quite fascinating. But there was one particular place that the former Prime showed me that caught my interest, the one place that will now grant us what we seek. The means to obliterate our enemies once and for all. It took some time, but Megatron led Thundercracker and Skybite into the basement of the Hall of Records, specifically to a vault door that looked as if it hadn't been opened in a very long time. Using his strength, Megatron was able to pry open the door and force it to the side, allowing the three to enter the room. All that was in it was a metal sarcophagus attached to the floor. This is a tomb. Skybite realized. Not just any. This is a tomb of one of the original 13. Megatron revealed as they entered the room. Liege Maximo, one of the few who had any remains to bury, at least according to Alpha Trion. Lord Megatron, I know what you said, and I do see the logic here, but there are valid reasons here as to why I don't believe that this will work. Thundercracker began. First off, it's only a hand. The hand of a Cybertronian long since dead. Even if he was a Prime in the past, his spark has faded eons ago. Perhaps a Prime's spark is what's needed to activate the forge. There's also the fact that this body is quite old. Skybite added. Its remains may too rusted, too corroded for you to properly use. That dark energon flows through my veins will remedy that. Megatron replied. Once this limb makes contact with my own body, the dark energon's regenerative properties restore what has been lost. And that's another thing. Thundercracker said. What if the dark energon corrupts the link to the Prime? I may not be an expert on the Primes, but you know I've studied dark energon for years alongside Starscream, even during the war before we sided with you. The so-called blood of Unicron could prevent you from properly using the forge. Thundercracker may have a point, my liege. Skybite put in. I know that desperate times call for desperate measures, but there are many valid points here as to why this may not even work. Your points are noted, and I do see the logic myself. Megatron granted. But time is not on our side. The greater risk is doing nothing at all, in which we give Optimus and Zero all the more reason to destroy us. Thundercracker and Skybite shared concerning glances. Despite both their protests, they also knew that if they had to have any chance at winning this war, they had to take such risks, even with the odds being against them. All right. Thundercracker accepted as he got on end of the sarcophagus with Skybite on the other. With their combined strength, they were able to move the top of it to the side and open the coffin, revealing what was left of Liege Maximo inside. His body was a faded green color, his remains were indeed rusted and corroded. But what stood out the most was how this body no longer had a head. But that didn't matter to Megatron. Both hands were still here, and that was all he needed. Drawing his blade, Megatron severed the right arm before reaching out to take it. The Geese Order on Earth, while it wasn't nearly as big as the more recent base Shockwave had back on Cybertron that surrounded the Space Bridge Tower, as well as the insect icon hive that lay beneath it, the Citadel itself was quite impressive. A series of metallic buildings all made up the area on the surface that was constantly protected by a barrier that shielded it from visible sight, all other forms of detection, as well as an offensive assault. Within each structure was one of many small experiments that Shockwave's automatic systems currently conducted and catalogued. However, the central project that he had spent most of his devoted time toward was underground, at the very center of the Citadel and underneath all the structures. The Thought Elevator looked exactly like the ones that were at Kaname Island and Pendragon before both were destroyed. A tall door-like object embedded in the wall with ancient hieroglyphics on it, as well as the faded emblem of a geese on it. Shockwave himself had stepped toward the object that was slightly taller than even him as he observed it, caressing his metallic fingers from his only hand down its surface for a moment before making his most recent log. Project Log 947. Study of the Thought Elevators has yielded promising results. While their origins still remain a mystery, I believe I have gained a perfect understanding as to how they function. Geese itself connects to the individual's mind, whether be it the power that is used by its wielder, or the recipient. These thought elevators appear to be the source of the energy that is known as Geese, perhaps this is where the power originated from. However, the origins of Geese and thought elevators are irrelevant. With the ability to connect to one's mind, comes the ability to manipulate their will and even sentience. Lord Megatron's plan for Neo Ragnarok nears completion. Soon, the concept of conflict itself will be erased entirely. After returning from Cybertron to the Nemesis, Megatron had brought his acquisition to Knockout's laboratory. The severed hand of Liege Maximo was now in a tank filled with a special kind of nanotech solution that would clean and restore much of its internal nervous components, though Megatron was certain that once it was attached to him, and his own dark energon flowed through the limb, it would quickly be restored. Megatron had told Knockout what he wanted from him, and while it was within his capabilities, it was arguably the most unusual procedure that he had done yet. "Yes, I can do it, Lord Megatron. If you're certain that's what you really want," Knockout said to his leader as he laid down on the procedure table. "Like nothing I've ever desired before, Doctor," Megatron confirmed. "I shall induce stasis." Knockout was prepared to put him to sleep. "No," Megatron ordered. "I wish to bear witness as you attach my new appendage." Though a bit disturbed by that request, Knockout did as requested as he placed a firm hand on Megatron's right arm. "Just one thing to note, this is the arm your fusion cannon is attached to. Given how old your new one will be, I'm uncertain if I'll be able to properly connect it. Should this work as I envision, reattachment of my cannon will be a simple manner. Now, begin," Megatron told him. "Coming up." Knockout converted his free hand into its buzzsaw as he began to cut away, causing Megatron to wince slightly, but he would bear witness to this. He would endure all the pain, for it will be all the worth if as he sees the looks of terror in Optimus, Lelouch, and all their friends as he finally brings them to their knees. Sitting behind cover of a large dune, the group consisting of Optimus Prime, who had the Starsaber and Skyboom shield on his back, Grimlock, Bumblebee, Zero, Sarah, Alice, Orpheus, and Wizard were ready and waiting, with the humans having respective Nightmare rays with the Shinkiro, Pink Akatsuki, Pegasus, Byakugan, and Agravane. "We're in position," Zero said as his Nightmare's screen picked up the small desert mountain that was just beyond this dune. One quick scan, and he could see that it was all hologram protecting their target. "Extraction team, report in." "This is the extraction team. We're ready to move in at any moment," Ratchet informed. "The second that barrier goes down, you go in. Just a quick in and out," Zero reminded. "Understood." Ratchet replied before signing off. Optimus to base. The Autobot leader contacted their headquarters. We are ready to begin the assault on your mark. Understood, Optimus. Euphemia stood at the bridge of the Ark alongside Kagaya, Claus, Fixit, Lloyd, Rax Hata, Cecile, Diet Hard, and all the other military officers below them, monitoring the entire operation that would soon be occurring all around the world. All teams, be ready for deployment. She spoke over the communications to the assembled teams just outside the Ark. The moment Optimus and Zero begin their attack, you'll all use ground bridges to get to your respective locations. You'll go in, destroy the thought elevators and report your status, and we'll bring you right back. Acknowledged. Ogai reported. Ready for deployment. Ultra Magnus signed on. Understood. Todo responded. Roger. Leela reported. Ready. Ironhide added. Everything is set. Kagaya said. All teams are ready to move in on our mark. Well, who gets the honors of giving the go-ahead? Claus asked. Considering it was the late Brighton Emperor basically manipulated his entire country into staging World War in order to get his hands on all this occult stuff, it's only fitting one of his kids should have the honor of destroying it all. Lloyd said. Especially when this one in particular was against his ideals from the beginning. Rax Hata added. So, I suppose it all comes full circle. Well then, Euphemia. Fixit asked. Shall we begin? That was right. She had always been against Britannia's oppressive and destructive regime, though she never did voice her opinion because of the grip her father had on everyone, and that most of her siblings were in favor of all of this as well. But now, she was part of something more, something bigger than Britannia ever was, something that would prove Charles Z.I. Britannia wrong and show the world that peace and coexistence was possible. And it begins with the destruction of Geese itself. With a firm resolve, Euphemia gave the order. Go. Finally. Grimlock stated as their team received the order. Optimus drew the Starsaber as he and everyone else stood up from behind their cover, the bright blue sword glowing brightly. Optimus then raised the mighty weapon and, with a powerful yell, and as much strength as he could muster, Optimus swung the Starsaber downward, sending a vertical wave of the bright energy straight forward. When it looked like it was about to impact the mountain, the wave struck something else that caused not only the hologram of the mountain itself to vanish, but also reveal the barrier that surrounded the Geese Order, as well as creating a massive crack that caused the entire barrier to collapse and reveal the fortress beneath it. Optimus wasn't done yet though. As he charged forward, Bumblebee, the Shinkiro, Grimlock, the Pegasus, the Byakugan, and the Agravane, all beside or above him, the Autobot leader swung the Starsaber again to send another wave forward which blasted away the frontmost part of the fortress, shaking the entire Geese Order and causing the alarm to sound off. On the other side of the now exposed fortress, Bulkhead's vehicle mode drove forward, with Ratchet's ambulance mode right behind him, connected via a steel cable. Jeremiah sat in Bulkhead's driver's seat with Rai in the passenger seat next to him. Sayoko, Nunnally, and Shirley all sat in the back, while Millie, Rivalts, Misty, and Toto were in Ratchet's ambulance. There's our distraction. Hang on, kids. Bulkhead told the group as the phase shifter, connected to his hood, activated. A ground bridge portal opened above the ruined city of London, specifically above the River Thames where the devastated Tower Bridge once was. The flying Decepticons patrolling the area didn't get a chance to radio this in as the aerial bots, Silverbolt, Jetfire, and Windblade were the first to open fire and destroy the flyers. Ogai's Gawain Nerian was in the air alongside the hovering Autobots as they transformed, while the Gurren, Arky, the Lancelot, and Alita went straight toward the river. Alright, the aerial bots and I will keep things covered up here. You guys destroy the thought elevator. Ogai ordered. Got it. Arky replied. Leave it to us. Alita answered. This shouldn't take long. Suzaku stated. Be careful, Ogai. Colin told him. All four dove into the water as the four in the air began to form a perimeter around the river to ensure nobody interfered. The Inga Falls on the Congo River, as well as the surrounding African jungle, seemed undisturbed for the most part. The only things that stood out was the battalion of Vyakugan guards all around the area surrounding the waterfalls. Suddenly a ground bridge portal opened behind the Viakin that stood at the top of the falls before the vehicle mode of Ultra Magnus slammed into him to ram him off the falls. The other Viacons were quickly alerted as the Florence Nero, customized Vincents piloted by Cornelia and Chigusa respectively, and Guilford's Akatsuki flew above the falls and quickly shot down all the Viacons that were furthest away from the falls. At the same time, Jez, Prowl, and Smokescreen had appeared by Magnus' side as they used their respective Energon blasters to gun down the remaining Viacons, right before Smokescreen himself jumped down off the falls to land on the last Viacon before gunning him down. "Commander Magnus, the area is secure," Guilford reported. "We must move quickly," Ultra Magnus instructed. "Jez, Khrushchevsky, enter the falls and destroy the target. The rest of us will cover you." "Got it." Jez saluted as he and the Florence Nero went straight into the falls while everyone else worked to establish a perimeter around the area. The Lut Desert, also known as the Emptiness Plain, was a desert in conquered Brighton-Neon area of Area 18 before the Decepticons took over. Most of the area had been mined and excavated for Energon, with a particularly large tunnel that was dug into one of the desert mountains that blanketed this general area. Like the others, this area was guarded by a group of Viacons. The quiet was quickly brought to a halt by the sudden appearance of a ground bridge as Drift's vehicle mode, along with the 12 Night Marrays that made up the combined group of the Black Dragon and Crimson Knights, all piloted and owned by Todo, Maribel, Zinc, Chiba, Senba, Asahina, Ashley, Aldrin, Sakia, Leonhardt, Makara, and Jean all entered the scenes. Guns fired and swords were unsheathed as the Night Marrays flew and rolled across the area, quickly cutting down any Decepticon that got in their way. They had to be quick to cut off any alerts, but even then, they couldn't take their time. "All right, let's keep this area secure. Nobody gets in or out," Maribel ordered. "Drift, we'll neutralize the thought elevator," Todo ordered. "Very well." Drift accepted as he and the Zanjitsu drove down the tunnel within the desert mountain. The Russian mountains were exactly what one would expect. Cold, with the tall natural mountains covered in ice and snow. The terrain was rather rough, so the Viakin patrol mostly consisted of helicopters and fighter jets. However, one helicopter mode was quickly shot down before a fighter jet followed, and so did many others before the other Viacons realized what was going on. The perpetrator was none other than Yukiya and his Alexander Valiant with his long-ranged rifle. He saw the remaining flyers coming down right toward him, which only caused him to smirk. "Yeah, that's right. Keep your eyes on me." Suddenly, the Tristan divider shot out from the cloud cover below to fly up and cut down two jet Viacons before coming up from behind and firing its Harkins, which came together to form an energy cannon that obliterated the others. "Who would have thought a Knight of the Round in action would actually be a good thing for us?" Ryo commented as the other Alexanders of the Black Wyvern squad, along with Sideswipe, Strongarm, and Grimlock appeared together around a cave that led into the innards of one of the tallest mountains. "We got things out here, you guys go on ahead," Ayano said. "Understood." Leela nodded. "Akito, Sideswipe, you two are with me?" "Yes." Akito nodded firmly. "Sure you don't mind the third wheel?" Sideswipe teased, causing Leela to blush. "Let me know if you see anything in there that needs punching," Grindcore said as the two Alexanders and Sideswipe entered the cave. A group of Viacons marched across the thick ice of Antarctica, standing right next to a large cliff. The one Viacon that was closest to said cliff noticed a shadow over him, causing him to look up in time to see the falling Wheeljack, wielding both his swords, come down to swiftly decapitate him before landing dramatically on the ice below. Wrecker fact number 17, guards never look up. Wheeljack smirked as he drew the attention of the Viacons, who immediately opened fire on him as he used his swords to dodge and parry. With their attention focused on Wheeljack, they failed to notice that one by one, they were all sniped in the head by Chromia, who remained perched on the cliffside. It didn't take long for all the Viacons to killed. Chromia, and the remainder of the wreckers, consisting of Ironhide, Warpath leapt down from the cliffside with Nonet's Galeschin and Tamaki's wrecker Akatsuki hovering down beside them. "Aw man, I so wanted to try out this new cannon the docs gave me," Warpath commented, gesturing to his new chest cannon that resembled more like that of a modern-day tank with Cybertronian features. You can get your chance when you blow the thought elevator. Ironhide told him. You and Tamaki go ahead, while the rest of us guard things from up here. Yeah, now we're talking. Tamaki grinned. Rai may not be here, but I'm gonna blow that damn thing to Kingdom Come for his sake. He fired his Wrecker Akatsuki's rockets into the ice, blowing a hole into the deep water below as he drove his nightmare downward with Warpath leaping in right behind him. Hey, why are there so few of us on this team? Nonet asked. Not that I'm complaining, but the other teams are rather big. Because Antarctica is barren. Chromia answered. Unlike the other spots that are in mostly Decepticon territory, they need a bit of a larger escort to cover them. Hopefully we can get this done quickly enough. Ironhide said. I don't trust Megatron or Shockwave to leave stuff like this completely unguarded. Don't worry about it, old-timer. Wheeljack assured. And worst-case scenario, I get chance to break in this new arm. He moved his replacement limb around for emphasis, which looked exactly like his old one, nobody would even know the difference. Back at the Geese Order, 4 large and heavy-grade turrets, all automated, had appeared on several of the buildings and quickly locked onto the approaching intruders. We have incoming. Zero warned. Those are fortress-grade turrets. Grimlock stated. Just one of those could punch a hole in a ship. Get behind me. Now. Optimus ordered as they stopped their advance, the Autobot leader drawing the Skyboom shield as he stood at the helm. The turrets all fired powerful spheres of destructive energy that shot right at the group. With the Skyboom shield in hands, Optimus channeled its power as its surface glowed the same kind of blue that emanated from the Starsaber before an energy barrier extended around himself and the entire team to encase them in a dome just as the blasts made contact. Boom. A massive explosion encompassed the entire area. The smoke would soon clear, revealing that the barrier generated by the Skyboom shield, and the group inside, were completely unfazed. Keeping the Skyboom shield in his left hand, he drew the Starsaber in his right hand as Optimus Prime swung it again, creating a horizontal arc of energy that struck the base of the 2 towers near the center, causing them to fall along with the turrets stationed at the top. The Shinkiro and Agravane flew out towards the sides as they engaged the furthermost turrets simultaneously. Wizard aimed his Nightmare's Hadron cannons at the base of the turret and fired. The blast struck that area near the top of the tower, causing it to explode before the massive gun on top fell and would crash on the ground beneath it. Zero aimed the Shinkiro's central cannon and fired straight at the remainder turret, which carved through the barrel at the back containing the Energon, as Lelich had planned. The whole turret exploded soon after. Hey, save some for the rest of us. Bumblebee joked. You'll get your wish. Orpheus said seriously. Yeah, Shockwave's got plenty more horrors awaiting us. Alice said as well. Bring it on. Grimlock growled. I'll tear through all of them to get to Shockwave, then I'll rip him to pieces. Shockwave walked through the underground tunnel as he saw from a holographic screen on his turret arm the situation outside. Nearly all the outer defenses had been destroyed, but what really drew his attention were the glowing sword and shield in Optimus' possession. The Starsaber and the Skyboom shield. Shockwave noted. This may indeed be a challenge, with or without Grimlock. He then accessed his communications. Nemesis Prime, Dark Queen, Dark Fafnir, deploy immediately. Archvale, Mad, prepare. He stopped for a brief moment as the ground around him shook just before the driller monster appeared underneath him, seemingly consuming Shockwave, but rather just placing him within the safety of its insides before burrowing back down to head out. Meanwhile, Joseph Fennett, General Bartley, and a number of other scientists were being held in a tall room, one big enough to hold a group of Cybertronians. Even deep within the fortress, they could feel the sounds of battle outside, the former Brightonian general looking the most terrified. What in God's name is happening out there? Bartley exclaimed in a panic. Joseph held his locket deep in his pocket, looking toward the ceiling, hoping beyond hope that it was their salvation. Or at least righteous judgment on this horrible place and the monsters that were in control of it. Suddenly, a green truck phased through a nearby wall, with an ambulance connected by a steel cable right behind it. The captive humans were all startled as they looked in surprise to see the 2 vehicles enter the room without causing any damage whatsoever. Hey, Anybody need a pickup? Bulkhead asked as his and Ratchet's doors opened up, allowing their passengers to step out. Autobots. Here. Bartley didn't know whether or not he should celebrate. On one hand, it looked like they were here to save them. But on the other, they were Britannia's greatest enemy and one of the reasons why it fell. Joseph, however, was beyond glad to see these two Autobots as they transformed to reveal themselves in all their glory. So much so that he didn't even notice a certain someone until she spoke to him. Daddy. All time stopped in an instant for him as he recognized that voice. His heart almost stopped beating as he looked with wide and circular eyes to see the brunette hair and green eyes of his teenage daughter. Her eyes were just as wide as his, so much emotion reflecting in both of them. This was the first time any of them had seen each other in what felt like an eternity. Shirley had, for a long time, thought her father was dead. But now, here he was. Very much alive. Shirley. Hearing her father say her name was enough for her to break out in a sprint towards him, where he opened up his arms to welcome her embrace. Both held each other so tightly, afraid the other would disappear if they let go as tears fell from both their eyes. Daddy, you're alive, you're alive. I'm here, my sweet little girl. My Shirley. I'm here. Nunnally, Millie, Misty, and Toto were moved to tears at such a reunion. Even Sayoko had to wipe a single tear from her own eye while Rivals struggled to keep them back and maintain his tough guy expression. Rai couldn't contain his own tears, nor did he bother, seeing his beloved Shirley in the arms of her father, the very man that he felt responsible for his supposed death. It made him feel beyond happy for them. He happened to glance up to Bulkhead, who gave an encouraging smile. Even Ratchet couldn't help but give a smile himself. How are you all even? The stunned Bartley couldn't form a complete sentence. That would be thanks to me. Jeremiah revealed himself, much to Bartley's shock. Joseph, while still holding onto his daughter, opened his teary eyes as he smiled towards Jeremiah, who gave a nod back. Jeremiah. I had thought you were destroyed. Bartley stated. Your signal went offline on your last mission. All part of the illusion. Jeremiah explained. And we don't have time to go into the details. Nunnally said, stepping forward. Shirley, I'm very happy for you, but we need to leave. Of course. Shirley wiped the tears from her eyes as she and her father let go. You're right, Nunnally. Dad, there's so much I want to say to you. It's okay, Shirley. Joseph nodded with a smile. We'll have all the time in the world to catch up. Wait a minute. Did she just say, Nunnally? Bartley got a good look at the girl. The sandy brown hair and violet eyes that looked so familiar. He then remembered when he served under Clovis and saw the paintings of his deceased half-siblings. That's when he recognized her. Princess Nunnally 6 Britannia. Why Yuri, alive. She no longer refers to herself as such. Sayoko stepped forward firmly in between Nunnally and the Fete General. Simply Nunnally will do. Wait, she's really the princess. Even Joseph was caught off guard. There is no time for any of this. Ratchet stated. We must leave now before Shockwave or anyone else notices our presence. Wait, hold on a sec, document. Bulkhead looked around. Aren't we missing some people? Everyone else got a chance to look around as well before they noticed it too. Yeah, where's Anya? Rivals asked. What of Alice's friends? Misty asked as well. Rai couldn't explain it, but a pit formed in his stomach as he got a bad feeling about all this. Something's not right. Back outside, after dealing with the last of the defenses, Sarah flew on ahead in her pink Akatsuki. I'll scout the area from the sky. Be careful. Lelich told her. However, she didn't get very far as her nightmare's sensors picked up an incoming object. Jerking back her Akatsuki just in time, something big and fast shot up from one of the Order's buildings. She looked in shock to see what it was that was flying above her. It was the frame of Nemesis Prime, but it was different than before. Installed in various parts of its body, such as its back, shoulders, forearms, and the back of its legs, were a total of 7 red crystal-like objects that had a red electric aura being produced by them, connecting to each crystal to form a sort of energy field around it which enabled the body to fly. I've got you now. C.C. Victor. Sarah knew it was him. She flew back to try and regroup with her friends, Nemesis Prime flying after her. And he wasn't the only one. 2 other rooftops opened up as the Dark Fafnir and Dark Queen unit flew up into the sky and entered the fray. Meanwhile, the ground surrounding the rest of the team began to shake and shift. Though the Shinkiro, Agravain, Pegasus, and Byakuya were all airborne, Optimus, Grimlock, and Bumblebee were suddenly knocked into the air by a powerful tremor-like force that sent them all flying backwards and tumbling across the sand. Emerging from the desert ground was none other than the Driller monster, unveiled in all its unholy glory. Lelich and the others had their eyes widened in shock. This was the first time they saw it. "That's the Driller," Orpheus muttered. "It's a whole lot bigger than I thought it would be." Lelich's attention was then caught by Sarah's approaching pink Akatsuki with Nemesis Prime flying right behind her. A glare formed on his face as he fired the Shinkiro's Hadron cannons at Nemesis Prime, who halted his chase to bring his arms together, causing the electric barrier around him to surge even more and act as a makeshift shield and block the attack. "We have incoming," Alice warned as the Dark Fafnir and Dark Queen appeared, the former firing a bombardment of missiles, forcing the Flying Nightmare to fall back and avoid the resulting onslaught. Several missiles converged down on the Autobots, but Optimus was able to use a barrier from the Skyboom shield to block all of that as well. The Shinkiro, Optimus, Pink Akatsuki, Bumblebee, Pegasus, Byakuya, Agravain, and Grimlock all grouped together as they faced off against the hovering Nemesis Prime, Dark Queen, Dark Fafnir, as well as the Driller that encircled around them, its face emerging from the front near the flying enemies, its mouth opening up as the Decepticon scientist at the head of all of this revealed himself. Shockwave. Grimlock's eyes were already burning with rage. "Welcome to my base of operations," Shockwave greeted in his usually cold fashion. An attack on the Central Geese Order was expected and logical. He looked toward the Shinkiro in particular. "I am assuming that Nightmare belongs to Zero, an alias for Lelich VI Britannia, also known as Lelich Lamperouge, former Prince of Britannia turned leader of the Black Knights Resistance Army, ally and partner to Optimus Prime and the Autobots. This is the first time we've ever met, and yet I know all there is to know of you." "That's so." Lelich's eyes narrowed back. This too was the first time he saw Shockwave face to face. He had heard the horror stories from the other Autobots what this so-called scientist was like and how far he would take his experiments. Needless to say, it was hate at first sight for him. "Such as how you and your sister, Nunnally, attended the now-destroyed Ashford Academy," Shockwave went on. "Alongside Colin Kozaki, Suzaku Kuriragi, Millie Ashford, Rivalds Cardamond, Nina Einstein, and Shirley Fennett, the daughter of Joseph Fennett, one of the human scientists under my supervision, of which his daughter and a band of Autobots and Black Knights now attempt to rescue at this very moment." Lelich gasped as the eyes and optics of the rest of his team all widened in shock. Suddenly, multiple energy turrets appeared along the walls, and they all aimed at the extraction team and the captives, much to their shock. "Incoming!" Bulkhead warned as the turrets opened fire, blasting energon all over the place. Bartley was unfortunately caught up in a blast and incinerated, as were a couple other scientists. Fortunately, Bulkhead was able to shield Nunnally, Shirley, her father, and the rest of the humans, using his bulky body to cover them as Ratchet went to the nearest wall, his arms converted into blades to slice off the turrets before moving to the wall next to him and doing the same, repeating the process as all the turrets were quickly dispatched. "What the heck was that?" Rivalds exclaimed. "Bulkhead, are you okay?" Rai asked with concern, the green Autobot standing up once the onslaught was done. "Peachy," Bulkhead said, ignoring that his back was smoking a bit. "Welcome to the Geese Order." A familiar voice greeted over the speakers in the area, alerting everyone. "It'll be the last place you ever visit." "Who is that?" Millie asked, but Jeremiah and Joseph both recognized it. "Arkvale." The latter's fists clenched. "Ah, Jeremiah, so good to see you again." Arkvale greeted as he sat in a separate room, his cybernetic brain hooked up via cables to a giant machine attached to the ceiling, one that projected several holographic screens of various locations all around the Order, including the chamber where the extraction team was located. "I'd say I'm surprised to see you alive again, only I'm not," Arkvale continued. Shockwave sends his regards, by the way. Upon realizing they were caught, Ratchet tried to call for an evac. Extraction team to base. We need a ground bridge. He was cut off as all he got from the other end was static. Don't bother calling for help. Arcvale said. Your communications are currently being blocked. You know what's so great about those thought elevators? They also serve as a pretty good power source, particularly for the communications jammers that were established at each one to prevent all your friends from calling in any backup or evacuations, all while the other headmasters in our forces are intercepting them as we speak. London. At the bottom of the River Thames, just as Archie, Elita, the Gurren, and the Lancelot reached the thought elevator that had been excavated from the riverbed, they found their way blocked by Anya Allstream and the Dark Mordred, who was accompanied by 2 Dark Pawns. But unlike the other Dark Pawns they've seen before, these 2 had a red glow to them that was emanating from their featureless heads, as well as their inner parts underneath the outer armor. The very same type of new flying Dark Pawns that made up a group of 5 that was now engaged with the aerial bots and Ogai above the river in aerial combat. Anya. Suzaku's eyes widened in shock once he saw her nightmare. I am sorry, to all of you. Anya said tearfully. But this is the end of the line for you. She fired her Dark Mordred's Hadron cannons. Congo. Ultra Magnus and Smokescreen fired at the 2 flying Dark Pawns, that were also glowing red, all moving at insane speeds and literally flying circles around them, while Prowl, Cornelia, Guilford, and Chigusa were forced on the defensive as 4 more of these glowing red Dark Pawns engaged each of them. At the same time, Monica's Florence Nero and Jez had found the thought elevator that was at the back of an excavated tunnel behind the Inga Falls, but they weren't alone. Standing guard beside the thought elevator was the Order Headmaster unit piloted by Sansia. Anybody else smell a setup? Jez grumbled. Area 18. Mary Bell grunted as her nightmare was knocked out of the sky by a speeding red Dark Pawn. The 6 others that were accompanying it were engaging the rest of the combined unit of the Black Dragon and Crimson Knights, but they were flying and moving so fast that any shot fired missed completely. Inside the tunnel, having already reached the thought elevator there, Todo and Drift were both forced back by the relentless onslaught of heavy machine gun fire from Lucretia's Land Headmaster unit. Russian Mountains. Geno's Tristan Divider brought its right blade toward a flying red Dark Pawn, but it swiftly avoided his slice before kicking him back, knocking him toward the mountain where Ayano's Alexander came to cover him as Yuki Yaz and Strongarm tried to shoot down 2 other flying Dark Pawns, but they too were moving faster than normal while airborne. Grindcore swung his massive fists towards one on the ground, but it was able to easily dodge his strike before moving behind him to deliver a flying kick to the back and knock him down. Sideswipe and Ryo were both forced back to back as they each faced off against a glowing red Dark Pawn of their own. Inside the cave, Leela and Akito were understandably scared as they came face to face with the Thanatos unit that keep them from advancing any closer to the thought elevator that served as their target. I'm sorry Akito, but this is where we finally part ways. The cybernetic Shin Hayagashang grinned evilly. Antarctica. Chromia attempted to shoot down a flying red Dark Pawn, but it was too fast to even get a lock on with her rifle. Another one tried to ambush her from behind, but the Gale's Chin flew to try and intercept it with a point-blank blast from its Varus, but that pawn easily avoided the blast before pushing Nonet's Nightmare into Chromia, knocking them both down. Ironhide fired his cannons at a flying red Dark Pawn that flew ever closer to him, flying at such speeds that when the Dark Pawn rammed into him, Ironhide was sent flying into the cliffside. Wheeljack couldn't even find an opportunity to strike back at the one he faced, using his swords to block and parry, and even then, he couldn't block all of it and was literally backed into a corner. Meanwhile, underwater, Tamaki and Warpath did manage to find the thought elevator they were looking for. But it was unfortunately guarded by Dalk in her Power Headmaster unit. "Ah scrap," Tamaki muttered. Meanwhile, back at the Geese Order, Colonel Mad was in the same kind of room that Arcvale was, albeit separate, as his body was hooked to a similar device via wires and cables that attached to his head and spinal cord. He too had multiple holographic screens around him, only these ones showed all the ongoing battles at the various thought elevators. That red energon the combat icons secured was quite impressive. Mad said sinisterly. Unfortunately, we only had so little that we could manage a single dose for an individual that would only last about 5 minutes. However, Shockwave was able to use that sample and combine it with the formula for his synthetic energon formula to create a new substance. Although this doesn't provide hyperspeed as natural red energon does, our new formula does provide the dark pawns with twice the speed and reaction time as before, making them even more deadly. And it is that very formula, now converted into raw energy, that allows our Nemesis Prime to fly and granting it greater speed and power than before. And the best part? They aren't simple drones. I control them all with a thought from this very center. Now go, my red pawns. Wipe this scum from the face of the earth. Mad ordered as he laughed with such insanity and jubilation. What the hell is going on out there? Claus questioned as multiple alerts were picked up at each of the locations. They had even lost visual contact as all the screens turned to static. We're being jammed. We can't even pick up any signals. Ally or enemy. Communications are unresponsive. This interference is too strong. It's not from a normal jamming process. Can we pull them out? Kaguya questioned. Send a ground bridge to bring everyone out. No. Any attempt to lock on is blocked. We can't open a single ground bridge. Euphemia shook with fear as she, Diet Hard, Lloyd, Fixit, Rax Hata, and Cecile all looked more than a little worried. They were waiting for us. Rax Hata said in clear nervousness. I don't know how, but they were. This whole thing is a trap. Diet Hard stated. Yeah, we're in trouble. Lloyd gulped. The walls all around Bulkhead, Ratchet, and the rest of Extraction Team, as well as the remaining scientists, all opened up to reveal the rest of the Geese Order's internal structures, comprising of hundreds of machines far too advanced for anyone to describe, with the exceptions of countless mounted guns that appeared nearly everywhere and aimed directly at them. Time to bail. Bulkhead quickly transformed, as did Ratchet, before everyone quickly rushed to pile into the two Autobots' vehicle modes. A cable shot from Ratchet's front and magnetized to Bulkhead's rear as the phase shifter activated, and they drove off, right as the guns opened fire. Fortunately, all the blasts appeared to phase right through them as they literally drove through everything. Run. Run as fast and as far as you can. You'll never escape this place. Arcvale laughed through the speakers. But it'd be fun to watch you try. Cute even. Lelich, Optimus, Bumblebee, Alice, Orpheus, Oyagro, and Sarah's eyes all widened in horror and absolute shock, while Grimlock seethed with rage. Shockwave had basically told them everything as he and his creations all faced the intruders. Your plan to divide and conquer, to neutralize the thought elevators and destroy the Geese Order in one strike, was very logical. Shockwave acknowledged. And yet, quite predictable. Your allies all over the world, even those within my headquarters, they will not survive this. Then we'll just have to do this the hard way. Grimlock transformed into his T-Rex mode and unleashed his fire breath on the driller that descended upon him. This is it, Lelich, Optimus. VV began as he sneered inside the hovering Nemesis Prime. For your crimes against me and my brother, for your very sin of existing, for the sake of my vengeance. His robotic body surged with an intense red electric aura from his newly built-in crystal generators. You will die today. Nemesis Prime roared as he shot forward, the Dark Queen right beside him while the Dark Fafnir launched a volley of missiles. In response, the Shinkiro and Agravane fired its long-ranged weapons while Bumblebee, Alice's Pegasus, and Sarah's Akatsuki charged forward as Optimus held the Star Saber in one hand and the Sky Boom shield in the other, his optics narrowing with his weapons glowing brightly. Walking into the vault on his warship that contained the Forge of Solus Prime, Megatron approached the mighty hammer that hadn't even been touched since its acquisition some time ago. Ever since then, it's just sat there on the table and gathered dust. But that was about to change. Megatron took a moment to feel his new appendage. His original right arm had been severed at the joint near the elbow and replaced with that of Liege Maximo. True to his intent, thanks to the regenerative properties of the dark energon within his veins, his new arm looked just that, brand new. He felt his fingers and could feel this arm as if it were his very own. Ah, yes. The leader of the Decepticons chuckled as he reached forward to grab the forge with his new limb. The second the stolen hand made contact with the forge, it activated. Its inner mechanisms moved for perhaps the first time in eons while energy sparked from inside. Megatron lifted the active forge high above his head as he couldn't contain his excitement. At long last, the power of the primes belongs to me. Chapter 29, Light and Darkness. It was pure chaos all across the bridge of the Ark as all the military officers tried to get a clear reading of what was happening all across the world, trying to do something to get as much information as they can from all their active teams, but so far nothing. We still can't contact any of our forces. All attempts to locate any Cybertronian signal have been blocked. London team has gone completely dark. The Black Wyverns and the Autobots with them are off the grid. Nobody in areas 18 or 20 is responding. We can't reach the wreckers in Antarctica either. Can't we get thermal imaging? Cecile questioned. Negative. All forms of communicating or imaging are being scrambled. We can't lock on any specific coordinates for a ground bridge either. We can't even contact Zero or Optimus or anyone on their team. How is this even possible? Rax Hata questioned, her tone unusually nervous. How are we so in the dark here? We can't get any sort of reading. The thought elevators. Lloyd commented. It was exactly the same on Kaname Island when Suzaku, Dreadwing, and Euphemia vanished. We couldn't establish any form of contact with them. It was the same thing on our end with Zero, Optimus, and the others. We couldn't even read the Autobots' signals. Diethard added. That is until the thought elevator there was destroyed. Shockwave has had over 6 months to study them. Fixit said. So it is only natural he was able to understand how they function and they can be used against us. Maybe if we open ground bridges outside these dead zones, maybe we can. Claus was beginning to suggest until. No. Euphemia spoke up, causing everyone to look at her in surprise. We can't do that. What do you mean we can't do that? Claus questioned. We can't risk sending anybody out there into these traps without knowing exactly what they're getting into. Euphemia stated. We could also be potentially opening the doorway for Shockwave's forces to get to Horai Island, and if that happens, we've lost the war. Kagaya said gravely, understanding exactly what Euphemia was saying. It was something that Fixit and everyone else came to understand in that one moment. There wasn't anything they can do to help their friends and allies right now. I know it's hard. Euphemia began. Somehow, Shockwave was ready for us. But, the fact that these dead zones are still active, means they're still fighting. Zero. Optimus. Suzaku. Cornelia, all of them. They're fighting with everything they have. Tears of fury welled up in her eyes as she tried her best to steel herself. We have to put our faith in them. Because that's all we can do. Maybe not. All eyes turned to the side as they saw Nina running toward them with a laptop in her hands, TAI's holographic form appearing next to her. I think I have an idea. Antarctica. Wheeljack swung his blades in every direction he could think of, but he couldn't land a single hit on the red pawn in front of him as it moved at super speeds that made it seem like blurs. After the 6th slice, that red pawn delivered a kick to knock Wheeljack back across the ice. Nonet flew in her Gale's chin as she fired her Varys at the pursuing red pawn, but it proved too fast for her as it evaded all her shots with ease before closing the distance with a swipe to knock her back, though Nonet was able to stabilize herself and continue flying away. Chromia used her rifle to parry a chop from another red pawn, but her rifle was destroyed by the attack as she was knocked down. That red pawn had leapt into the air to strike at her while she was down, but it was blown away by 3 charged shots from Ironhide's cannons as he ran to her defense, facing off against the 4th red pawn that landed in front of him. Down in the water, Warpath had transformed into his tank mode to shoot at the power unit, but it had braced itself in the water, using its heavy armor to tank most of the blasts around it, though Dalk's unit did end up damaged from the attack. With her distracted, Tamaki tried to move in to destroy the thought elevator. Hang on. I got it. He spotted the mysterious and ominous-looking ruin that was embedded into the ocean floor. Tamaki, look out. Warpath's warning came just as the power unit brought its arms together to generate a shockwave-like blast that pushed back both the wrecker Akatsuki and Red Autobot. Russian mountains. Gino grunted as his Tristan divider was knocked down to the mountain, skidding down the side before crashing on the ledge. The flying red pawn that had attacked him was about to come down for the kill, but Grindcore had tackled it right as it reached the ledge. "Don't run off so quick," Grindcore told the mindless drone. "I haven't given you the tour of my fists yet." He pounded on the red pawn relentlessly until it was a pile of scrap in the snow. "Damn you, hold still." Yukiya cursed as he tried to shoot down a flying red pawn, but it quickly flew in to try and close the distance, forcing Yukiya to pull his Alexander back and avoid the strike. Strongarm and Ayano tried to provide covering fire, forcing the speedy red pawn back, but two more landed on opposite ends, causing the white and blue Autobot to come back to back with Ayano's Alexander right as they advanced on the pair. Sideswipe tried to bring his sword down on a red pawn, but it caught his blade in between its hands. "Keep him there, Swipe." Ryo's Alexander sped along from behind in its spider mode, shooting at the red pawn in the back, getting a successful hit in to weaken it, and allowing Sideswipe to pull his blade back and decapitate it. However, any celebration came to an end as the last red pawn sped along to strike the Ryo in the side and knock his Alexander upside down. "Ryo!" Sideswipe ran to assist him, swinging his sword and forcing the red pawn to fly away. "You okay, man?" "I'm surviving." Ryo grunted as he tried to pull his nightmare up. Suddenly, an explosion along the roof of the nearby cave had erupted, getting everyone's attention as both Alexanders piloted by Akito and Leela respectively sped out, the Thanatos flying through the rubble right behind them before gunning straight for Akito, drawing his blade and forcing him on the defensive from the Thanatos' relentless attacks. "Leela, please tell me that's not who I think it is." Gino was already sweating. "It's exactly who you think it is." Layla's eyes narrowed from within her cockpit. "It's Shin." "Ah scrap, not this guy again." Sideswipe groaned. "We got other problems." Ayano warned as the four remaining red pawns regrouped in the sky before going on the attack once more. Area 18. Senba gave a final scream as his Akatsuki unit was obliterated by a red pawn that brought its hand down for a chop through his cockpit, killing him in that instant. "Senba!" Asahina screamed as Chiba gave a vengeful yell, charging directly at that red pawn to swing her sword, but it flew up and out of the way to avoid her slash. Ashley's Dragonet had moved in close quarters to one red pawn as he tried to swing his sword and fire his gun at the same time, hoping to at least scratch him, but he was unable to land a single shot in. Even as Jean and Sakia tried to shoot at the red pawn from a distance with the guns from their respective Nightmare rays, but it speedily dodged all the bullets and took to the skies to get some distance from the three. "Damn buckets!" Ashley cursed. The two Bradfords piloted by both Marika and Leonhardt tried to get the third red pawn in a crossfire attack from their Harkins, but the red pawn jumped into the air to avoid them. "He's in the air!" Leonhardt shouted. "Cross spear! Now!" Marika ordered as the Harkins of both their Nightmare rays combined together to fire a cross attack of their Hadron spears, two beams firing at each other in the air and crisscrossing at the red pawn, which was unable to dodge it while airborne. It was quickly destroyed in the attack. Maribel's Lancelot trial engaged a red pawn in the air, slicing with its dual MVS blades, but the red pawn dodged each of them before delivering an airborne punch to the red Nightmare's face to knock it to the ground. But the Lancelot Grail came at the red pawn from the side with its own blades as Aldrin tried to attack and defend the woman she loved. The Vincent Graham piloted by Sakia was knocked to the ground by the sixth red pawn. However, Zinx Shenhu had fired its chest-mounted baryon cannon, forcing the red pawn to leap back as the blue Nightmare landed to protect the red one as its piloted pulled it up. "Thank you," Sakia said with relief. "You're welcome," Zinc replied before a seventh red pawn had landed to face them. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Drift had drawn both his katanas and crossed them like an X to protect himself from the relentless rapid blasts from the land headmaster unit. Though this seemed to be a distraction as Todo's Zanjitsu rolled along the cavern ceiling and gunned for the thought elevator that the land unit was protection. However, Lucretia had turned her unit's upper body around a full 180 degrees and focused its fire on Todo, forcing him to leap from the roof just in time as he tried to fly in and attack the enemy headmaster, but the land unit crossed its large guns to block the Black Nightmare's katana. "I'm sorry." Lucretia apologized from within, causing Todo's eyes to widen slightly. The tone of her voice from inside said she was emotionally torn. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Area 20. Chigusa gave a yell as her Vincent was knocked back against the rocky wall, water from a waterfall splashing all over her. Chigusa! Eject now! She heard Prowl's voice through the comms and did just that, ejecting her nightmare's cockpit in time as the hand thrust from one red pawn had pierced through her Vincent, but that red pawn was swiftly decapitated by the shuriken that the running Prowl had thrown its way. His weapon returned to him just as he caught Chigusa's cockpit. Thanks, Prowl. She smiled as her ejected cockpit opened. I need to put you inside for your own safety. A door opened up on the side of his chest. It's cramped, but can you make do? I'll have to. Chigusa quickly climbed in as the hatch closed. Don't worry about me, she said as she tried to squeeze herself in tight. Just give them hell. That is the plan. Prowl confirmed as he squared off with another red pawn. Ultra Magnus charged as he fired his dual ion blasters at one red pawn, but it leapt and flew into the air to avoid his shots. Another was about to attack from behind, but Smokescreen had leapt from a nearby waterfall to deliver a flying kick to nail that red pawn and send it crashing into the shallow water, but it quickly rolled back up on its feet and faced Smokescreen. Let's dance, you wannabe con. Smokescreen challenged as he raised his fists eagerly. Cornelia sped her Vincent through the water and rocks as a red pawn flew above her. She tried to shoot at it while it was airborne, but it was too quick for her before it flew down to try and strike her. Cornelia was forced to draw her Vincent's blade to parry the hand thrust of the red pawn. Guilford tried to provide aid, but another red pawn would appear before him to bar his way, much to his frustration. Meanwhile, inside the cavern behind one waterfall, Monica's Florence Nero had clashed its own MVS claws against the curved blades of the Order unit. She tried to fly and find a way around it, but Sansia's own ability and customized unit was able to calculate Monica's direction and sliced one of its blades at her, the force of the impact sending the Florence Nero crashing and bouncing against the wall. Sansia's systems then alerted her to Jez as he tried to get to the thought elevator at the end of the cave, but she moved her unit as fast as she could to ram its shoulder into him, knocking him into the wall. Hey, we're trying to help you, Jez told her as he tried to push the Order unit back. You're a friend of Alice's, right? You don't wanna be Shockwave's little experiment anymore, right? Let us trash this thing and help you. I can't let that happen. Sansia replied as Jez slipped around and moved behind her, but she quickly turned her unit around to face him again. Matt is watching all of us. The slightest hint of deception or treachery, he'll destroy units remotely. I'm sorry, but we don't have a choice here. Jez's expression became sympathetic as he heard that. I'm sorry too. But I got a job to do, and that's saving you and trashing that elevator thing. He ran to charge her again. London. The skies lit up with multiple explosions as Silverbolt, Jetfire, and Windblade flew in their respective jet modes, 3 red pawns flying and giving chase before the 3 aerial bots flew in separate directions, forcing the red pawns to split up as they were locked in a dogfight. Silverbolt transformed while airborne to shoot at the incoming red pawn he faced, but every shot veered past it as it picked its speed to close the distance and tackle him in the air, though he was able to bring both his hands down on its head to force it to let go before transforming again to fly away, prompting the red pawn to chase him once more. Jetfire remained in his jet mode as he turned around and opened fire at the charging red pawn, essentially playing a game of chicken to see who would get out of the line of fire first. The red pawn was able to avoid most of the deadlier shots, though it did get skid along the sides to scratch it up. They got too close however as Jetfire was forced to pull up to avoid a deadly collision. Windblade had one red pawn pursuing her that she couldn't shake. Though the female aerial but noticed that her pursuer was quickly closing the gap and thought she could use that to her advantage. However, before she got any thoughts about trying to fight back, she noticed Ogai's Gawain Nerian was being encircled from all sides by 2 red pawns. That's when the idea came to her. Ogai. Windblade got his attention as she flew toward him, the red pawn flying. Fire your hadrons right at me. Windblade, what are you? Ogai didn't understand as she saw Windblade's jet mode flying right at him. Just do it. Now. She exclaimed. No time to question it, Ogai fired his Nightmare's shoulder-mounted hadron cannons at Windblade, who was able to curve her jet mode down and under, avoiding the beam that had struck the red pawn, causing it to explode in a fiery display. The residual force of the blast was enough to force the two red pawns that had been attacking him to back away slightly, with Windblade shooting at them to get them to further increase the distance. "Thanks for the save," Windblade said as she transformed and hovered back to back with the Gawain Nerion. "Thank me when we survive this," Ogai said as those two red pawns returned to face them. Meanwhile, a similar battle was taking place in the River Thames as Archie was engaged in brutal hand-to-hand combat with one red pawn, though she was stuck on defense as her enemy's speed clearly surpassed hers. Even when she tried to attack with a punch, it swiftly dodged her strike and knocked her down with a more powerful punch. "Archie, move out of the way." Colin activated the Gurren's energy wing system to fire multiple energy blades at the red pawn. Archie quickly transformed and drove away just as the energy blades struck the ground around the red pawn, forcing it to try and jump, though its legs were caught in the explosion, blasting them away. With it partially immobile, Colin launched her Surger Claw, attacked to her Gurren via its cable, and grabbed onto its chest before she activated the Surger to finish off the red pawn in a flurry of fire. Suzaku quickly activated the Lancelot's Blaze Luminous system to protect himself from the Dark Mordred's Hadron cannons, but the force of the impact still knocked his nightmare back. "Anya! Stop this! Please!" Suzaku cried out. "I don't want to fight you." "Neither do I," the sobbing Anya said within her own nightmare. Shockwave, he saw all of this coming. "If I don't, he'll kill me, and the others." "Anya!" Suzaku couldn't quite see her face, but he could only imagine her torn and emotional face as he heard her cries. He remembered when they attended Ashford together. Anya seemed like such a quiet and stoic girl, but he could tell that she was a good person. So the thought of her being forced into a situation like this only made his blood boil. Shockwave. "Megatron, just how many more lives are you going to ruin before you're satisfied?" Elita 1 had suddenly appeared on top of the Mordred, standing on its shoulders as she drew her own arm blades to slice off the Hadron cannons before leaping back to face her. "Anya, I don't know you all that well. But I promise we will save you," Elita 1 vowed. "I swear it." Of course, it wasn't just Elita who made that vow. Within Anya's own mind, Marianne made the same vow herself. Their plan to tip off Lelich and everyone to the Geese Order's location and rescue them all may have failed, but there was still a chance to get out of this particular spot and destroy the thought elevator. In fact, what that pink Autobot just did gave her an idea. "Anya, let me drive," Marianne told the girl. "I think I can get us out of this." Geese Order. The outermost area of the Citadel had turned into a full-scale war zone as several buildings in the area crumbled from the explosions and clashes of metal and energy raging against one another. What appeared to be causing the most amount of destruction was the driller that moved up and down along the ground, burrowing its way toward Grimlock as he ran to get some distance. When the monster was about to catch up to him, Grimlock rolled along the side just as the driller shot downward to try and crush its prey, but Grimlock plunged his sword into the driller's side, causing the beast to growl in pain as it shot its upper head upward, shaking itself to try and wrench Grimlock loose, which it was able to do as it sent the Dinobot crashing into a nearby building. The driller then felt multiple explosions on its exposed underbelly, courtesy of Alice in the Pegasus as she fired her Nightmare's rifle to try and do some damage, which it seemed like she was able to do before the driller set its sights toward her, drilling up and into a structure to gain some altitude as Alice pulled her unit back. The Dark Fafnir rained a volley of missiles toward the incoming Ogravane and Guka Biakin. Wizard retaliated with a series of missiles from his own Nightmare to intercept and create a large explosion, followed by a cloud of smoke. Using the smoke for cover, Orpheus shot his Biakin forward to try and get close, going for the Dark Fafnir's left side, specifically the large cone-like device. The Guffian blaster built into the Biakin's head activated and fired a surge of condensed energy into the limb portion, causing the entire left cone to break apart and explode. However, the Dark Fafnir was able to eject the remaining portions of the left arm to avoid any further damage to the central unit before pulling back upwards, prompting Wizard and Orpheus to follow. Sarah grunted as her Akatsuki's katana collided with the sword of the Dark Queen, which went on to attack with a secondary sword in its free hand, but Sarah pulled her pink Akatsuki backwards to avoid the slice and then retaliated with a series of missiles from its wrist, but the Dark Queen flew up and over the projectiles before coming back down to attack in close quarters again. On the ground, Bumblebee drove in his vehicle mode straight for Shockwave as he was in his tank mode, firing blast after blast at the speeding scout, but Bumblebee was able to avoid the majority of the blasts as he quickly closed the distance, transforming to jump and leap on top of Shockwave to try and pull up on his cannon, but Shockwave transformed as well to throw Bumblebee off and into the wall of a broken building. Shockwave then went on to slam the smaller Autobot further into the wall by ramming his shoulder into him. As he slumped down, Shockwave aimed his arm cannon at Bumblebee's head. "There is more than one way to silence an Autobot," Shockwave said as he primed his cannon, but was forced to deviate as a set of Slash-Harkins struck his side, and a Hadron Blast erupted at the ground beneath him to send him backwards, skidding on his feet as he saw the Shinkiro flying right at him. "You may have set up a trap, but your geese order will fall," Lelouch declared as the Shinkiro closed the distance to strike Shockwave across the face, but when Zero was about to fire a point-blank Hadron Blast from his unit's right arm, Shockwave grabbed the bottom of the arm and forced him to fire away before slamming his cannon into the Shinkiro to knock it back slightly and fired a blast at the Nightmare's chest to knock it down even further. "Illogical," Shockwave replied. "Your determination will not change the outcome." Optimus Prime stood at the top of a pile of rubble as the flying Nemesis Prime gathered up a sphere of chaotic red energy from his glowing crystals and threw it at Optimus, only for the sphere to detonate against the Skyboom shield as it protected Optimus with a powerful barrier. The true Prime swung the Starsaber to send a horizontal wave at his counterfeit, who quickly flew upwards to avoid the devastating slice that obliterated a series of structures behind him. "You think that fancy sword and shield will scare me?" Nemesis called out. "What good can any of that power do if you can't even touch me with it? My newfound energy is charged with a mix of synthetic and red energon, granting me even more speed and power than you can ever hope to dream of." "Are you trying to impress me, Victor?" Optimus questioned. "If so, you are only failing miserably." That earned a growl from the immortal boy inside the metallic body. "I don't want or need your praise, Prime. I just need you dead." He threw another sphere of energy at Optimus, who retaliated with a swing of the Starsaber as it got close to cleave the attack in half. It was a narrow escape, but the group consisting of Bulkhead, Ratchet, Rai, Nunnally, Shirley, Rivalts, Millie, Sayoko, Jeremiah, Misty, Toto, Joseph, and the remaining scientists were able to find some form of shelter deep underground in a cavern that hadn't been outfitted with Shockwave's technology, all thanks to the phase shifter. "Oh, Cybertronian tech, where would we be without you?" Rivalts literally thanked the phase shifter attached to Bulkhead's wrist. "Probably 6 feet under," Bulkhead himself replied. "Well, this turned out to be a total bust. Shockwave was waiting for us," Millie stated. Ratchet scoffed in annoyance. "Of course, he was. I don't understand though, how?" Joseph stuttered. We planned carefully. How could we have?" "Daddy, it happens." Shirley tried to say something, offering what comfort she could as she placed a hand on his shoulder. "We've learned not to underestimate the Decepticons. But even that came back to bite us." Despite those words, the fact that his own daughter was now directly involved in this life-or-death situation because of him only made him feel worse. What if she was killed? It would be all his fault. "We can still find a way out of this," Nunnally said, trying to get everyone together. "It may seem bleak, but we may find a way." "What do you have in mind?" Toto asked. "Jeremiah, do you know the layout of this place?" Nunnally asked the cyborg. "More or less, but there is a possibility that it was changed after my supposed death back in Paris," Jeremiah replied. As Shockwave expected this attack, he likely did what he could to ensure we'd be trapped with little to no hope of escape. "What if we were to just drive straight with the phase shifter?" Misty suggested. "We've already used it to avoid all of Shockwave's traps so far." "Yeah, let's just gun it straight till we're out of this dump and bridge out of here." Rivalts was already on board. "I was actually thinking that exact same thing," Nunnally said. "Jeremiah, you'd at least know the basic layout of this whole place, as in which direction we'd go. Ratchet, you can try and contact anyone as we move along. Even if this whole base is blocking our communications, it has to have a range, right?" "Perhaps, though based on what we've heard, the thought elevator appears to be the source of our predicament. Ratchet said. Then maybe we destroy it ourselves. Shirley suggested. We're already here, and it sounds like Optimus and Zero might have their hands full right now. That's way too dangerous. Shockwave will have that thing heavily guarded. Rai stated. I'd rather not. Hello? Hello? Does anyone read me? Everyone looked in surprise to hear a familiar voice echoing throughout the cavern. What was that? Bulkhead asked. That sounded like Euphemia. Toto said. Somebody. Please respond. They heard it again, but they were able to trace the sound, to Rai's prosthetic arm. He slowly raised his arm as everyone eyed it with curiosity as he spoke into it. Hello. Rai. Oh, thank God. They heard Euphemia breathe a sigh of relief on the other side. Is Nunnally with you? What about the others? Yuffie, I'm here. Nunnally said, looking happy to hear her voice. Everyone's here, we're safe. Oh, you have no idea how good it is to hear a familiar voice right about now. Rivalts breathed a sigh of relief. How are you able to establish contact? All our communications are blocked. Misty stated. It's with the thought elevators, right? Nina's voice was heard this time. Nina. Ratchet didn't expect to hear her voice. Well, Tai and I were able to match the communications frequency of the communicator built into Rai's arm with the same every wavelength of the thought elevator. Nina explained. Since it's wired directly into him, and Rai has a geese, we were able to establish an effective link based on the matching thought energy waves emitted by both the geese and thought elevators. Can you repeat that? With smaller words, please. Bulkhead asked. I'm basically using Rai's brain as an antenna, all because he has a geese and he's in the range of an active thought elevator. Nina summed up. Oh, well, that's cool, and kinda gross. Rai cringed. Wait a minute, a link to his brain. Joseph began to think for a minute. Dad. Shirley wondered what he was thinking. Arkevely's work has always been neurotechnology. Joseph said. That's probably how he's controlling everything, with his brain. Which means, if we can isolate the control frequency of the neural remote link Arkvale is employing. Ratchet followed along as he took out his scanner and began to remotely scan the general area. I should be able to pinpoint his location. And then we can jump him with the phase shifter and be all. Booyah. Rivalts punched his fist into the air. In your face. Despite that, the group's current situation was rather tense as they still had plenty of concerns right now. Can you guys track our location? Maybe call in a ground bridge to get us out of here. Rai asked. No. We can't track you, just contact you. Nina replied. Otherwise, we would have already called in a ground bridge. What's going on with everyone else? Millie asked. We were lured into a trap. I'm guessing Optimus and Zero are too. What about the other teams? Same thing. Euphemia reported gravely. We've lost contact with all of them, and there are these dead zones at each of their locations, making it impossible to open a ground bridge with any of them either. Likely using the thought elevators at each location. Toto assumed before growling. That damn shockwave. Well, maybe there's something we can do here, since we can contact base. Shirley hoped. Aha! Ratchet exclaimed enthusiastically as his scanner beeped. Frequency isolated. Wait a minute. He looked at the scanner again, causing him to look more confused. I'm picking up 2 locations. It is most likely MAD. Jeremiah assumed. Yes, if Arkvale is controlling the defenses here, MAD may be responsible for what's going on at the other locations. Joseph said. Nunnally's eyes then widened as an idea came to her. That's it. That's how we turn this whole thing around. Ratchet, how far away are each of those 2 spots? The Autobot medic looked at his scanner again. One location is roughly 2 kilometers east of here, the other is 5 in the northwestern direction. Alright, here's the plan. Nunnally got everyone's attention. We're going to split up into 2 teams. Bulkhead, you're taking Rai, Shirley, her father, Jeremiah, and Millie to the furthest one away. Use the phase shifter to get you straight there. Ratchet, you're taking me, Sayoko, Rivalts, Toto, Misty, and the other scientists we have to spot that's closer. We're going to do what we can to stop whatever it is. Hopefully if we get it done, we'll be able to track each other again and meet up. Everyone looked toward each other in surprise as they let all that process in their heads. Even those that knew Nunnally the longest didn't expect her to come up with such a plan, one that had a pair of well-balanced teams that, if done right, could turn the tides of this otherwise bleak outcome. Once again, they had to silently remind themselves whose sister this was. Heh, look at you kiddo. Bulkhead smirked with approval. Making complicated plans like your brother. You're a zero in your own right, Nunnally. Millie said impressed, causing Nunnally to smirk just like her brother, something that caused Sayoko and Jeremiah both exchanged proud smiles with one another. Yuffie, Nina, did you guys get all that? Rai asked through his arm's communication device. We did, it might work. Nina responded. But we don't know for sure if this is connected to the dead zones or not. Nunnally, are you absolutely sure about this? Euphemia asked. I'm sure. She confirmed. They heard the former princess sigh deeply on the other end of the line. When did you grow up so fast? All right, just be careful. Got it. Nunnally nodded. Well, what are we waiting for? Rivalts urged. Let's take this place down and stick it to the cons. With that, both Autobots transformed once again. Rai, Shirley, Joseph, Millie, and Jeremiah entered Bulkhead's Jeep mode, while Nunnally, Rivalts, Toto, Misty, Sayoko, and the other scientists entered Ratchet's ambulance mode. Bulkhead activated the phase shifter and drove straight through the cavern walls, while Ratchet followed a more open path. The Nemesis. Within the confines of his vault, Megatron had spent the last few moments getting the handle of his new toy. With the active forge of Solus Prime in his hands, not only was he easily able to reattach his fusion cannon to the arm of Liege Maximo that he had stolen from his corpse, he pounded a certain dark glowing substance repeatedly, and with each strike, the substance began to take a new shape as it was restructured on a near molecular level. Incredible! Schneeisel observed as he, Starscream, Steeljaw, Knockout, Thundercracker, and Skybite continued to watch Megatron work. This forge of Solus Prime can essentially create anything out of nothing? The power of the primes is unbelievable. Yes, but it doesn't create anything out of nothing. Thundercracker clarified. Matter can't simply pop into existence. But to create weapons from even the rawest of materials is nothing to scoff at either. Skybite said. And in this case, said raw material, would be a big hunk of dark energon. Knockout commented. It was true. The substance that Megatron had been forging was indeed the blood of Unicron. Even as it would take a new shape with each strike from the forge, the dark and evil essence from the vile substance would still remain, as was Megatron's intent. Starscream watched with unease. Depending on how this goes, it may hinder our plans. But I suppose we'll just have to wait and see. But it wasn't just Starscream who felt nervous. Hiding in a small opening within the ceiling of the vault was Hotshot, who continued to watch Megatron work. This is not good. I gotta find a way to get that hammer away from him. The rookie wrecker thought, desperately trying to come up with a plan. Geese order. Nemesis Prime's body surged with red energy as he shot straight at Optimus, trying to strike him like a missile, but the True Prime brought up the Skyboom shield to project a barrier to block Nemesis Prime's charge. The momentum from his attempted strike blew away much of the rubble and debris behind Optimus. As Optimus swung the Star Saber at him, Nemesis flew up to avoid the strike. Alice flew around the driller as it curved its way up the building, shooting every distance weapon the Pegasus had in a desperate attempt to slow it down. But one of its rotating blade tentacles shot out and struck the Pegasus, sending it tumbling down to the wrecked roof of the very structure the driller was on. It loomed directly over her, ready to press down and tear her to shreds. Alice closed her eyes with a frightened expression, expecting her imminent death. Until Grimlock's Tyrannosaur's form exploded out from the rooftop, standing protectively in front of Alice as he let loose the most powerful plasma breath attack straight into the driller's open mouth, burning and blasting away at its insides throughout its upper body, causing it to roar in pain. It was about to slam its whole form down on the both of them in rage, but Grimlock quickly transformed back to grab the Pegasus and leap off the roof just as the driller slammed down to collapse the entire structure. Orpheus gave a yell as the Beacon shot its arm-mounted electrical gun barrel device directly into the active cone on the right side of the Dark Fafnir. However, the cone fired a beam at that moment as both attacks surged against one another, creating a flash of energy and electricity that seemed to be in favor of the Dark Fafnir as the Beacon's entire left arm, including its most powerful weapon, was blasted away, sending the White Nightmare tumbling down toward a structure. "It's open. Now!" Orpheus called out as the Augur Vein appeared from directly under the Dark Fafnir, plunging both its blades into the cannon as Oiagro fired the Hadron cannons point-blank into the cannon and underbelly of the massive unit. All that power, plus the piercing of the massive undercannon, caused a chain reaction that detonated the cannon right as the Augur Vein pulled back. The underside of the Dark Fafnir detonated, causing it to fall out of the sky and crash through a few of the structures below before it finally exploded, destroying it once and for all. "That's one less thing to worry about." Oiagro breathed in relief. "Orpheus, are you all right?" "I'll live," the nephew responded. He looked at one of his monitors to find the pink Akatsuki backed into a corner as the Dark Queen kept up its ruthless onslaught. "Sarah needs help." "Then let's not keep the lady waiting," Oiagro said as the one-armed Beacon picked itself back up and flew alongside the Augur Vein to help their mortal comrade. Shockwave fired a charged shot from his cannon at the Shinkiro as Zero fired a Hadron blast from his Nightmare's right wrist, creating an explosion in between the two of them. Bumblebee then rushed through the smoke, drawing his katana as he used to slice at Shockwave's chest, creating a scratch while the Autobot scout fired a series of Energon blasts in that same spot, but Shockwave slammed his cannon into Bumblebee to knock him down. The Shinkiro then flew in to thrust an arm blade at Shockwave, but he batted it away with his cannon and grabbed the Shinkiro by its throat to slam it down to the ground, only for Zero to fire point-blank/Harkins to push Shockwave back, allowing the Black Nightmare to stand as Bumblebee came to his side. "Guess this fight isn't as easy as you'd thought it'd be, huh, Shockwave?" Bumblebee told him. "One of your big guys is already down. Even if you were to achieve victory in this battle, it would only be Pyrrhic at best." Shockwave replied. "Your scattered allies cannot prevail against what we have sent against them. You may win this battle, but you will lose the war." Lelouch chuckled slightly. "Remind me again why someone so logical is making the same mistake as his master." "Elaborate." Shockwave replied. "You and Megatron underestimate us," Lelouch told him. "You underestimate humanity, thinking we're not as strong as the Autobots who fight beside us, but you couldn't be more wrong. When you push us into a corner, with nothing left to lose, and everything to gain, you'd be surprised at what we can accomplish. Come on out, where are you?" Arc-Veil sang madly as he looked through the monitors, his cybernetic brain still directly hooked up to the machine, but he was unable to find any of the Autobot or Black Knight intruders throughout the entire Citadel. "All this hide-and-seek is no fun if you don't show yourselves. Come on. Come to Papa." Suddenly, the chamber shook, much to Archevely's shock, especially as he saw the whole front wall break apart, along with all the monitors in front of him. He gasped to see Rai, Shirley, Millie, and Jeremiah all there, the three young Black Knights carrying rifles, and all aimed directly at him. "Hello, Arc-Veil." Jeremiah smirked in victory. "Revenge is quite the savory dish, wouldn't you agree? I'd get off that seat if I were you," Joseph warned as he stood by his daughter's side, his arms crossed. The roof of the chamber, along with the machine on top, was also ripped apart, tearing away many of the cables attached to his cybernetic brain, causing Arc-Veil to scream in pain as he looked in genuine terror to see the glaring bulkhead holding the device in his hand. "Unless you'd rather do this the hard way," Bulkhead stated as he crushed the machine in his enormous hand. "Yes, my red pawns. Keep on fighting," Mad proclaimed with an insane grin as he continued to watch all the fights taking place all across the world. "You fools," he said to the enemy force, despite the fact that they couldn't hear him. "Even if you do take out a few of my creations, I can just focus more of my control on all those that remain, making my job that much easier. You can't possibly hope to. Mad's rant was interrupted as the ceiling of his own chamber was sliced open by a large metallic blade. He looked up in genuine surprise to see the Autobot medic that had cut open the hole to reveal himself. Quick and precise, Ratchet said. Like any good doctor. Autobot. Mad glared. You will not destroy my work. You fools can't prevail against what I've created. You will not. He was silenced as a kunai was suddenly thrown into his forehead with enough force to pierce his skull and into his brain. Mad's body went slump as he died right then and there. Quick and precise, Sayoko repeated, standing on Ratchet's shoulder. Just as you said, Doctor. Excellent shot, Sayoko. Misty congratulated as she, Nunnally, Toto, and Rivolts all stood underneath Ratchet. A bit overkill, Rivolts commented. Shouldn't we have taken him alive? He was the one who put Alice and her friends through so much pain and suffering. Nunnally said with a glare. Though she wasn't the type of person to wish for anyone's death, she at least felt that Mad got what he deserved. And we just heard from Ryan everyone that Ark-Vale was captured. Toto added. I don't see any room for excess baggage. Damn, you girls are scary. Rivolts shivered. Just like that, with Mad dead, his control to the red pawns all over the world was now broken. In that one instant, they all shut down. Antarctica. Chromia and Ironhide both looked in confusion as they saw the red pawn in front of them stop moving, becoming stiff like a statue. What the? The veteran Autobot questioned as he and Chromia shared concerning glances and were slightly startled as another stiff red pawn fell on the ice beside them, breaking apart on contact. What's going on? Nonet questioned as the damaged Gale's chin hovered closer to them. They just stopped moving. Somehow, they're shut down. Chromia deduced. The recently severed head of the third and final red pawn rolled up to them on the ground as his decapitated body fell to reveal Wheeljack with his swords. I'm not complaining, and I'm not sticking around to wait for these guys to wake up. Wheeljack said. Good idea. Ironhide agreed as he fired his cannons to obliterate the stiff red pawn in front of him. Down below in the icy water, Warpath had managed to tackle the Power Headmaster unit and pin it to the ground before ripping off its right arm to ensure that it stayed down, despite the unit struggling underneath him. Sorry about this, kiddo. Warpath said. We'll get you out of there back at base. With Delk secured, Tamaki's wrecker Akatsuki had its missiles locked onto the thought elevator. Suck on this, cons. Long live Japan. He fired his missiles straight at the thought elevator, causing it to go up in a glorious explosion. Area 18. All 6 red pawns were stiff as statues as half of them were on the ground, locked in various fighting positions such as attempting to deliver punches and kicks. The other half fell to the ground, unable to fly, and ended up greatly damaged upon impact. All the remaining Crimson Knights and Black Dragon units, consisting of Maribel, Zinc, Ashley, Chiba, Aldrin, Asahina, Jean, Sakia, Makara, and Leonhardt, looked in surprise and confusion as their Knight Marrays were heavily damaged with several looking ready to fall apart at the seams. The hell? Ashley questioned before a relieved grin fell on his face. Damn, guess Lady Luck's still on our side. I don't know about luck or fortune, but we should take advantage of this. Zinc stated as his Shenhu fired its /Harkins to tear apart one stiff red pawn. You're right. Maribel agreed. Destroy them while they're depot-word. Now's our chance. Meanwhile, within the cavern, Drift and Todo both came at the sides of the Lucretia's land units, bringing their respective blades toward her as she raised her gun arms to block their attacks. Even with both the Autobot and Zanjitsu working together, the land unit seemed capable of holding them back. You can't win. I'll know your every position. Lucretia confessed honestly and reluctantly. Our position, perhaps. Todo commented as he grinned. But it seems your focus is that like any other human. Often distracted. Drift smiled. Lucretia's eyes widened as she turned around in shock to see the two mini-cons, Jetstorm and Safeguard, leaping high into the air to bring their weapons down on the thought elevator. For Master Drift, and all our friends and allies, be they Autobot or Black Knight. Safeguard lunged his Naginata multiple times into the monolithic structure. For Cybertron and for Earth. Jetstorm swung his Nunchucks all over the surface of the structure as well. Their strikes were so precise and strong that the surface of the thought elevator began to collapse and break apart, exposing a bright red light from behind that shined out well past the cavern entrance, getting everyone's attention outside. The flash of light also served as a distraction for Lucretia, as she was forced to close her eyes. This momentary distraction worked in favor of her opponents as Drift and the Zanjitsu quickly sliced their blades to sever the arms of the land unit, causing it to fall to its knees. "You are beaten, it's over," Drift declared as he pointed his blade toward the critically damaged Nightmare. "Surrender and you'll be taken into our custody," Todo added. Despite the failure of their mission, Lucretia couldn't help but smile. Maybe, just maybe, their plan had worked. Maybe she and her friends could finally be free after all. "I surrender." Area 20. Ultra Magnus was quick to shoot and obliterate a stiff red pawn that had fallen into the shallow water below. "Make sure they are all destroyed. I do not know what has happened, but use it to your advantage," he said before shooting to destroy another that was at a distance away. "With great pleasure, sir." Cornelia smiled as she used her Vincent to bisect one red pawn with Guilford sitting in the same cockpit behind her, his own Akatsuki having been destroyed during the battle. "Kinda anticlimactic in my opinion," Smokescreen commented as he shot off the head of one red pawn in front of him. He heard a loud slam behind him and turned around to see a destroyed red pawn fall at his feet, with Prowl and Chigusa who sat on his shoulder, giving him unamused expressions. "What?" Behind the waterfall, Jazz had shot his Energon grappler at the Order unit, who tried to slice at it with her swords, only for the grappler to ensnare both blades and bring them together. Jazz retracted his grappler, which caused him to be shot straight at Sansia, who gasped as Jazz tackled her Nightmare. The gathered momentum was enough to push her to the ground while Jazz was on top. "Go. Now." Jazz ordered as the Florence Nero aimed its hadron cannons at the thought elevator at the very back of the cave. These devices were the sole reason for our conquest, for the destruction that we laid in our wake, and I was a part of that. Monica thought with a set expression before steeling herself. "But I have renounced the lies that is Britannia. Now and forever. I am a true knight of justice. And I will protect this world." She fired her Nightmare's cannons, firing a condensed red energy blast that all but destroyed the thought elevator in the most explosive way possible. Jazz gave an impressed whistle. "Talk about flashy. Russian mountains." All the remaining red pawns fell and broke apart as they slid and rolled across the side of the mountains, and would keep falling until they either reached the bottom or were destroyed beyond all hope of repair. "What?" Shin questioned as he saw all his escort units literally fall apart. Now he was the only one left as Akito, Leela, Sideswipe, Ryo, Yukiya, Strongarm, and Ayano surround him from all sides, their weapons aimed at the hovering Thanatos. "I don't know what happened, but I'm loving it." Ryo grinned. "Not so tough now without your buddies, are you?" Ayano also grinned. "Shin Hyagashang, you are surrounded," Strongarm told him. "Surrender. This will be your only warning." The cybernetic madman only tisked in annoyance. "My apologies, Akito," he said to his brother. "I know I said this is where we would part ways, but I'm afraid we'll have to settle this another day. I can see when the odds are not in my favor." The Thanatos fired multiple energon blasts from its shoulders all around, creating explosions on all sides and providing enough cover for Shin to fly straight up into the sky. "Brother!" Akito exclaimed in frustration as he tried to shoot him down, but he was already well out of range. "Akito, let him go," Leela told him. "Shang is not our mission." "Layla's right, we have to destroy the thought elevator," Sideswipe said. "Let's do it now, while we're in the clear." Yukiya gave a slight laugh. "Grindcurry's already on it." The large and green Autobot made his way towards the exposed thought elevator inside the cave as he eagerly pounded his fist into his palm. "Hi Mr. Thought Elevator. Let me introduce you to my best friend, my right fist." Grindcore punched the thought elevator as hard as he could, shattering it in that one attack. London. Ogai and the aerial bots all watched as the red pawns fell into the water below. Despite not knowing what was happening, they all had a good idea of who might have been responsible. Optimus. Lelich, you're always saving my ass. Ogai thought to himself with a relieved smile. In the river below, the last two red pawns didn't even need to be shut down as they had already been destroyed by Colin and Arky. They just turned around to see Alita in her vehicle mode, driving straight for the Dark Mordred, who was also flying straight at her. But it wasn't Anya at the controls. Marianne. Anya tried to speak to her. Wait. She had to time this perfectly. Once she saw that Alita was close enough, she acted. Now. Marianne fired a Hadron blast at the ground just in front of Alita, but this worked more to the pink Autobot's advantage as she transformed and moved in, her arm blades drawn as she sliced and decapitated the Dark Mordred, sliding past it samurai style as it fell to the ground. Did she do it? Anya asked. She did it. Marianne breathed a sigh of relief. We found the self-destruct device in the Dark Mordred's neck. By purposely creating an opening, we allowed that Autobot the chance to sever it. Shockwave can't touch us now. I can see why you were called Marianne the Flash. Anya said with a laugh in her head while Marianne laughed as well. They were finally free from Shockwave and could return to the sides of the people they cared for. Alita, is Anya? Suzaku asked as the Lancelot approached them. She's alright. Alita confirmed with a smile. This thing looks like it has an airtight cockpit, so she won't drown. We'll get her to base once we're done here. That's a relief. Suzaku smiled as he turned his Lancelot to face the thought elevator as the Gurren and Arky made their way closer to him. Do you want this? Arky asked him. I think we've all earned it. Suzaku said confidently. Got that right. Colin agreed earnestly. It was this because Demge's cult thing that Britannia invaded Japan in the first place, and took so much from all of us. Now it's our turn to end this. Once and for all. Arky declared. Megatron. Suzaku thought with a hardened expression of anger. This is it. This is the beginning of the end for you, and all your heinous plans. Arky fired multiple energon blasts, the Gurren's Surger Claw threw a sphere of radiation, while the Lancelot fired its Varus rifle. All three attacks struck the thought elevator, and quickly destroyed it. Horai Island. Multiple signals sprang to life on the screen of the Ark's bridge as the dead zones just vanished, almost simultaneously, alerting all the military officers as they read the reports they were instantly receiving. The dead zones have been clear. We're getting signals from all our teams. Everyone's coming back online. The Wreckers are reporting their mission was accomplished. We have confirmation of the thought elevator in Area 18 being destroyed. The one in Area 22. Leela and her team are reporting the same thing. The thought elevator in London has been destroyed. Euphemia and everyone else above could only look in surprise and amazement as they not only heard all the reports, but even saw the signals of most of their teams come back online. I think they did it. Cecile said with a smile. Some way, somehow, they pulled it off. Rax Hata commented. Lloyd gave his usual laugh. Just 5 minutes ago, we were in the worst-case scenario, but we pulled off a victory. Diet Hard looked more than a little ecstatic while Claus slumped in relief. Euphemia was tempted to shed tears of joy as she, Kagaya, and Nina, shared emotionally relieved looks, but they couldn't celebrate just yet. The operation wasn't over. TAI, commence extraction on all available away teams. Bring them home as soon as possible. Euphemia ordered as she wiped her eyes. Already on it. TAI reported. Fix it, can we contact Optimus, Zero, and everyone else at the Geese order? Euphemia asked. The signal is still partially scrambled. Fix-It responded as he looked at a holographic screen of the communications network. But with all those dead zones clear, I think I can establish contact. Get to work on it as soon as possible. Euphemia stated. Nina, try and reach Rai, Nunnally, and their group. Get them as far away from that place as possible so we can bring them home. You got it. Nina was already typing away at her laptop. All that's left now is for Lelich and Optimus to finish this. Euphemia said. And they're in the lion's den. Maybe so, but they're quite the lions themselves. Kaguya assured. They'll pull through. Especially when said lions have a flipping T-Rex by their side. Lloyd commented. Not to mention a sword and shield with godlike abilities. Rax Hata added. The Nemesis. Megatron had just laid the finishing touches on his newfound weapon with one final pounding of the Forge of Solus Prime just as Soundwave entered the vault. Megatron and the others looked toward the silent Decepticon as he showed them all footage on his visor of the attack on the Geese Order. Shockwave's base is under attack. Thundercracker exclaimed. And it seems Optimus is leading the charge with both the Starsaber and Skyboom shield. Schneeisel noted. I will deploy my Seeker Armada and... Starscream began. No, that will not be necessary. Megatron said as he laid the forge on the ground and picked up his newest creation. What he held was a massive broadsword that was curved and twisted with spiked edges along both ends of the blade. The handle was pitch black and spiked, like something a Dark Knight of fiction would use, while the blade itself glowed a dark purple that emanated the same aura as the substance that was used to make it. All the Decepticons, and even Schneeisel, looked at the newly created weapon in a mixture of awe and dread. I will see to this task, myself. The leader of the Decepticons proclaimed as he sheathed his newly created weapon on his back. Lord Megatron, are you sure that is wise? Skybite asked. You haven't even tested your new weapon yet. This is the test. Megatron said as he proceeded to walk out of the vault with everyone else behind him. What better way to test my creation, than by pitting it against the very sword it was based off of? Once they all left the vault, the Forge of Solus Prime was once again left alone, the mallet of the hammer laying on the floor as its handle leaned against the anvil upon which Megatron had forged his new sword. But it wasn't quiet for long as Hotshot slipped down from the ceiling and let himself quietly drop to the floor. He grabbed the forge and struggled a bit before he was finally able to hoist it up and over his shoulder. Come on, beautiful. Hotshot said as he proceeded to make his way out. I think it's time for both of us to get out of here. Geese Order. Grimlock had climbed to the top of a tipped-over structure with the Pegasus flying right next to him. Both turned around to see the driller was demolishing its way through everything in its path and getting closer with the intent to rip them to pieces. We're throwing everything we have at it and it's not slowing down. Alice exclaimed. Grimlock however remembered that when he fired his plasma breath down its throat, he did do some damage. So, its insides were vulnerable. The only problem was trying to deal the right amount of damage to truly destroy it. He glanced at the Pegasus as he saw it hovering, which caused him to get an idea. He remembered Swoop doing this with himself and a few of his teammates before. Perhaps this could work. Get me up high. Grimlock told her. What? What are you? Alice questioned in confusion as the driller wormed ever closer. Pick me up and fly straight up. Don't question it. Just do it. Grimlock yelled. Unable to think of anything else, the Pegasus grabbed Grimlock's left arm and flew straight up just as the driller reached the spot that they were at. It saw the pair fly up, causing the driller to worm its way into a nearby structure and curve straight up in an attempt at pursuing them. Alice had to kick her float system to maximum power to get as high as she could. Grimlock was so large and heavy that it was honestly a miracle she was even able to lift him at all. They got to a point where they were rather high, above nearly all the other structures in the immediate area, and the driller was nearing the top of the building that it drilled through. I can't get you up much higher. Alice stated. The strain is too much for the Pegasus. You're fine now. Just drop me. Grimlock ordered. What? Are you crazy? Alice exclaimed. Drop me. Grimlock yelled, his optics glowing bright red with anger, showing no room for argument. Scared by his tone of anger, she went against every fiber of logic in her body and dropped the Dinobot. As he fell, the driller curved its body to try, opening its mouth to catch and devour him. However, while in the air, Grimlock transformed into his T-Rex mode and unleashed his plasma breath once more, directly into the open mouth of the driller, burning away at its insides just as Grimlock fell in. The driller roared in agony as it felt all its insides burn away. Multiple explosions erupted from inside before its giant form was exploded near its head area, causing it to be essentially decapitated. All broken and destroyed parts of the driller fell to the ground in a heap as the structure it drilled through collapsed completely, creating a massive pile of broken metal and debris. Grimlock. Alice flew the Pegasus down to try and find him, scanning to locate his signal through the rubble. Grimlock. Where are you? A blast of plasma shot up from the rubble beside her as the Dinobot's T-Rex mode burned and climbed its way to the surface. Once he was fully emerged, Grimlock gave a roar before he transformed back to normal, taking a moment to rest a bit. Alice heard him chuckle as he turned in her direction. I think you humans would call that heartburn. Right. The girl blinked owlishly for a second before she laughed. She laughed as if she had just been told the funniest joke in the world. You really are crazy. The Agravain fired its Harkins and Hadron cannons at the Dark Queen, which sped up and around each of the blasts and projectiles shot its way, but as it flew up, the Biakin came in and was close enough to fire its head-mounted Gaffian blaster, but right as he did, the Dark Queen swung its blade outward. Both attacks hit their mark as the head of Orpheus Nightmare was destroyed, and the Gaffian hit the Dark Queen, causing its systems to short-circuit and be rendered inoperable. Both units fell from the sky, but thankfully the Agravain was able to fly in and catch the critically damaged White Nightmare. It's down. Get it before it recovers. Wizard stated. Sarah's pink Akatsuki flew in, drew its katana and used it to quickly impale the Dark Queen before it even had a chance to recover. She made sure to pierce her weapon right in the central cockpit where the mutilated corpse of Marianne was. All sorts of thoughts and emotions went through Sarah's head as she did that. Lelich. I don't know how you'll feel about this, maybe relieved at her body no longer being used like this. But would you feel if you knew what she was really like? Sarah thought sympathetically before a resolved look formed on her face. Once we're done here, I'll tell you and Nunnally everything. You'll know the truth. I'm done hiding. With a swing of her katana, Sarah's nightmare had almost completely sliced the Dark Queen in half as its left side was completely eviscerated. It fell to the ground in a broken heap, liquid dark energon spilling out like blood as the Dark Queen was finally destroyed. No. VV said aloud, within the metallic frame of Nemesis Prime, he could feel it. Everything that had happened all at once. They're gone, all the thought elevators, all but this one, they're all gone. His eyes shook with terror and rage. Everything we worked for, what we spent years creating, all for nothing. Nemesis Prime's body surged with as much red energy as he could, preparing one final attack as he glared at Optimus Prime who stood in front of him, both sword and shield of the Primes still glowing in his hands. Prime. Nemesis screamed. You've destroyed it all? He let loose a powerful explosion of surging red energy that encompassed the whole perimeter of the area they fought in. All the ruined structures and rubble around him were blown away and destroyed. However, Optimus brandished the Skyboom shield to protect himself from the attack. The barrier projected by the shield allowed Nemesis' attack to wash over him like a river over stone. But, when all the smoke began to clear, Optimus lowered his shield to see that Nemesis Prime was no longer there. In fact, the ground where he once stood had been completely obliterated, leaving a massive hole that led underground. Shockwave was forced to find cover behind a pile of rubble as Bumblebee and the Shinkiro kept the onslaught of energy weapons on him. Though he would find a chance to return fire with his cannon, prompting the Black Knight leader and Autobot scout to dodge and avoid the destructive blasts. Shockwave. Megatron made contact. Lord Megatron, the Geese Order has fallen. Shockwave reported. Despite the plan I set in motion, all assets have been captured or destroyed. Zero, Prime, and their forces will find the thought elevator shortly. It no longer matters. Soundwave is sending a ground bridge to your location. Return to the Nemesis immediately. Megatron ordered. As you wish. Shockwave responded as a ground bridge portal appeared in front of him. A Hadron blast from the Shinkiro blew away the cover that Shockwave was using, only to reveal a ground bridge portal that had closed that very instant. Damn. Lelich cursed before contacting his allies. Shockwave has retreated. VV is gone as well, but I suspect he is still here. Optimus said. All remaining enemy forces have been destroyed, Zero. Wizard reported. But Orpus unit is too badly damaged to keep going. I'm sorry, but I can't help anymore. Orpheus apologized. No thank you, you've done enough. Lelich replied. Wizard, Escort Orpheus back to Horai Island. Get as far away from the citadel and call for a ground bridge. The rest of us will look for Vivi and destroy the thought elevator. Understood. Wizard acknowledged. Nemesis Prime weakly limped underground, leaning his side against the wall as he slowly made his way toward his intended destination. Having exhausted a large majority of his own energon supply in that attack, the movements of the Nemesis Prime body had slowed considerably. Considering that the entire metallic frame, including the flow of Enegrin, was now connected directly to his nervous system, it meant his own body had suffered immensely. Despite his immortality, it would take a considerably long time for him to recover, but that was only his organic form. The metallic body of Nemesis Prime couldn't regenerate, so he was literally dragging the near-drained body like a ball and chain. Optimus. Lelich. Damn you all. Vivi growled as his metallic frame tripped and fell on the ground. K.I. Zarin. He could sense his former contractor even, but not only that, being so close to the only remaining thought elevator, he could even sense the presence of someone else. Someone he worked so hard to cripple all just to spite that wretched Marianne. Even Nunnally. I worked so hard to tear it all down. How dare they build themselves back up? Nemesis Prime crawled on the ground, trying desperately to get to where he needed to. And before long, he found what he was looking for. The only remaining thought elevator, embedded in the wall, and so close to his position. Only one. I only need this one. Vivi strained as he continued to crawl toward it. CC is here. If I can get to it, I can use my power to make them all suffer. I'll send them all into a mental trap, then I'll grab C.C. and force Ragnarok to activate. A childlike look of joy and relief fell on his human face as he thought of that. Charles, wait for me. I'm coming, we'll have our perfect world, we can still have it. And everyone else, this wretched world that Prime and Lelich have tried to save, it can burn in hell. However, just before he could get to it, a ground bridge portal opened in front of him. Stepping out was the one that Vivi had wished he would never ever see again. Just the mere sight of him caused all joy and relief to fade away with terror. Why am I not surprised? Megatron mused as he literally looked down on Nemesis, the ground bridge closing behind him. Crawling on the ground like the insect that you are. Megatron. Quickly. Prime and Zero. They're on their way here. They'll be here any minute. Please. Help me. Vivi pleaded. I'm aware. Megatron dismissed. I have no intent of letting them have their way, nor you yours. You wanted to jumpstart Ragnarok, didn't you? That guess caused Vivi to gasp. Megatron sighed as he shook his head. I've grown rather tired of this, Victor. Truly, I never actually believed you were even capable of defeating Optimus or Lelich, even with your newfound body. The fact is, despite all your treacheries and failures, I've allowed you to carry on this long because I took a certain delight in watching you constantly fall from the pedestal that you've placed yourself on. But you've finally become tiresome. Predictable. Megatron reached down to pick up the Nemesis body by the head and lift it up this level, right before he used his free hand to tear open the chest and expose the frightened immortal boy inside. You've hit rock bottom. The leader of the Decepticons told him. However, there is still but one more thing I need from you. Ratchet's vehicle mode continued to drive underground, while still carrying Nunnally, Rivalts, Toto, Sayoko, Misty, and all the remaining scientists inside. Bulkhead, what is your status? Ratchet asked. We're just about out of the Citadel. Nice to have communications back up. Bulkhead said. Guess whatever we did to wreck their systems did the trick. The second you establish contact with base, call a ground bridge. Ratchet instructed. We're nearing the surface ourselves, so we shouldn't be that far behind. Over and out, document. Bulkhead responded. Rivalts sighed in relief as he slumped back in his seat. I'm glad this whole thing is over. Let's not celebrate until we're out of here. Toto said, though she couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. The Geese Order is all but finished at this point, and she had a part to play. She can finally put it all behind her. And once this war was all done, She could spend the rest of her life with Aldrin and their family. We should be getting to the surface by now, Misty said as they saw an open cavern up ahead. Let's try and. However, the second Ratchet's ambulance mode entered the cavern, he saw something that made him suddenly skid to a halt, causing everyone inside to jerk and almost get flung forward. Sayoko even had to hold out her arm to keep Nunnally from flying, despite that she had a seat belt on. Ugh. Geez Ratchet, the heck did you do that for? Rivalts glanced out the window and was rendered silent. And the others weren't far behind either. Misty, Toto, Sayoko, and even Nunnally, all their eyes became wide like dinner plates, their mouths hanging open, and all the color drained from their faces. Standing in front of them, his glowing purple optics glancing upon them at their arrival with the gaze of the devil, with the broken and damaged form of Nemesis Prime lying flat on the ground behind him, and the sole surviving thought elevator on the wall near his side, was the one responsible for all of this. The one who sent this world spiraling into chaos, and responsible for so much death and destruction. It was the Lord and Master of all Decepticons. Megatron did not expect this arrival, but it seemed more like a pleasant surprise than anything else by the smirk on his face. Hello, Doctor. He recognized the vehicle mode of Ratchet. It's been quite some time. Megatron. Ratchet growled, but he didn't dare move without risk of endangering the humans inside, but he was ready to pull a full reverse at a moment's notice. I see you have company. Megatron could see the humans. Children by the looks of it, and there was one that stuck out the most, and one he recognized instantly. Oh, well, this is a pleasant surprise. Nunnally 6 Britannia. She almost felt her heart stop when he said her name. She had faced Decepticons before, and even a handful of deranged madmen. But this experience was something else. The dark and evil look in Megatron's optics was unlike anything she felt before. Just starting at him felt like she was looking at the devil himself. This was the same monster who not only killed so many innocent people, but also caused her brother so much pain and turmoil. She hated him with every fiber in her being, but right now, all she could feel was fear. You look so much like your mother. Megatron continued. But do not worry, I have no plans for you whatsoever, but I do have a request. He drew his dark and glowing saber that he had brought with him, making sure to have their full and undivided attention. What in the name of Primus? Ratchet muttered. Communications with your party should be restored by now, at the very least you should be able to contact your allies here. Megatron went on. Do me a favor and call your brother. He, Optimus, and I have a score to settle. Tell them where I am and that I'm waiting. Run along now, little one. He stepped to the side in a sense of false politeness, encouraging them to leave. Seeing a chance to flee, Ratchet wasted no time in gunning it. He sped as fast as he can, carrying all the frightened passengers as he fled down the underground tunnel that Nemesis Prime had crawled. Ratchet to base. We need an immediate ground bridge to our location now. The Autobot medic demanded. Lelich. Nunnally stuttered as she tried to contact her brother. Lelich, are you there? Nunnally? What's going on? Where are you? Master Lelich, Megatron is here. Sayoko stated, placing a firm but comforting hand on Nunnally's to try and ease the terror she was feeling. What? Lelich practically screamed on the other end. The very thought of his beloved sister being anywhere near that monster was probably giving him a heart attack. He's guarding the thought elevator, and he appears to have a new weapon, one that bears a striking resemblance to the Star Saber. Sayoko informed. He's waiting for you and Optimus. You all get out of there. Right now. Lelich exclaimed. Don't have to tell us twice, we're already booking it. Rivalts stated just as a ground bridge portal opened up in front of them. It seemed that Ratchet was indeed able to contact base, much to the relief of everyone else as they drove inside into safety. The Nemesis Hotshot had crawled through the ventilation system and had successfully made his way to the loading dock that would load and unload crates of Energon. He also dragged the Forge of Solus Prime with him and was lucky enough to avoid getting caught. Megatron probably said the vault where it was stored was off limits, so nobody would dare enter or else face his wrath. A part of Hotshot wished he could see the look on Megatron's face when he sees what happened, but now it was time to get out before he pressed his luck any further. The rookie wrecker saw at the center of the chamber was the massive hole that the extraction port would deploy from. He could see the clouds of the Earth sky. But when he pressed his foot, he felt him step on a shield, no doubt to keep any stray energon crates from falling out. Looking around, Ratchet spotted a tube connected to the hole and up the wall to the ceiling, likely the energon fuel line. If we're disrupted, he'd be able to get out. But that would likely alert the warship. Yet, it was his only option now. If they still call me a rookie after this, I'm gonna lose it. Hotshot said as he activated his energon blaster and shot at the fuel line, causing a small explosion that short-circuited and deactivated the shield over the hole. Without wasting a second, Hotshot grabbed the forge and jumped, entering free fall. Hotshot to base. Please tell me that somebody can read me. The falling Hotshot accessed his comms. I have your signal, Hotshot. TAI responded. Your telemetry data doesn't appear to be making sense though. Probably because I jumped out of the cons ship and now falling from the sky. Hotshot exclaimed. I need a ground bridge now, and I got some precious cargo with me. I'm opening a ground bridge directly below you. Brace yourself. A portal had opened up, one that the rookie Autobot and his precious cargo had now fallen into. Geese order. Optimus, the Shinkiro, Bumblebee, the Pink Akatsuki, Grimlock, and the Pegasus had gone underground and were prepared to enter a massive cavern, one big enough to hold a small city. Just got word back from base. Bumblebee reported. Nunnally and everyone made it back to Horai Island. Thank God. Lelich breathed a sigh of relief along with Alice. Everyone else did their job too. All the thought elevators have been destroyed, Bumblebee added. All except this one. Alice stated. Then let's finish this. Grimlock said. You can certainly try. The group came to a stop as they saw their opponent walk towards them. The path that led to the thought elevator was behind him and he had no intent of letting them pass. Look at his arm. Lelich said as his nightmares screen zoomed in Megatron's new appendage, something the others noticed as well. By the Allspark, Megatron, what have you done? Optimus exclaimed. This. The Decepticon leader showed his new arm. I find it affords me certain advantages. Such as the use of the Forge of Solus Prime. He cut off the arm of a deceased Prime so he could use the Forge. Sarah thought with a glare. Considering he raised an army of the undead, I shouldn't be surprised. Yet he still finds ways to disgust me. Megatron then drew his dark and glowing blade and showed it everyone. My first creation, fashioned from the very blood of Unicron. I call it the Dark Star Saber. Slayer of Primes, if you will. He proclaimed before charging forward with a yell. Optimus glared as he drew the Star Saber and Sky Boom Shield. All of you, stay back. I will handle this. He ordered his comrades as he charged forward. Without needing to be told twice, the group, including Grimlock, spread out across the massive cavern as they watched the battle ensue. Megatron swung the Dark Star Saber and, just like the blade it was based off of, it generated a powerful wave of dark purple energy as opposed to the bright blue the original carried. Optimus however quickly brandished the Sky Boom Shield to protect himself, the dark wave washing over the bright barrier, while the remnants of the wave spread out blew away the much of the cavern wall around Optimus, much to the surprise of everyone present. Now it was Optimus' turn. He swung the Star Saber to send a horizontal energy wave of his own straight towards Megatron, who lifted the Dark Star Saber up and brought it down to slice the wave of light in half, both halves veering past him to blast through the cavern walls that were behind Megatron. Lelich's eyes widened as he saw that. The Star Saber could cleave a mountain in half and might have blown the Nemesis out of the sky with just one hit, but Megatron was able to counter it. Did he truly make his own weapon that's just as powerful? Is this the power of the Forge? Megatron gave a yell as he swung the Dark Star Saber again, sending another dark wave toward Optimus, who sliced through that one with the Star Saber. Megatron then brought the Dark Star Saber down to send a vertical dark wave, which Optimus countered by bringing up the Sky Boom Shield and charged right through, barreling through the destructive attack as he was unfazed, but more of the cave around them was beginning to break apart. Optimus was close to Megatron to get him with the Star Saber itself as he swung his bright blue sword at his friend-turned-enemy, who countered by blocking it with the Dark Star Saber. The second both blades clashed with one another, a powerful surge of light and dark energy surrounded the pair, one so powerful that Bumblebee and even Grimlock were pushed back slightly by the resulting shockwave. Even Lelouch and Alice struggled to keep their respective Nightmare rays in the air as they kept as far a distance as possible. When they broke apart, the wave around Optimus and Megatron vanished, but Megatron was quick to attack again, swinging the Dark Star Saber at Optimus, who blocked it with the Skyboom shield. Their collision was somewhat different than the swords as a bright barrier formed in front of Optimus, emitted by the shield, while a backlash of dark energy was emanated backwards from the Dark Star Saber. However, Megatron pulled back and tried to swing at Optimus' side, who blocked it with the Star Saber, creating another clash of conflicting energy. Optimus swung the Star Saber downward, which Megatron blocked with the Dark Star Saber, creating yet another clash. Megatron tried to lunge his evil sword at Optimus, who blocked it again with the Shield of the Primes, creating a backlash of dark energy from the thrust that split and went to opposite ends of the cave behind them. With each clash of their weapons, the city-sized cavern began to shake, so much so that it felt like the entire citadel above was hit by a magnitude 9 earthquake. Already much of the ruined Geese Order citadel above was beginning to collapse. What kind of battle is this? Alice shook with fear as they continued to watch the Star Saber and Dark Star Saber clash again and lock together, creating another surge of conflicting energies that rocked the whole cavern as multiple rocks fell to the ground around all of them. For one of the few times in his whole life, Grimlock was actually nervous. His fists clenched as his arms shook, trying hard to push back his nerves. I hate to admit, but I don't think I can win a fight like this, the Dinobot thought. As their swords locked, Megatron looked like he was having the time of his life as he grinned wildly and his purple optics only shined brighter. At last, we take our rightful places, Optimus. As gods. Wielding the power of the cosmos. Megatron broke off their lock and seized Optimus by the throat with his free hand before pushing him up and pinning him against a massive boulder that had fallen from the cave ceiling from their clash. Optimus grunted before replying. I am but a soldier, Megatron. And you are a prisoner of your own twisted delusions. He activated the Skyboom shield to bring up a large barrier. The force of it was enough to knock Megatron back and push him to the ground, allowing Optimus to stand upright. But Megatron swung the Dark Star Saber again to create another vertical wave of dark energy, but Optimus kept the shield's barrier up to protect himself as the wave broke apart around him and completely obliterated the wall behind him, causing it to collapse even more. Lelouch, this fight is crazy. Bumblebee communicated with his friend via their comms channel so Megatron couldn't hear. If they keep this up, the whole place is gonna cave in. I think Optimus already knows, but I doubt Megatron is going to let up because of that. Lelouch said with a growl. However, Sarah began to think. Something Megatron had said that had got her attentions. Gods, Her eyes happened to glance in the direction of the cavern that Megatron had exited from, the one that led directly to the thought elevator. She gasped as she was struck with an epiphany. Keep Megatron busy. Sarah told everyone via their comms. I have an idea, just keep him occupied as long as you can. What? Sarah. Lelouch tried to protest, but he already saw her Nightmare flying along the side of the cavern to avoid the clash and straight towards her intended destination. He didn't know what exactly she was doing, but he trusted her judgment. You heard her. Keep that monster occupied. Optimus and Megatron clashed their respective sabers again, creating another surge of chaotic energy. When Megatron attacked again and Optimus blocked it with the Skyboom shield, it created a very brief opening, one that Lelouch took full advantage over as he fired the Shinkaros Hadron at Megatron's side, blasting him away from Optimus and causing him to roll on the ground. He got up to glare at the Black Nightmare. Be patient, boy. My Dark Star Saber will taste your blood soon enough. Taste this. He looked to see Grimlock's charging T-Rex form as he let loose a stream of plasma from his mouth. Megatron brought the Dark Star Saber forward to block the attack, but this left him open for Bumblebee and the Pegasus to come at him from behind, with the former firing his Energon blasters at Megatron's back, causing him to grunt and leave him open for Alice to speed her Nightmare at him, slashing him repeatedly, but he reached out with his free hand to grab the Pegasus by the throat and throw it at Bumblebee, knocking them both down. Grimlock, still in his T-Rex mode, charged forward to deliver a powerful headbutt to Megatron before thrusting upward to send him up and crashing to the ground. Grimlock then tried to stomp on Megatron while he was down, but he rolled out of the way and swung the Dark Star Saber, forcing Grimlock to transform back as the dark energy wave passed over him. With him so close, Megatron swung the Dark Star Saber at his large enemy, who instinctively brought out his own massive broadsword to try and block it. Only for the Dark Star Saber to shatter it into a million pieces on contact, much to Grimlock's shock. Megatron sneered as he swung his Dark Star Saber again to send another dark wave, which Grimlock tried to protect himself with his shield, but that too was shattered as the force of the wave sent Grimlock flying and crashing to the other side of the chamber. The Shinkiro appeared directly in front of Megatron as Lelouch fired the Nightmare's chest-mounted cannon, sending a condensed and powerful beam at his enemy. But Megatron blocked it using the flat of the Dark Star Saber. The force of the attack did push Megatron back slightly, but Megatron was able to angle the Dark Star Saber so that the beam was reflected straight upwards, and it carved through the cavern ceiling. The attack stopped and Megatron immediately swung the Dark Star Saber to send a dark wave at the Shinkiro, but Optimus had appeared and used the Star Saber to slash through that wave so that it veered around him and Lelouch's Nightmare. The pair glared at the smirking Decepticon leader. However, it seems that Megatron hadn't even noticed Sarah's Akatsuki approaching the thought elevator at the end of the chamber. Sarah noticed the stiff form of Nemesis Prime that was off to the side, but decided to focus more on the task at hand for the time being. Please, let this work. Sarah hoped as she focused her own powers. Her hair waved upwards slightly to reveal the geese emblem on her forehead as it glowed a bright red, along with all the runes on the thought elevator. In a flash of light, Sarah and her Nightmare both suddenly vanished. The Sword of Akasha. One could consider this the entranceway to heaven, given that the surrounding environment appeared to be an endless golden sky with clouds and a bright light shining behind it. All that contradicted the cold and metallic framework of the hovering structure in the middle of it all. It was a large and metallic platform with a series of metal pillars at each corner of the platform that went straight upwards into the clouds, connecting to something hidden within that could not be seen. The pink Akatsuki suddenly appeared within this mysterious realm, with the pilot inside taking a brief second to look at the changed environment around her. Megatron did some remodeling. Sarah said to herself, remembering how when she, Charles, Vivi and Marianne would come here and the structure they'd enter appeared to be an ancient temple. So, he can enter this place now too? Well, it doesn't matter. There is only one thought elevator left, and that's all we need. Sarah activated her Nightmare's communications systems, hoping to reach home base. Sarah to base, come in. There appeared to be static on the other end at the moment. Oh please, somebody. Anyone on Horai Island please respond. She pleaded. Does anybody read me? Just barely, but I read you. Tai responded on the other end of the line, albeit with static. The Immortal breathed a huge sigh of relief. Oh Tai, thank you. Can you lock onto my coordinates? Hang on. Tai paused before responding. This is unusual. Your Nightmare's signal is still coming from the geese order, but it's fluctuating, it's coming in and out, like you're rapidly transiting from one spot to another. When you vanish for a second, I can't locate you. Can you open a ground bridge to my location? Sarah asked. I don't know. Try it. Sarah insisted. One moment. The wait was torturous as each passing second felt like an eternity to the Immortal. This had to work. It may be their only hope to not only end the threat of geese once and for all, but even stop Megatron for good. Just then, a ground bridge portal opened right next to her Nightmare. Yes. I have successfully activated a portal. Tai reported triumphantly. Although, I don't know for sure if it will lead you back at base. That doesn't matter. Sarah stated. This is enough. Enough for what? Tai. I need you to pay very close attention. Back at the geese order, the cavern was a complete and total wreck, shaken up by another energy shockwave as Optimus and Megatron clashed their respective sabers again, but with this clash, most of the ceiling had been completely obliterated, exposing the sunlight that shined down on the both of them as Optimus had leapt backwards from Megatron, allowing the Shinkiro and Pegasus to come up at his rear from above as they fired their long-ranged weapons to catch Megatron in an explosion, but both Nightmare rays cleared the way as a horizontal wave of dark energy was sent out from the smoke and struck the ceiling, cleaving away more of it. Bumblebee drove up from behind Megatron as fast as he could before transforming and leaping onto his back, wrapping his right arm around Megatron's neck while pounding at his face with his left fist. Megatron, however, was able to wrench him off with his own free hand and toss him to the side. But once he was tossed, Grimlock charged forward to grab Megatron and continue his charge and slam him into the wall. Grimlock grabbed Megatron's new arm that held the Dark Star Saber to keep him from using it as he pounded Megatron repeatedly. However, Megatron was able to headbutt Grimlock, which was enough to loosen his grip and allow Megatron to slash at Grimlock's chest with the Dark Star Saber, knocking him down. Though a wave attack hadn't been unleashed, the slash left a deep gash across Grimlock's chest that caused a great deal of damage. Megatron raised his Dark Star Saber to try and finish off the Dinobot while he was down, but Optimus quickly came in with the Skyboom shield to protect him. "We're throwing everything we have at him, but this monster won't stay down," Alice exclaimed. Lelouch tried desperately to think of any kind of strategy to end this fight here and now. If Megatron escapes from here with the Dark Star Saber, he could easily destroy the Autobot Black Knight Alliance all by himself. Earth would be his for the taking. Lelouch, Optimus, Sarah contacted them. "Sarah, what is it?" Lelouch asked. "I need you two to lure Megatron to the thought elevator," Sarah stated. "Bumblebee, Alice, Grimlock, you three get back to base. We can handle it." "Hold on, Sarah, what are you?" Lelouch tried. "No time to explain. Just trust me." Seeing no other ideas, Lelouch decided to trust her once more. He fired the Shinkiro's Hadron cannons at the cavern wall above and behind Megatron, causing it to collapse as Optimus and Megatron locked their respective sabers. Optimus noticed the incoming rock slide and kicked at Megatron's feet to trip him up before jumping backwards just as the rocks fell and pilled over the downed Megatron. Optimus had also heard Sarah's request and decided to trust her as well. "Bumblebee, Grimlock, Alice, return to base. We will deal with Megatron." "You heard him, big guy," Bumblebee said as he and the Pegasus helped the injured Grimlock to stand on his feet. "Let's get out of here. Damn it all." Grimlock growled as he limped away with his escorts. "Don't think this means I owe you, Optimus," Grimlock called out to him. "Let's go," Lelouch said to Optimus, who nodded in response as they quickly made their way toward the thought elevator just as Megatron emerged from the rock pile. He noticed the pair of his enemies head in that direction as well before running in pursuit of them. Optimus and the Shinkiro made it toward the thought elevator where the pink Akatsuki was waiting for them. They noticed Nemesis Prime lying flat on the ground as well. "What about?" Lelouch was about to ask. "We'll worry about that later," Sarah quickly said. "I trust you have a plan," Optimus said to Sarah as he took notice of his weapons. "The Star Saber may not be able to handle much more, and the Skyboom shield won't be far behind either." "I know, and I do," Sarah confirmed as they saw Megatron enter the chamber. The second he was within range, Sarah activated her powers again. The geese emblem on her forehead glowed once more, followed by the ruins on the thought elevator, right before all four of them vanished in that one instant. Optimus Prime, Lelouch in the Shinkiro, Sarah in her Akatsuki, and even Megatron all appeared within the Sword of Akasha. This sudden change in location took all of them, excluding Sarah, by surprise as they each looked around for a brief moment. "Wha, what?" Lelouch stuttered in shock. "What is this? Where are we?" Optimus questioned. "The Sword of Akasha," Megatron noted as he faced them all, the Dark Star Saber glowing in his hand. "A pocket dimension only accessible via thought elevators. Its origins are still largely unknown, but it will serve its purpose for me." He glanced at the pink Akatsuki as its cockpit opened up, allowing Sarah to stand up straight as she faced Megatron directly. "CC. By bringing me here, you've only hastened my plans. In fact, Neo Ragnarok can begin right now," he said with a sneer. "Neo Ragnarok?" Lelouch questioned. Even Optimus looked with narrowed optics. He heard from Sarah about the Ragnarok connection that Charles and Vivi had planned, and it seems that Megatron was indeed using it to his own advantage. "No, Megatron," Sarah said with an ironclad expression and a fiery look in her eyes. "This is where the influence of Geese ends altogether. Here, in your eternal tomb." She quickly turned on her communications again. "Tai now." Suddenly, a ground bridge portal opened on Megatron's left side, causing him to look in minor confusion. He had expected an attack to come at him from this portal, readying the Dark Star Saber for whatever may emerge. But he did not expect a second ground bridge to open up behind him on his right side, with the Decepticon leader himself being caught in between. Two ground bridges, but why? Lelich's eyes widened in surprise as he understood right then and there what Sarah's intent was. "If we can't stop him, we can at least trap him," Sarah stated. "Optimus, I understand." The last of the primes knew as well what was about to happen as he saw streams of energy leaking from the edges of each ground bridge portal and connecting to one another, creating a vortex with Megatron caught in the middle. Optimus quickly activated the Skyboom shield again and projected a barrier around himself and his two human friends to brace for the inevitable result. Megatron felt his body being pulled in two separate directions and unable to move. He couldn't even swing his arm to use the Dark Star Saber in his hand. He struggled as hard as he could, but he was unable to break free of this predicament. He glared at Sarah, who narrowed her own eyes at him. No. He would not let it end like this. He couldn't jumpstart Neo Ragnarok unless he made physical contact with her. But he can at least make her suffer. With all the rage and hatred that he could muster, Megatron's already purple optics shined even brighter. But as they shined, Sarah noticed a dark purple glow coming from Megatron's hand. Specifically, from the palm of the stolen hand of Liege Maximo that held the Dark Star Saber. She couldn't see what it was, but she felt an odd and familiar sensation from it. "What is?" Suddenly, the geese emblem on her forehead began to glow dark purple as well before she screamed in agony. "Sarah!" Lelich exclaimed just as his geese and that of Optimus both activated, but not of their own volition. In that one instant, Optimus, Megatron, Lelich, and Sarah, all their minds bombarded with a series of images. They saw ancient civilizations of both Earth and Cybertron, both planets circling around the very center of the galaxy as it spun rapidly like a spiral of light. A flash of blue light showed 13 Cybertronian figures standing tall as the one in the middle wielded the Star Saber in his hand. A flash of dark purple light showed wars and battlefields of fire and blood where humans slaughtered each other left and right, with the image of a transparent skull with a geese emblem on its forehead floating above the war zone, laughing. They saw an image of humanoid beings covered in shadows weakly walking in one direction, toward a flash of light of which sparks of multiple colors flew out to encompass all of them. Finally, there was a face. A face made entirely out of stone. Its features were barely visible, save for two curved horns on its head, and the glowing purple eyes that look as if they could destroy your very soul with just one glance. Flash. An explosion erupted in between the active ground bridge vortex that appeared to encompass everything and everyone standing on the platform. Megatron shook his head, rubbed his hand on his face as he tried to steady himself, his vision slowly returning as he stopped seeing spots. He looked around to see that he was still in the exact same spot as before, standing on the platform in the Sword of Akasha, the Dark Star Saber still in hand, and his enemies right in front of him. Optimus had lowered the Skyboom shield as the Shinkaro's cockpit opened up, to reveal Lelich as he and Optimus both turned their attention to Sarah, who had fallen back to the seat in her cockpit in unconsciousness. Megatron chuckled as he saw his enemies were vulnerable and ripe for the killing. He stepped forward and spoke. "I do not know what that was, but it seems you failed. Now, it ends." He raised the Dark Star Saber and tried to bring it down on Optimus. Only for the evil sword to phase right through him. "What?" Megatron screamed, his optics widened in clear shock. The Dark Star Saber went right through Optimus like he wasn't even there. He frantically looked towards Lelich and slashed the Dark Star Saber at his nightmare, but just like with Optimus, the sword went right through like he was slashing through air. "How can this be?" Megatron questioned as he tried to grab Sarah directly with his free hand, only for his hand to phase through both her and her nightmare. He watched as Lelich leapt from his cockpit and into Sarah's via his zero armor and checked her. "She's still breathing, just unconscious," he said to Optimus, both of them appearing to ignore the Decepticon that was right in front of them. "I do not see Megatron," Optimus revealed, much to Megatron's own shock. "I believe it worked." "What worked?" Megatron himself questioned. He tried to reach to Optimus again with his hand, but it phased through once more. "Megatron." Lelich spoke out, getting his attention as the young human wasn't even looking in his direction. "Allow me to welcome you to the Shadow Zone. For it is here where you will be spending the rest of eternity." Shadow Zone? Megatron wondered. "Goodbye, Megatron." Optimus spoke out as well. "I wish you had chosen a different path." In a flash of light, just like how they all entered, Optimus Prime, the Shinkiro and Lelich, along with Sarah and her own nightmare, all vanished from the Sword of Akasha. Leaving Megatron completely alone, the only thing still with him being the Dark Star Saber, and nothing more. Anger boiling inside him once more, Megatron clenched the Dark Star Saber in his hands before he let loose a scream of rage that would echo throughout the entire pocket dimension. The second they returned to the Geese Order, Optimus Prime thrusted the Star Saber into the Thought Elevator, destroying it right then and there as he pulled it out. Lelich held Sarah in his arms, both out of their respective Nightmare rays, breathed a sigh of relief as he saw it happen. "Tai, the Thought Elevator within the Geese Order has been destroyed. Can you confirm the same for the others?" Optimus requested. "All away teams have returned to Horai Island and report the same thing, Optimus." Tai responded. "All the Thought Elevators at each of the locations have been destroyed." "That's it then, that's all of them." Lelich felt a huge weight off his shoulders, not just at the success of their mission, but something he didn't think they could accomplish so soon. And that means Megatron is trapped in the Shadow Zone, within in a different dimension. I think he's gone for good. Let us not state that with certainty, just yet," Optimus advised. "But how did we get out of there?" Lelich wondered. "I didn't even know about that place until now, and neither did you. Do you think that?" He looked to the still unresponsive Sarah in his arms. "She somehow did it. She was the one who brought us there, it stands to reason she had pulled us out as well," Optimus said. Lelich glanced the unconscious Sarah briefly with concern before turning to the stiff frame of Nemesis Prime that remained where it was since they found it. "What about him?" Optimus walked over to the metallic frame that greatly resembled himself. Once he was close enough, he saw the chest had been torn open, with VV, still hooked up to multiple devices and machines inside, laying completely still and unresponsive. Was he dead? If so, he may not be for much longer. "We will take him to Horai Island, where he'll be put into stasis until we find a more permanent solution," Optimus said to Lelich. A weak groan got their attention as Lelich looked to see Sarah's eyes fluttering slightly. "Sarah." Her eyes opened and she gave a slight gasp once she saw him. "It's all right, it's over. Megatron's trapped. We did it." Who are you, sir?" Sarah asked as she sat up. "What?" "Sarah, it's me. It's Lelich," he said, looking surprised and confused. She backed away nervously and out of his arms. "Are you my new master?" I can clean, and help prepare food for cooking, I can also fetch water and..." She heard large footsteps coming her way, drawing her attention toward Optimus. The second she saw him, she screamed and covered herself with her arms, holding herself in tightly. What is that thing? Please. Whatever you are, don't hurt me." Lelich and Optimus both looked towards each other in genuine shock. They don't know how or why it happened, but some way, somehow, Sarah had lost her memories. Chapter 30, The United Federation of Nations. Multiple Decepticons had gathered together on the bridge of the Nemesis, among them included Starscream, Schneeisel, Shockwave, Knockout, Steeljaw, the Cybernetic Shin, Onslaught, Mixmaster, Skybite, Knockout, Thundercracker, and Barricade, as well as multiple Viacons. Soundwave is also present, but he was at the monitor and appeared to be more focused on that particular task than this meeting. "Fellow Decepticons. Starscream began. It has been 1 Earth week since the disappearance of our master, Megatron. And while our loyalty to him has always remained steadfast, his absence has served as the best kind of invitation for our enemy to grow. The Autobots and their Black Knight companions are well underway to uniting the rest of this wretched planet against us, and it may be only a matter of time before we lose it all. With that being said, I believe new leadership is in order. Oh, and let me guess, it'll be you, right? Knockout assumed. The last time you took charge, it was a disaster. Onslaught reminded. You couldn't even lead us properly on Cybertron, how do you expect us to take you seriously now? Starscream growled, but Schneeisel used this opportunity to speak up. You are correct to be concerned, Onslaught. After studying the war on Cybertron, I have seen moments where Starscream's leadership skills are, for a lack of a better term, inferior compared to Megatron. No offense. He quickly said that last part to the glowering Starscream. Which is why the two of us have proposed an idea that I'm sure all sides would benefit. And what would that be? Barricade asked. A council, of sorts. Schneeisel explained. As Starscream is second in command, military leadership would logically fall to him in Megatron's absence. But, I also feel that with a small group of Decepticon commanders working alongside him, we make our decisions together. We debate and discuss plans and come up with a compromise that we feel could best suit our cause. A council. Skybite thought for a moment. I think I can get behind that. What about Lord Megatron? Steeljaw asked. Do we simply abandon our search? There are also many Decepticons here who probably won't like the idea and are still fanatically loyal to Megatron. Thundercracker added. Despite Soundwave working around the clock this past week, he's been unable to locate Megatron's signal since his departure to intercept the enemy at Shockwave's laboratory. Schneeisel said as he gestured to the aforementioned Decepticon who continued to work. He is either permanently offline or has chosen to abandon us. Neither is in the best interest of the Decepticons, especially as the Autobots and Black Knights continue to grow, using Megatron's absence to their advantage. Our enemy, however, is not simply the Autobots or the Black Knights. Shin spoke up. Humanity as a whole has chosen to resist us. Even if we destroy those that directly oppose us, they can easily be made into martyrs, which will only provoke further resistance. Oh, we most certainly agree. Starscream said with a sneer. Which is why Shockwave and the Constructicons have been working on a special project that will be most sufficient in finally wiping that pathetic species off the face of this planet. Shockwave and Mixmaster stepped forward as the former held out a disc that projected a holographic image of what appeared to be a giant hovering station. The Damocles is a heavily armed war station, its primary weapons being fusion cannons which contain enough firepower to desolate any densely populated area of our choosing. Shockwave explained. My Constructicons and I have been working on it since our arrival on Earth. Mixmaster added. It nears completion and should be ready to be deployed from New Kaon soon. With this weapon, we can lay waste to every major city on Earth. Starscream stated for all Decepticons to hear. We'll exterminate humanity in droves and scorch the surface of the planet. Once we've taken every scrap of Energon, we'll leave this wretched ball of dust behind and begin our domination over the entire universe with no one left to stop us. Of course, we will need your assistance in this endeavor. Schneeisel said in a more sincere tone. Let this be our first motion to vote on our next move. Those who are in favor in allowing Starscream to ascend to military commander, and establish this council. It took a moment as most Decepticons spoke amongst themselves. But one by one, nearly all of them raised their hands to vote in favor. From Knockout, to Skybite, to Thundercracker, to Steeljaw, to Mixmaster, to Barricade, and even Shin. Each for their own reasons, but mostly because they needed leadership in order to keep up the fight or else risk losing the war entirely. The only ones who weren't in favor appeared to be Shockwave, Onslaught, and Soundwave, who still continued to work. But the majority ruled in favor, and with that, it was decided. All hail Starscream. The head seeker sneered as Schneeisel could barely contain his own sinister smile. Horai Island, 1 week prior. Lelich and Optimus had returned to their base after defeating Megatron and destroying the Geese Order. They had brought Sarah to medical where doctors were looking after her and trying to figure out the source of her amnesia. They were asked to come to the bridge of the Ark, where Nunnally, Sayoko, and Jeremiah currently were, who had been invited by Anya Allstream. However, what came about from this meeting was something that none of them could ever expect. The young revolutionary, former princess, cybernetic soldier, female bodyguard, even the Autobot leader himself, they did not expect Anya to speak and introduce herself with another name, one that none of them had expected to hear. "Why, Yuri? Our mother." Lelich stuttered, looking at Anya, who had the red rings of geese in her eyes as Marianne was currently in control. I don't. He looked ready to stumble backwards in disbelief, but Sayoko was quick to catch him. "It really is me, Lelich," Marianne confirmed, with the face of Anya becoming emotional as she looked at the face of her son, and that of her shocked daughter. "Nunnally, your eyes, they're every bit as beautiful as when you came into this world." Nunnally had no idea what to say. Was this really hers and Lelich's mother? How? It shouldn't be possible. However, Jeremiah placed a firm hand on Nunnally's shoulder and spoke in a calmer tone. "Marianne Six Britannia was killed 8 years ago," he said, looking somewhat distrustfully. "I know because I was there. I saw her body filled with holes, bleeding as she tried to protect her daughter. While Anya Allstream was under Shockwave's cruel torment for more than 6 months since the fall of Britannia, and I can personally attest to the fact that he would resort to any method to see to the destruction of his enemies." "I would have to agree." Optimus spoke up as well. "If you are truly who you say you are, and this is not a trick orchestrated by Shockwave, we will need proof." She knew this was coming. Of course, they'd be skeptical. But, she already knew what to say. "Do you two remember that one time when Anti-Clea was harassing you?" Marianne began to her children. "She was mocking Nunnally, while you Lelich tried to stand up to her and she kicked you in the chin." She spoke that last part with disdain. "Do you remember what I did in response to that? You piloted the Ganymede into the courtroom and scared her off." Lelich recalled. But then he looked skeptical. Then again, such a fiasco was huge news. Anyone could have known that. "All right, then what about that one night where Euphemia stayed with us?" Marianne asked. "The 4 of us laid on the grass and gazed up at the stars, but right after that, when you were about to go to bed." She giggled. "Nunnally and Euphemia got into a fight over which one of them would marry you when you'd grow up, and put you on the spot by making you choose right then and there." She laughed even more. "Your face was so red it was adorable. But then, 5 minutes later, all 3 of you fell asleep together." She smiled lovingly. That was really all they needed to hear. Nobody else knew about that. Maybe Cornelia, but only because Euphemia told her at the time. That was a private moment shared by only them, nothing noteworthy of anyone else in the royal family. And it was something the only adult present at the time would know. Nunnally covered her mouth as tears flowed from her eyes, even Lelich shook in his spot. There was no doubt about it. This really was their mother, Marianne Six Britannia. She even reached out with both her hands to caress the cheeks of her children as tears of joy fell from her own eyes. "You've both grown up, so much." Nunnally leapt forward and wrapped both her arms around the body shared by Anya and her mother, burying her face in her shoulder and crying her eyes out as Marianne didn't hesitate to return the embrace. Sayoko and Jeremiah shared shocked expressions among themselves. Lelich fell to his knees in disbelief, unable to process all of this at once, instinctively glancing up to the surprised Optimus, wondering what he should do, but for one of the few times in his life, even the last of the primes was unsure of what to do. How? Lelich questioned. "How is this even possible?" "Geese," Marianne revealed as she and the emotional Nunnally parted ways. "I'm a contractor of CC." That got their attention. "But the geese she gave me is not like any of the others. I can't call upon it like most other powers," Marianne explained. "In fact, it can only be activated at the moment of my death. It allows me to transfer mind to the body another person through direct eye contact." Anya just happened to be there at the time. "CC had given you a geese?" Optimus asked. "And you have been inside the body of Anya Allstream all this time?" That is correct. Marianne confirmed. But, why? How are we only hearing of this now? You were alive, this whole time. Lelich was starting to sound rather angry, much to his sister's distress. Lelich. Nunnally tried to speak to him. No, it's all right. Marianne assured. Lelich, do you know who it was that tried to kill me? The one who crippled Nunnally. VV, also known as Victor Zi Britannia. Lelich scowled. Charles's brother. Yes. Marianne confirmed. After that incident, Charles used his own geese, which VV had given him, to alter the memories of everyone who was at the estate that night. That included you, Nunnally, Jeremiah. She glanced up at the aforementioned man, who was in shock at this revelation. And even Anya. He had to wipe all mention of his brother's existence in order to keep his plans for Ragnarok under wraps. But since I was also in there, I was subjected to that as well. Our powers, kinda glitched together. Glitched? Optimus questioned. 2 geese powers were being used on one person. Marianne tried to explain. It's the best way I can explain it, but it was because of that Anya had memory trouble. By the time I had made sense of what was happening, it was already too late. Japan had been invaded and I thought you two had died. There was little I could do without the risk of revealing myself and incurring V.V's wrath. But I am so sorry, to both of you, she said to her children. Lelich still wasn't sure what to make of all this. A lot of what she said did make sense based on what he and his friends already knew, but it still seemed like he needed some convincing as there were still questions to ask. But then you and the knights came to Ashford. He remembered. Yes, but I didn't expect to see you or Nunnally there. Marianne choked up a bit, this part being a lie, but she couldn't tell the truth just yet. I was so happy to see you, both of you. Why didn't you say anything then? Nunnally asked. I didn't think you'd actually believe me if I did. She replied. I didn't know you were involved with geese or anything. But Cece was there. Lelich said. If you formed a contract with her, why didn't you approach her? Because VV was also there. Marianne revealed. By the time the knights and I were sent to Area 11, VV went there in secret to make sure the Autobots wouldn't mess with the thought elevators. If he knew I was still alive, he would tear Ashford to the ground and kill you two along with me and Anya. You've all seen what he's like, and you know how far he would go. That much was true. Everyone present knew how shallow and psychopathic V.V was. Destroying Ashford and killing everyone in his way to get what he wanted was certainly something they would see him doing. Is Anya aware of all of this? Does she know about you? He questioned. She wasn't aware at the time. Marianne replied. It wasn't until after the fall of Britannia that I tried to work with her. That and a little help with Prime's geese. She glanced up to Optimus before continuing. I helped to piece together her memories and we found a way to work together. We worked with Alice's friends and everyone who was being held by Shockwave and, now here we are. Is Anya herself aware of what is happening now? Optimus asked. Yes. Marianne confirmed. We've established a link that even if one is in control of this body, the other can still see and hear everything around us, and we can switch between one another at will. We can even communicate with each other telepathically. Is there a way you can be separated from her? Optimus asked. No. Marianne shook her head. As I said, my geese can only be activated at the time of my death, or the death of the body I'm currently inhabiting. I can only transfer my mind if Anya dies, but I can't take her mind with me, only my own. That's horrible. Nunnally gasped. Yes, it is. Marianne confirmed with regret. It's not the power I chose, it's just how it happened. I've been equipped with a geese canceller. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Jeremiah offered. That would probably erase myself entirely. Marianne said. We'll think of a way. Lelich said. We'll think of a way to have you and Anya separated. She's been through enough. She has. And she says, thank you. Marianne said. Also. I am so sorry, Lelich. I'm so sorry that I wasn't there for you or Nunnally when you needed me. But I promise, right here and now, I'm on your side. Anya and I both talked and agreed to fight alongside you, the Autobots, and all your friends. Please let me join you and, finally be here for you. She touched Lelich's face with both her hands, just as she had done so with him as a child. I love you, so much. And I am so proud of you. Lelich could tell that even though those weren't his mother's eyes, that she was dead serious about this. She was serious about helping him and wanting to be here for him. After so many years, he wanted to find out who killed his mother and avenged her. And he had. He learned who the culprit was and brought him to justice. But now, a miracle has happened. His mother was not only alive, but she wanted to be by his side. Seeing her smile and look at him the same way all those years ago finally brought him to tears. Right as he cried, he fell to his knees as Marianne pulled him in close and held him tightly as he wept. Nunnally also wasted no time in hugging both her brother and mother as she cried too. A smile had formed on Optimus' face, truly happy for this reunion. He and Sayoko both shared happy expressions with one another as the ninja maid wiped a tear of joy from her eye, feeling the same way Optimus did. Jeremiah then kneeled before the trio, catching Marianne's attention. I failed you in the past, Lady Marianne. I swore to protect you, but I failed. However, I have taken a new vow, that I would protect Lelich and Nunnally with every fiber of my being. That is a vow I have no intention of breaking. And, if you would allow me, I would like to renew my vow to you, to serve and protect you. Marianne smiled and gave a nod. Thank you, Jeremiah. End flashback. Horai Island, present day. Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, Archie, Bulkhead, Ironhide, and Ratchet were all together on the bridge of the Ark as TAI appeared before them. Everyone, Ultra Magnus, Elita 1, Ogai, Todo, and Cornelia have all returned from their scouting missions. The holographic girl reported. Nearly all Decepticon activity across the planet has ceased. Most of their forces have retreated from the conquered areas once held by the now-defunct Britannia and have reconverged within the main continent. Excellent work, TAI. Optimus nodded. Monitor all communications and keep us informed. Be certain to send this data to Lelich as well. Got it. TAI nodded before disappearing. So the cons are all running, Bulkhead said with a grin. Looks like we really scared them off. It would also mean that Megatron could actually be gone. For good, this time. Archie said with a relieved smile. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Ironhide put in. We had thought Megatron was destroyed after Metroplex crushed him, remember how that turned out? Yes, but now the circumstances are different. Ratchet said. Megatron is trapped in the Shadow Zone, within a pocket dimension that can only be accessed by the thought elevators, and we have confirmation that they've all been destroyed. The odds of Megatron escaping something like that are highly unlikely. Even if Megatron is truly gone, the Decepticons still remain an active threat. Optimus said. Starscream, Schneeisel, Soundwave, Steeljaw, Shockwave, and many others. They have each proven to be incredibly dangerous and unpredictable. The war is still far from over. But knowing how big Screamy's ego is, and how even his own side doesn't like him, we might get some infighting which is only gonna end up helping us. Bulkhead commented. And the UFN will be officially formed today. Archie added. All of Earth's military forces will be united alongside us and the Black Knights. We'll have more than enough firepower to take down the Decepticons. Not to mention the upgrades we've received thanks to the Forge of Solus Prime. Ratchet said as he remembered just days ago seeing Optimus himself wield the mighty hammer to do amazing things. The Starsaber and Skyboom shield were old and ancient by the time we had found them, but thanks to the Forge's power, they're both as good as new. Horai's defenses, as well as the upgrades to the select few Nightmare rays. And Ratchet paid a brief glance to a certain scout before smiling. Oh, how the work of the ancients continues to astonish me. Bulkhead chuckled. You're kinda starting to sound more like Lloyd, Ratchet. You sure you don't want some alone time with that hammer? That only caused Ratchet to grumble as most Autobots shared a laugh. Hey, It's been a while since we had this whole gang back together, yeah no? The original team. The Autobots that made first contact with Lelouch, Ogai, Colin, and everyone else. Shinjuku seems so long ago, doesn't it? Arky said with a reminiscent look in her optics. Who would have thought a small group of Autobots, and ragtag bunch of humans could cause so much change? Even Optimus couldn't help but smile at that. It was true, what started off as something so small had become so large. People and beings so different have now come together to build a better world than the one that was left behind for them. Though Optimus has long since accepted that the Autobots and Decepticons as a whole may never truly mend their ways, it brings him such joy to see that humanity still has chance for a brighter future than the old Cybertron ever has. But, he still had hope that one day soon, Cybertron would live again, and a new generation would learn and grow from the failures of the old one. Lelouch's quarters. The young revolutionary didn't bother hiding his laughter as he got the reports from TAI. Someone's in a good mood. Colin pointed out, walking to the chair that he sat in as he looked at his handheld monitor. It's done, look at the reports. Lelouch showed her. Nearly all Decepticon forces have retreated to the former Britannia. Their actions have shown that Megatron is absent. He's still trapped. Course that's still a massive bulk of metal we gotta plow through. Colin said. Not to mention the other top-ranked cons that are still out there. I know. Lelouch acknowledged. The Decepticons are still a threat, but at the very least. I'm content to know that Megatron can never harm anyone I care for ever again. He laid back with a smile. Colin herself couldn't help but smile with him. She knew what he was going through, the intense relief and joy one felt after exterminating a demon that hurt you in the one place you couldn't reach. She and Arky both felt that same kind of relief when they killed Arachnid. Of course, the thought of Megatron being gone also made her happy. She leaned on the back of his seat as she slowly wrapped her arms around him, gently around his neck. He gazed upwards to see her looking down on her with the kind of smile that he'd only get from her, which only caused his smile to brighten even more. They were so caught up with each other that they almost completely forgot somebody else was in the room with them. What should I be doing now? The amnesiac Sarah said from behind. Let's see, how about maybe sing a song? Lelouch said somewhat absent-mindedly, not taking his eyes off Colin. And maybe dance with your clothes inside out too. Colin added in the same way, as she also couldn't avert her gaze from Lelouch either. Yes, right away. They both finally turned from each other and looked behind to see Sarah was preparing to undress herself, much to their shock. Wait. No, that was just a joke. Lelouch exclaimed as they broke off, but upon that exclamation, Sarah sank to her knees and held her arms in front of her face like a frightened child. I'm sorry. Please don't hit me. Colin almost couldn't believe it. Is this really the same Sarah? She remembered the first time she met her and how cynical she was before becoming a mighty warrior in their ranks and a trusted ally, even friend. But now? Seeing her scared and timid like this? She just couldn't find the words. Lelouch was the first to slowly kneel to her level and speak calmly, like how Optimus would speak. It's all right. No one is going to hurt you. Sarah slowly looked towards him. I promise, Sarah. You're among friends here, friends who care about you. The door to his quarters opened as Anya walked in, causing Sarah to back away in slight fright. It's okay. Colin assured as she slowly walked in front of her. She's a friend. This did seem to cause Sarah to calm down a bit, though she did hide cautiously behind Colin. You wanted to see me? Sorry to keep asking this, but who am I talking to, right now? Lelouch asked to be sure. Right now, it's Anya. Do you want to talk to your mother? She requested. Actually, I have news for the both of you that I feel you'll like. Lelouch said with a smile. Colin also knew that was another reason Lelouch had been so chipper this week. His mother was alive. That certainly came as a surprise when she and all their friends heard. But even more surprising was that she was in Anya's body this whole time, even while at Ashford. That was certainly weird to think about. But regardless, Colin was glad to know that Anya was safe and away from Shockwave, as well as happy for Lelouch and Nunnally. We think we might know a way to separate you two. Lelich revealed, causing Anya to gasp. Does the phrase, cortical psychic patch, ring any bells? I've heard Shockwave and Arcvale talk about it with each other a few times, but I don't quite know what it is. Anya answered. Basically, it allows one to enter the mind of another individual. Lelich explained. The Decepticons would use this as a form of interrogation. And Suzaku also underwent the process while he was still under Megatron's command. That thought caused Lelich's smile to fade and be replaced with anger over what that monster did to his friend, but he was quick to put it away and continue. We've seen that it is possible for humans to undergo the process. That being said, I coined the idea to Ratchet, Rax Hata, and all the others, but about using a similar process to transfer my mother's mind from your body into a new one. Anya couldn't contain her own gasp. She even heard Marianne do the same within her own mind. Not only that, after we returned from the Geese Order, I did a blood test on Misty since she was from there, to see if we could try to find out where she was really from. I probably should have done that sooner, though. Lelich went on. But we found out that she's actually a clone. A clone. Anya looked in surprise. A hybrid artificial being. Lelich continued. Her body was grown from combining the DNA of my mother and Sarah. Maybe it was an attempt to try and replicate her code. But regardless, she's proven that cloning is possible. And with her DNA, and the advancements of Cybertronian technology, we may be able to clone my mother a new body just for her. It may not be exactly like the one she originally had, but close enough. Anya had no idea what to say, her eyes watering. It'll take some time. There's a lot to consider, but Ratchet says it is a possibility. Lelich said. But I promise, you two won't have to be stuck together forever. Lelich. Anya was already crying as Colin went over and put a comforting hand on the younger girl's shoulder. Why, Yuri, mother, she wants to say something. Go ahead. He allowed. Anya's eyes glowed as Marianne took control, who was just as emotional as Anya was just now. Lelich, you'd really do that for me? Of course. His smile only grew as he gently took her hands. Mother, you've been through so much, but now we have chance to start over, all of us. So many people here. Optimus, Sarah, Bumblebee, Nunnally, Suzaku, Colin, everyone, you would not believe the impact they've all had on me. They're like my family, and I want you to be a part of that. I promise, once this war is over, and you have a body of your own again, we can be a family. All of us. And Anya, you're welcome to be a part of all of this too. He said to the girl inside as he knew she was still hearing all of this. Marianne leapt towards her son and wrapped her arms around him, bawling her eyes out as he emotionally held her close. I don't deserve you. I really don't deserve you, you magnificent boy. As she continued to watch the tender moment, Colin nearly choked up, trying to push back her own tears. She happened to glance back at Sarah as she smiled at her. While the amnesiac girl still didn't quite understand what was going on, she ended up smiling back. The mother pulled away from her son as she wiped the tears from her eyes. I still can't believe how much you have grown. Guess I had some good influences. Lelich said. Perhaps we may even be able to use the patch to restore Sarah's memories. A smirk fell on his face. I'm sure she'll have plenty of embarrassing stories of you to share with us. Though that was meant to be a joke, a cold chill ran down Marianne's metaphorical spine at the thought of that. Sarah regaining her memories? If she did then. No. She wasn't going to sabotage this. Lelich should be allowed to pursue this. She would no longer get in her son's way as she had before. However, that also brought to mind another question she had to ask. Speaking of which, what happened to Vivi exactly? Marianne asked. Lelich's smile faded as he spoke seriously. We brought back the Nemesis chassis with him still inside after Megatron was sealed away. We were able to extract him from that metallic body, only to discover that he was dead. What? Marianne looked in surprise. Dead. She saw her son give a single nod in confirmation. What about his code? I don't know. Lelich looked away. The only other person who was with him at that moment in time was Megatron. I don't even want to think of what that could mean, but with all the thought elevators destroyed and Megatron sealed away, I am doubtful he can find a use for it. And V.V's body. Marianne wondered. We didn't want to take any chances, so we used a ground bridge to send him straight to the Earth's core. Lelich answered. It's over 5,000 degrees Celsius, so he'd disintegrate in an instant. Even if he was still somehow alive, he can't teleport out. He'd disintegrate over and over again for as long as the planet still lives. The young prince had a righteously vindictive grin on his face. About as close as he can get to eternal damnation. Good. Marianne said truthfully. He's done our family a lot of pain. He's done so many people pain. I'm just glad he can no longer harm anyone. Lelich said. Well, I should be going. Marianne stood up fully and prepared to leave. Oh. I do have one request though. What is it? Lelich asked. Marianne smirked as she glanced at Lelich as well as Colin. If possible, I'd like to have my new body before I'm a grandmother. That comment caused Lelich and Colin's faces to turn red, which earned a laugh from Marianne before leaving. Grandmother. Sarah looked towards Colin. Are you with child? What? No. Colin said as her face was redder than the Gurren. That was just a joke. She said as Lelich sat back with his head steaming, but he couldn't help but feel happy. For some reason, hearing his mother joke about him and Colin in a relationship felt like she was giving her blessing for them being together. As they walked through the hallways, and they were certain they were alone, Anya spoke telepathically as Marianne was still the one in control of their shared body. Who are you kidding? The younger girl thought with spite. You don't get to act like a kind mother after what you did to them. But you are right about one thing, you definitely do not deserve a son like him, or a daughter like Nunnally. I know. Marianne made no attempt to hide her regret. But, you won't have to bear with me for much longer. If what they say is true, then I don't care how you are out of my body, whether your mind gets transferred into a clone, or a geese canceller erases you. Just as long as you are out. But not before you tell them the truth. Anya stated. And I will. Marianne reasoned. But you haven't. You've had a whole week and you haven't said a thing to them. Neither have you. Marianne argued. I can't stop you. You could tell them any time you want. But you didn't. Anya paused a moment before responding. Because their first priority is assembling the United Federation of Nations. I don't want to distract them. Neither do I, which is why I haven't told them yet. Marianne said. Listen, I know I'm a hypocrite for doing this, but you've seen how happy and hopeful they are. That's lit a fire under them that's gotten all this going. And they're so close to having it done. Once the UFN is officially formed, we can take the fight to the Decepticons and finally rid the world of them. They need to focus on that. But I promise, when it's all said and done, I will tell them the truth. Again, there was no response from Anya right away. 1 week. You have 1 more week to tell them. If you don't, I will. Deal. Marianne accepted. She already knew what would happen once she did tell them the truth. She knew Lelich and even Nunnally would end up hating her and she didn't blame them. She was resigned to it. She had already made her bed when she joined Charles and helped him with Ragnarok, it will be time for her to soon lie in it. That was something she had already accepted long before she and Anya were both rescued. Oh my. I can never get tired of looking at all this ancient Prime stuff. Lloyd said as he gazed at the forge of Solus Prime that currently lay in the massive Nightmare Laboratory. We agree, my dear Asplund. Rax Hata stood next to him. First, a shield that can deflect any known weapon of mass destruction, then a sword that can cleave a mountain, even a device that can merge other machines together, now a hammer that can create anything out of existence based only on the user's imagination. What I wouldn't give to be a Prime myself and wield this beauty. Lloyd said as if he had fallen in love, caressing his hand on the shiny metal of the forge. What I could make. Oh Lloyd, you are about as worthy of being a Prime, as you are likely to quit pudding, cold turkey. Cecile shot as she, Nina, Fixit, Perceptor, and Sophie all joined them, most of them laughing at Cecile's remark. "Glad to see my assistant has such faith in me," Lloyd said sarcastically while Rax Hata just grinned. He then spotted Sophie. "By the way, ever since we caught Arkvale, you've been digging into him non-stop, haven't you, Sophie? And I mean quite literally, going into his mind with that cybernetic brain he's got. It's not just his brain though, most of his nervous system is cybernetic now," Sophie said. "But it's thanks to that we were able to patch into him and download all his memories, learn more about what he's been doing in the Geese Order. But there is one particular subject that you have been looking into." Lloyd already knew what Sophie's primary reason was for going into Arkevale's research. While the cortical psychic patch was invented by Shockwave for horrible and irrational methods and outlawed by Autobots, Fixit began. With Arkevale's memories and research, we could find a way to fine-tune it to awaken those who are stuck in a coma, perhaps even transfer the minds of certain individuals in new cloned bodies. But it's all theoretical now, Perceptor quickly said to prevent hopes from getting up too high. "I'm not saying we shouldn't explore options like this, just that we need to be careful and go one step at a time." "I know," Sophie said with a faraway look in her eyes. It was her hope that this research could awaken her comatose husband, but she wouldn't rush into this. She knew this was unknown territory for all of them and would go in cautiously. "But it is good to have hope, right?" Nina said, gently grasping Sophie's hand as she smiled at the older woman. "Hope is a beautiful thing. I lost hope a long time ago. But now, after meeting everyone and seeing the world outside of Area 11 or Britannia, now I don't feel so shy or alone anymore. So, let's keep hoping, right?" she said with a beaming smile and a giggle. Sophie smiled back. "Right." Laughter. That was what could be heard outside as the group consisting of Leela, Akito, Sideswipe, Ryo, Grindcore, Yukiya, Ayano, Anna, Claus, and even Windblade as they all sat together with the humans in the group helping themselves to some ramen from a nearby food stand as they remembered their time with the gypsies back in the EU. "And the guy was wearing a dress." Ryo laughed. "But with a face like that, you could almost mistake him for a girl. Who would have thought the Great Zero could be such a cutie?" Yukiya joked, causing most of the group to laugh, save for Akito who merely smiled as opposed to outright laughter. "These old ladies sound like they're a lot of fun," Grindcore said. "Wish we were with you guys back then." "You kidding? Seeing giant metal robots might have given those old cronies a heart attack," Yukiya said. "Not those hags," Ayano replied. "No, those ladies had nerves of steel. Old Claus here wouldn't last 10 seconds. She nudged the older man in the side. Probably not," he said as he drank from his flask. "Wonder what they would do with old Slick, here." Windblade nudged Sideswipe in the side. "Maybe they got something more his size. I can see him becoming more feminine myself, the same way he's so egotistical about his appearance, the same way most human females on this planet are." Strongarm joined in. "No offense, you three," she quickly said to Leela, Ayano, and Anna. "None taken." They all replied at the same time with Leela petting Eliza on her lap. "Was that some sort of jab about me being shallow or something?" Sideswipe said in a partial accusatory fashion. "You make it sound as if we never suspected that of you to begin with," Akito commented. That actually caused most people to look at him in surprise. Did you just make a joke?" Claus questioned. A proud smile formed on his face. Akito Hyuga, the feared ghost of Hannibal, has a sense of humor. Who knew? Look out, or he might kill you all with his unnatural smiles. Grindcore joked, causing everyone to laugh even more, with Akito simply smiling. "I suppose you've all rubbed off on me," Akito admitted. "But that's a good thing, isn't it?" Leela said as she reached out with her hand to lightly grasp his own. One look into her beautiful eyes only caused his smile to grow even more as his heart felt lighter. He knew they still had a difficult trial ahead of them, with the war still raging on and his twisted brother still out there, just being here with everyone else, all the friends that he made, and the young woman that he had come to love, all his troubles seemed far away. He felt like he could accomplish anything. Meanwhile, in a much similar setting, One group consisted of Maribel, Orpheus, Aldrin, Ashley, Sakia, Leonhardt, Toto, Jean, and Makara all sat together under their newly constructed ship, the Grandberry Mk2. It looked almost exactly like the original ship the Glinda Knights operated. Now it had a black face to it that carried the emblem of the Autobot Black Knight Alliance on it. "Ah, look at that beauty," Sakia said with a smile. "It's said what happened to the old Grandberry, but I think this one will suffice." "How were you able to build a new ship so fast, again?" Orpheus asked. Cornelia and her team had brought down Schneeisel's ship, the Avalon, during their relic retrieval mission. Aldrin explained. "Our side was able to scavenge all the parts from that and combine it with what we could salvage from the Grandberry, and here we are." "Kinda fitting, considering he betrayed us," Maribel said with a glare at the mention of the brother who betrayed not only their world, but their family. "Well, I'm certainly looking forward to what this badass mother can do." Ashley grinned. He then chuckled. "If you think about, this thing is basically a turducken." That caused everyone to look at him with ridiculous expressions, save for Jean as she simply looked in mental exhaustion. "Ashley. Hey, wait, just hear me out, guys." Ashley began. "See, this thing is supposed to have Nightmares inside it, right? Well, that's the chicken part, and yes, I did the research and it turns out that it's a chicken stuffed into a duck, stuffed into a turkey. And most of that traitor bitch Schneeisel's ship was taken apart to be reconstructed to help build the frame, so that's the duck part. And finally, the old Grandberry's parts were built over it to look like the original, making the turkey. See, we got a giant flying metal turducken here. I don't know whether you're joking or being serious," Maribel commented. "How have you put up with him for so long?" Makara asked Jean. "I just tune out half the stuff he says," she replied. "Only half?" Makara raised an eyebrow. Despite that, the group couldn't help but find some levity in this one moment they shared together. This couldn't make Toto any happier. In fact, ever since confessing to her friends her origin and helping to bring down the Geese Order, everything just seemed so much brighter to her. She not only had friends to depend on, but she was also part of something that was truly changing the world for the better. In this moment, she felt she truly was where she belonged. And that was made all the more evident as Aldrin reached out to grab Toto's hand with a smile, earning a smile from her as well. Aldrin then did the same with her twin brother, smiling as she held his hand, and he smiled as well as he tightened his grip over her hand. "The Irregulars?" Dalk asked as she, Alice, Nunnally, Sansia, Lucretia, and Misty, all stood alongside Grimlock. "That's right," Alice confirmed. "After you were cleared from medical, and you all said you wanted to join this alliance, I asked for Zero to bring us together as our own team. Our unit's name will be called the Irregulars. I think it's kinda fitting, considering how much we all stand out, for obvious reasons," Sansia commented. "And you're the one leading this group?" Dalk asked Grimlock, feeling rather nervous around the massive Dinobot. "Yes," he answered simply. "I know what it feels like to be a bit of an outsider, even with those on the same side. And, to be on the receiving end of experimentation." Grimlock truly did feel a kindred connection with each of these girls. He saw quite a bit of himself in them as well as his own team. For that reason, he would look after them. Grimlock felt a gentle touch on his leg and looked down to see the tiny Nunnally looking up toward him with a sympathetic expression. He simply nodded in acknowledgement. "But Alice, I thought you were part of the Zero Squad," Lucretia pointed out. "I was, but this was still my choice," Alice said. "Anya and Jeremiah are going to be taking my place, now." "And you? What role will you play?" Dalk asked Misty. "You're not a pilot." "I'll be serving as logistics and coordination," Misty offered. "In a way, I'm an irregular too." "Are you alright, Misty?" Nunnally asked as she gently took her hand. "How are you dealing with that I'm a hybrid clone of your mother and Sarah?" Misty finished. "Honestly, it doesn't feel all that big a deal for me." "Really?" Even Grimlock was somewhat surprised. "Really?" Misty assured. "I mean, I didn't expect it, but Before escaping the Geese Order with Orpheus, I knew nothing. I was nothing. I had no past or family or even a home. But now, I have all that. I don't care for my origin anymore, all that matters is what I am right here and now, what I chose to be. And I chose to be Misty 9, an irregular of the Black Knight Autobot Alliance. Nunnally and Alice couldn't help but smile in pride at how far she's come. Well said. Alice nodded with approval. What about our Nightmare Rays? They were wrecked after that whole battle. Lucretia asked. It's all ready. Nunnally told them as she handed each of the 3 girls data pads, each one showing their repaired units, complete with new paint jobs. Ratchet and everybody were able to reverse engineer that awful Nemesis Prime machine and use its parts to repair most of the damage. Everything else was easy enough for them to fix. They took apart that knockoff bot that VV piloted and used it to fix our units. Dalk asked as she looked away with a satisfied and borderline vengeful grin. Good. After everything that monster put us through, all of us. Alice put a hand on Nunnally's shoulder, fully aware of what he did to her. The fact that something that was once his is being used to build us back up again is rather cathartic. She grinned. I imagine he must be throwing a fit in his grave right now. Well, I can think of at least one other that deserves to be on the receiving end of our new suits. Sansia commented. Shockwave. Grimlock growled. We'll all get our vengeance on him for what he did to us, all of us. Alice said that last part toward Grimlock, to which he wholeheartedly agreed. Speaking of which, you still have to name your Nightmare Rays. Nunnally offered. Name them. Lucretia asked. Of course. Nunnally smiled. Alice named hers the Pegasus, so you have to name all yours too. You were the one that named it, Nunnally. Alice pointed out with a half grin. But you still like it. Nunnally gave a bigger smile, causing Alice to teasingly push her away. Name them, Dalk began to think at first, looking at the data pad of her newly customized Nightmare. Gone was its black and purple design, now it was white with green armor on its upper body and weapons. Well, its primary weapons do kinda look like dragon mouths, how about dragon? Don't the Black Knights already have a team with the name Dragon in it? Lucretia pointed out. The Black Dragon unit, yes. Misty confirmed. And just dragon alone sounds pretty generic. Maybe something a bit more specific. Nunnally offered. If you don't mind, I remember Suzaku and even Todo telling me about Japanese myths involving specific dragons. What about Ryujin? It's the Japanese dragon god of the sea. If you don't like it, that's fine. I'm just making a suggestion. Ryujin. Dalk took a moment to let the name go through her head. She smiled. I like it. Ryujin it is. All right, my turn. Lucretia looked at her Nightmare, which was primarily red and white. She noted the double-mounted Energon guns. Maybe something involving weapons, or metal even. Hey, quick question, what's the strongest metal on Earth? Tungsten. Misty answered. That's it. I'll name my unit Tungsten. Lucretia stated. I guess that just leaves me. Sansia pulled out the info on her unit, taking a look at how its appearance changed as well, which was now primarily white, though it had a black coloring to it on its armored chest plate. It also had white shoulder pads. She looked at the curved blades that it wielded. For some reason, she thought of a scorpion's tail when she saw the shape of the blades. Maybe something related to a scorpion, maybe Scorpio. I like it. Alice nodded. Simple and easy to remember. Dalk approved. I think it's great. Nunnally beamed. It suits just fine with me. Lucretia said. Named after one of the zodiacs. I think it's fine. Misty approved as well. Scorpio it is, then. Sansia decided. That settles it, we're a team now. Nunnally said excitedly. We. Grimlock interjected. You're not a fighter. Maybe not, but I want to help. She responded. I want to be a part of this. Plus, you're all important to Alice and she's important to me, so that makes you all important to me too. That caused Alice to blush as she looked away to try and wipe her blush away before addressing her friends. Lucretia, Sansia, Delk. I love you guys. I love you as if you were my own sisters, but Nunnally, she touched me in a way I didn't think was possible. Having her in my life made me want to be better, and I want that for all of you. I want the people who are most important to me, to be together with me. All of them. So, please, will you consider Nunnally to be one of us? She bowed her head. The three irregulars shared glances for a moment before the oldest, Sansia, walked over and placed a hand on Alice's shoulder. Of course, we will. Anyone who's a friend to you is a friend to us. You know we're a tight-knit group, but who can say no to anyone this adorable? Delk wrapped her arms around Nunnally as if she were something to cuddle, causing Nunnally herself to blush. She also did help to save us from the Geese Order, so I'd be more than happy to have her with us. Lucretia added. Well, looks like it's unanimous. Nunnally, consider yourself an honorary irregular. Sansia said. Nunnally and Alice both smiled so widely as they each shed tears of joy before all 6 girls came together in a group hug. As they shared this tender moment, Grimlock couldn't help but feel a great deal of happiness for them. Yet, at the same time, it made him miss his own team even more. But, while nobody could ever replace Swoop, Slug, Snarl, and Sludge, these girls were his team too, and he would fight beside them and protect them with every fiber of his being. When he would find his team, and he will, the first thing he would do would be to introduce them to these girls. He had feeling that Swoop would especially take a liking to them. Excuse me, Nunnally. All their eyes were directed to 2 specific individuals, one being Nunnally's former maid, now bodyguard, the other being Colin's mother. Sayoko? Akari? Nunnally asked. The 2 women shared smiles with one another as the nurse spoke. It's time. And so, by ratifying this charter, it will give birth to an alliance that will ultimately push the Decepticons off our world. Zero declared as he, Euphemia, Wizard, Leela, Zinc, Tianzi, Kaguya, Kirihara, the Stilgeist Smilas, and Vila Ines all stood together along with Optimus Prime and Ultra Magnus on a stage before many delegates of various nations on Earth. A large holographic map of the planet Earth was displayed behind them, with most of the land masses glowing blue, while the North American continent was glowing purple, emphasizing Decepticon control. And its name shall be the United Federation of Nations. Zero revealed, causing many of the delegates to look in awe and surprise. The purpose of this charter is not only to remove the Decepticon threat, but to ensure a peaceful future for our world so that no superpower like Britannia can ever rise again. Euphemia said. The EU has already pledged its full support to this charter. Leela revealed. The Chinese Federation stands by them as well. Zinc added. Euro-Britannia will also lend its aid. Vila Ines spoke up. Already, all military forces from the 3 superpowers have lent their support and will rally behind the Black Knights and the Autobots. Smilas said. Once this charter has been ratified, we'll begin our final campaign against the Decepticons. Wizard stated. Optimus Prime then stepped forward. All Decepticon forces are currently occupying the continent that was once the Brighton homeland, with their capital known as New Kaon residing where Pendragon once stood. The continent is protected by a defensive wall that is meant to keep out any and all intruders. The holographic image of Earth changed to reveal an image of one section of the large and metallic walls that occupied the entire continent's outer border, which was lined with multiple large cannons. But one particular area of interest was a massive tower in the center. However, we've also managed to learn that this defensive wall is controlled by a series of command towers at various points throughout the structure. Ultra Magnus revealed. If even one of these towers were to fall, the entire system will collapse and leave the continent open for invasion. Kaguya stated. The operation is simple. Optimus went on. The Autobot Black Knight Alliance will launch a full-scale assault on one of these towers to take the entire system offline. Once that is done, all the planet's military will begin a sweeping campaign that will purge all Decepticon forces from the continent and push them off the planet. But we must solidify this charter now, before the Decepticons can muster their forces and further strengthen their defenses. Zero decreed. Time decides our victory or defeat. I ask that you all cooperate only on the focus of our plan. I know that representatives here must discuss the needs of their own individual countries, but remember, what you decide will forever change the course of world history. With that declaration, the entire representatives were in an uproar of applause and cheers. Among them was Diet Hard, who had recorded the whole thing as he looked with a fanatical and gleeful expression. They did it, they actually did it. They've united the whole of humanity. Meanwhile, the door to Lelich's personal quarters opened as Rye, Shirley, Millie, and Rivolts entered. "Hello? Anyone home?" Rivolts called out. A quick yelp caught their attention as they saw the amnesiac Sarah hide behind a bookcase. "Rivolts, don't scare her," Shirley scolded as she set down a small box on the nearby table. "Hey, it's okay." She spoke to Sarah as she slowly and calmly walked closer toward her with an encouraging smile, gently holding out her hand. "We won't hurt you, I promise. We're friends of Lelich." Despite still being nervous and unsure, Sarah looked at the smiling face of the girl in front of her, and that smile seemed enough to lower her anxiety, only slightly though, as she slowly reached out to gently take Shirley's hand and be led out into the open. Do you remember any of us?" Shirley asked, only causing Sarah to look in confusion. "She really has lost her memories," Rye thought with a sympathetic expression. He knew exactly what she was going through right now. To wake up in an unfamiliar environment, to be surrounded by strangers you don't even know. The best thing he could do for her was help her feel more comfortable until they found a way to restore her memories. "It's all right. Let us introduce ourselves. My name is Rye, this is Shirley, Rivolts, and Millie. You don't have to be afraid of us. I promise, nobody is going to hurt you," he assured with a smile. Sarah looked at each of them. Rye, Shirley, Rivolts, and Millie. "Yeah, that's right," Millie said as she walked over to open the box that Shirley set you down. "We brought you something to eat. Pizza." She revealed the warm dish that was inside. Pizza. Sarah had never seen anything like this. They said it was something to eat. Was it food? "Yeah, it's food. You eat it. Like this." Rivolts took a piece and ate the small part of it first. That is good. Try it." Seeing how they encouraged her, Sarah slowly picked up a piece herself. She sniffed it for a second, it certainly smelled good. She then took a small bite, that's when her eyes widened. The sensation and taste were unlike anything she felt before. She then proceeded to eat more. "You like it?" Shirley asked with a smile, while Sarah nodded with a full mouth before she continued to eat. Would this really bring her memory back? Rivolts asked Rye with a whisper. "Like a taste muscle memory or something?" "That's not a real thing," Rye whispered back. "I honestly doubt having her favorite food could undo whatever Megatron did to her, but it's still nice." "What about that mind patch thing Nina and Ratchet were talking about?" Rivolts still asked. "Could that fix it up?" "Maybe." Rye thought for a second. He even remembered Lelich thinking about possibly cloning Sarah's body, and if that body didn't have a code to it, they could transfer her mind to that body so that she could be mortal again. But they still had a lot of testing to work out before they even began to think about doing it. "Hey, listen." Shirley got Sarah's attention. "We want you to know, you don't have to be so nervous. I get that you don't really know anyone here, but you can consider us your friends." Sarah swallowed the food in her mouth before answering. "Friends? You do know what a friend is, right?" Rivolts asked, only for Rye nudge his side with his mechanical arm. "Ow. A friend is someone who cares about you and likes you, right?" Sarah answered, unsure of her own response. "Yeah, something like that." Millie answered. "A friend is a person who cares about you and is always there for you. And that's what we want to be with you. You may not remember what happened before, but you've had such a huge impact on all our lives," Rye said as he kneeled to Sarah's level and smiled. "You are our friend, Sarah. No matter what, we got your back. We'll always be here for you. Don't ever forget that." She didn't know why, but these people that she had met, including the young master she currently served, they weren't like anybody else she worked for. They were kind, they were patient, and they always seemed to have a smile on their faces. Before she knew it, she found herself smiling along with them. "All right. Drinks all around," Tamaki exclaimed as he brought a whole bunch of beer bottles for everyone present, which included Suzaku, Euphemia, Cornelia, Ogai, Chigusa, and Guilford, and even the former knights of the round consisting of Gino, Anya, Nonette, and Monica. Ironhide, Warpath, Hotshot, Wheeljack, and Chromia were all present as well. Tamaki. "I don't drink, plus Anya's underage," Suzaku said. "But she's got a ghost of an adult lady inside her." Tamaki slung his arm around him with an already open bottle in the other. "Don't be such a party pooper, Kururugi. You know by now that Autobots don't drink," Ironhide pointed out. "But, we do have reason to celebrate," Chromia said. "After that whole speech, pretty much every country's already signing up for the UFN. And once all that boring political stuff is out of the way, it's on to the real fun part." Wheeljack grinned. "I hear that." Warpath agreed as he and Wheeljack slammed their arms together. "And we owe it all to this guy." He patted Hotshot on the back. "You brought the Forge of Solus Prime here, Hotshot. That was incredible," Nonette stated with a wide grin. "What can I say? I'm a wrecker. We always shoot big," Hotshot said with a satisfied grin. "Well, that's not the only reason we're celebrating." Gino put his arm around Anya. "We got the whole gang back together. We're all really happy to have you back, Anya. Even if you have someone else inside you." Monica smiled as she, Gino, and Nonette gathered around their comrade, who couldn't help but get a little emotional. "Thank you. And reason to celebrate number 3. Buckethead has finally kicked the bucket." Tamaki held up his half-empty bottle with a wide grin. "I wouldn't be so sure about that," Ironhide put in. "Oh, come on," Tamaki complained. "Don't be a party pooper, to Ironhide." "No, I have to agree with him," Suzaku said with a serious look. "I just can't help but get this bad feeling that he might still be out there. It has been over a week though, and we've still seen no sign of Megatron," Guilford said. "Even what Decepticon radio chatter we could intercept suggests he's missing in action," Chigusa added. "I just like to feel more comfortable if we had more concrete proof," Suzaku commented. "It's not like we can fetch his body or anything considering the overly complicated trap that Lelich and Optimus put him in," Cornelia commented. "I kinda feel the same way myself," Euphemia said. "Megatron has done so much damage to many of us personally. I'd love nothing more than for him to be truly gone. But without knowing for certain, I can't help but feel more than a little nervous." But she felt her own hand being gently squeezed and looked to see Suzaku's assuring smile. "I know what I just said, but if he ever truly does come back, I won't rest until he's put in the ground for good," Suzaku vowed. "You mean, we won't rest?" Ironhide told him. "Don't forget Suzaku, we're all in this together. Cybertronian, Japanese, Brightonian, all of us. Till all are one, right?" Suzaku responded. "Till all are one," Ironhide confirmed with a nod. "Till all are one," Marianne thought as she remained inside Anya's body with the girl in control as she continued to mingle with her teammates and friends. That particular phrase, it sounded very similar to what Charles wanted to do with humanity through Ragnarok. But at the same time, it almost felt like just the opposite. She wasn't quite sure how to feel about that at first, other than regret that she didn't leave sooner. "Excuse me." Suzaku, Cornelia, Euphemia. They all looked to see Jeremiah approaching them. "Jeremiah, would you care to join us?" Chigusa invited. "I'd love to, but I was told to fetch you 3 specifically, as well as you, Lady Marianne," Jeremiah said to Suzaku and the former princesses, and even the ghost-like individual that currently dwelled in Anya's body. "It's Lady Nunnally." Her eyes slowly fluttered open as the anesthesia had worn off completely. It wasn't meant to be a big dose that would knock her out for hours on end, at most it was just 1 hour. But Nunnally had awoken as she pulled herself up from the hospital bed with Akari and Cecile checking her over. "Hello Nunnally. Are you doing all right?" Akari asked. "I'm just fine, thank you," Nunnally said. "And your legs?" Cecile asked. Nunnally slowly looked at her lower body. Her only clothing besides undergarments was a hospital gown, where she had a clear view of her own legs. No longer were they covered by the cybernetic exocasts that used Cybertronian nanotechnology to repair all the damaged nerves and restore muscles that had been fatigued due to the lack of use for years. She could see the bare skin of her own legs. But more than anything, she could feel them. Her eyes shook as she felt her own toes twitch. She could feel her legs all the way down to her toes, something she never felt since she was so little. She gasped as her eyes watered, prompting Akari to place calming hands on the girl's shoulders, but she couldn't help but cry herself as she had gotten to know Nunnally quite a bit during their time together and was beyond happy for her. "All right, let's sit up slowly," Cecile instructed as Nunnally pushed herself up from the bed and slowly set her feet down on the ground. She could feel the cool touch of the metal floor underneath, and despite that being unwelcomed for most people, that was a sensation she more than welcomed herself, and it only made her more excited. She almost lost her balance, but Akari was able to help steady her. Taking her hands away, she and Cecile watched as Nunnally was able to stand on her own 2 feet without any kind of incident for the first time in 8 years. Nunnally almost couldn't believe it. She was standing and walking on her own. She heard how this technology could enable her to walk again, but now that she was experiencing it for the first time. "Now let's try and take it as slow as possible," Cecile encouraged. "You don't want to?" She was interrupted as Nunnally broke out into a run, much to the women's shock. "Wah! Nunnally!" Akari was startled by this action, prompting her and Cecile to try and run after her. The young girl had sprinted out of the hospital room where so many other people, including Lelich, Colin, Suzaku, Rai, Euphemia, Sayoko, Cornelia, Jeremiah, Kagaya, Anya, Shirley, Millie, Rivolts, Nina, Todo, Maribel, Alice, and all her friends, and even Leela and Akito all appeared to be waiting. But none of them had expected Nunnally to run out at a full sprint. Nunnally! Suzaku was more than shocked. But as Lelich was the first to rush after his sister, everyone else was quick to join him. Though the young revolutionary pulled out his communicator to contact a certain someone. "Bumblebee? Are you there?" Nunnally ran at full speeds and was already out of the medical building, running through the open outside of Horai Island. She ran past many people and the occasional Autobot, many of them looking with curiosity and confusion at the young girl that sprinted past them. As she ran, she couldn't help but laugh as well as cry. She was running. For the first time in almost a decade. She was running on her own 2 feet. She was filled with so much emotion that it practically fueled all the energy she was using as she ran. She didn't know how far or how long she was running, but that didn't matter to her. All that mattered was the sensation of the air across her face and the feeling of energy surging through her fully restored legs as she ran. Finally, Nunnally had to stop. Fortunately, she stopped at an area that had been constructed specifically for farming and growing vegetables and fruit, so there was plenty of soft grass for her to stand on. And even then, as she felt her hands on her knees to catch her breath, the soft and gentle feel of the grass beneath her bare feet was such a warm and welcomed feeling to her. She even opened up her arms with a laugh as she let herself soak in the bright sun that hung over the sky. This feeling, right here and now, it almost felt like she was born all over again. Nunnally! She heard her beloved brother call her name. It didn't take long for him and everyone else to catch up, with Lelich being the first to get to her. "You shouldn't be too active. You could." Lelich was however interrupted as Nunnally grabbed him by the wrist and pulled him to the ground with her tackling him and rolling across the ground, much to all their friends and family's surprise. Nunnally rolled along with Lelich for a bit until she was on top of him, where she laughed and cried at the same time. Her smile was filled with so much emotion and childlike innocence, that the second Lelich saw all that, any worries he felt melted away as he too became filled with just as much emotion as she. He was able to pull himself up slightly to a sitting position as Nunnally leapt at him with an emotional hug, something he didn't hesitate for a second to return. All the people who watched them couldn't help but feel the same kind of joy that they were feeling. Euphemia, Cornelia, Rai, Shirley, Alice, Millie, Leela, Akari, Cecile, Sayoko, Kagaya, and even Suzaka were all openly crying, while Rivalts and Colin tried to push their own tears down, trying to put on a tough act of sorts. Akito, Todo, and Jeremiah all simply smiled. As for both Anya and Marianne, tears were shed. Tears from both of them. Marianne honestly couldn't believe that her own daughter was walking on her own 2 feet again. After what Vivi did, even Britannia's most advanced medical technology couldn't restore her legs. And yet, here she was. It was truly beautiful. Large metallic footsteps were heard from the side as Lelich and Nunnally all turned to see Optimus, Bumblebee, Archie, Ratchet, Elita 1, and Bulkhead approach them, all of whom were smiling, truly happy for the pair of siblings. "Thank you, Ratchet!" Nunnally cried, as it was his research and technology that helped make all this possible. "Thank you so much." "Yeah, Doc's a real miracle worker, isn't he?" "Yes, he." However, Nunnally's eyes widened in absolute shock. She then turned to the black and yellow Autobot as he stepped forward and kneeled to her level. "Bum. Bumblebee." Her voice shook. "Why, Yuri voice?" A tiny plate on his face opened to reveal Bumblebee's mouth. He spoke for the first time in years. "Guess who's got his pipes back?" "But, how?" "I don't." "The Forge of Solus Prime," Lelich explained. "First thing we did with it was use it to repair Bumblebee's voice box. Technically speaking, I created a brand new one, in which Ratchet used to replace the one that was damaged." Optimus added. "I may have failed to save the old one, but I believe this one should suffice just fine. It is a perfect replica of the one he had lost," Ratchet said with a content smile. That was a week ago." Nunnally stuttered. "Why now?" "Well, considering your legs were about to be fully healed around the time, your overprotective and borderline egotistical big brother over here wanted the whole thing to be a surprise," Bumblebee revealed. "Sorry I haven't been talking to you since then." Again, it was all his idea. He pointed to Lelich, who gave a half smirk. "But you agreed to it wholeheartedly," the former prince commented. "True," B admitted before looking back to Nunnally. "So, what do you think?" he asked, referring to the sound of his own voice. "Like butter to your ears." Nunnally, once again, cried tears of joy, truly happy for Bumblebee. "It's beautiful." "But..." A half smirk of her own crossed her otherwise emotional face. "I was also expecting something of a buzz to it, given your name." "Funny, that's what I was thinking," Lelich joked. "And that is a possibility, maybe tweak your voice box a bit." "Yeah, not happening," Bumblebee said with a fake glare, which disappeared as all 3 of them shared a laugh together. "Hey, if you are all finished gawking and crying up there, why don't you come down here and join the celebration?" he said to all the gathered friends and family members. "God, I'm still not used to hearing him talk," Colin commented as she wiped her own tears from her eyes as everyone came down to meet with all the Autobots and the happy trio of siblings. There was one who remained behind at a distance as he watched everyone in this surrogate family celebrate and laugh together. Optimus Prime could not describe the joy he felt in his spark. First, one of his oldest friends had regained what many had thought would be lost forever. Now one of the most pure and noble souls had regained something of her own. While it was true that those responsible had taken things from them that they may never get back, what they could get back, they did. And Optimus couldn't be any happier. He even felt a gaze and turned to his side to see Elita smile in his direction. The two didn't need to say anything to each other, one look in each of their optics said it all. Another who kept her distance was Marianne, still inside Anya's body. As much as she wanted to join them, she felt it wasn't right for her to do so. As much as it made her happy to see Nunnally see and walk again, it also filled her with a great deal of regret knowing all the pain that her daughter and son had to endure following that horrible incident, and how she was responsible for that as well. The more she saw all this, all these people, human and Autobot, interacting with her children, notably how Bumblebee carried himself like an older brother for the two, or even the gentle gaze of Optimus Prime who stood as the father that they never had and the one they deserved, she realized something right then and there. This is their real family. You were wrong, Charles. We both were. The Nemesis. Starscream and Schneeisel currently resided in an Energon vault, one that seemed secure enough for the two to speak privately, unless one could count the special device that Schneeisel had that allowed him to send coded messages to Kanan and vice versa. It was a special form of binary, one that had specific words that would seem random to the layman, so that even if Soundwave could intercept it, it would just be some random gibberish that not even he would make sense out of. Schneeisel had received one message in particular that caused him to smile. Kanan says everything is ready. Despite a few of my siblings being a bit unsure, they've all agreed to our proposal. Well, the only other option they had is to be wiped out with the rest of their pathetic race. Starscream replied. Do they truly believe they can bring about a new humanity with only half a dozen or so? Anti-Clea has proposed the idea of incest, believe it or not. Schneeisel commented, sounding unsurprised. Even now, they still stick to their so-called pure blood ambitions. Starscream rolled his eyes. I suppose I can tolerate their idiocy just a bit longer. But once it's all said and done, we are finally leaving this barren rock behind us. Oh, come now, Starscream. You can't tell me Earth wasn't all bad. Schneeisel said, trying to inject some humor. I despise this planet. The Seeker stated firmly. If it isn't a scorching desert, it is a frigged wasteland. Not to mention all those wretched humans. Never setting foot on this mudball again would make me a very happy Decepticon. But first, we must tread carefully. You firmly believe Megatron still lives? Schneeisel asked. Even with your declaration as leader. Megatron has come back from the dead before. It wouldn't surprise me if he was still out there somewhere. Starscream responded. Well, I sincerely doubt he'll survive if his whole body is completely obliterated. Schneeisel said with an ambitious grin, one that matched Starscream's own. Let him come back, then. Even he will fall to Damocles. Starscream said. And whatever Decepticons are foolish enough to still remain loyal to his ways, will be powerless before our ultimate weapon, my Apex armor, and of course, those who serve us. And you are certain that your Seekers, Knockout, and the Constructicons will side with us? Schneeisel wanted to make sure. My Seekers are unequivocally loyal to their commander, I have led them long before I even joined Megatron. Starscream boasted. Knockout will side with whoever has the most power, and that will be us. The Constructicons only joined the Decepticons in the first place as they were laborers and sought more, but they are still that under Megatron's reign. Convincing Mixmaster and his lackeys to join us wasn't all that difficult. Then it seems we are well on our way, aren't we? Lord Starscream. Schneeisel asked, his ambitious grin returning. Just as I've said when we've began this little coup. The Seeker matched the former prince's grin with one of his own. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. Unbeknownst to them, there was another individual who had been listening to their entire conversation. Hidden within the ducts above the vault was Steeljaw, who had remained quiet and heard every word they said. Well now, this just got interesting. The next morning. This was it. Today was the day. It was the day of the UFN Charter ratification ceremony. All countries had signed and agreed to join the alliance. And this would be broadcasted all over the world. Diet Hard would see to it personally that humankind as a whole saw this. Yes, we've finished preparations for our worldwide broadcast. Diet Hard reported. Lady Kagaya, Lady Tianzi, and Lady Euphemia are all preparing as we speak. Right. Thank you. Lelich replied back over his communication before switching to another line. Optimus, I'm on my way. See to it that everyone is there. We'll be deploying immediately once the ceremony is over. Understood. See you soon. Optimus replied. Will the rest of you be okay here? Lelich asked as Shirley, Rivalts, and Millie all sat near Sarah in his personal quarters. We'll be fine, don't worry Lulu. Shirley assured. Yeah, you just go out there and kick some con ass. Rivalts pumped his fist. And don't worry, we'll take good care of Sarah. Millie said as she put a hand on the amnesic girl's shoulder. You better not be thinking of doing anything perverted to her while I'm gone. Lelich stated. Oh, come on, I'm not that bad. Millie complained. We'll make sure Millie stays in line. Shirley said. So, Sarah tried to speak up, somewhat nervously. I've heard that these metal giants are good, so maybe I can speak to them later. She asked with a nervous yet hopeful smile. Lelich was somewhat surprised by that, remembering how terrified she was when she saw Optimus back at the Geese Order, but now she seems interested. Maybe she won't have her memories back yet, but this still seemed like a good first step. I'm sure they'd love that. Lelich smiled as he put his Zero mask on and left. The second the masked revolutionary stepped outside, he was greeted by the smiling and encouraging faces of Colin, Nunnally, Suzaku, Rai, Jeremiah, and Sayoko. Regarding the Union of the Nations Charter. Tianzi practiced her portion of her speech in her own quarters with Zinc and his soldiers providing help. I will leave explanation of it to the dual representatives of the Supreme Council, Kagaya Sumerarji, and Euphemia Lee Britannia. She took a tired sigh. Are you all right? Zinc asked with a smile. We could always. No, I'm good. Tianzi said with an excited smile. I can keep going. You're the Empress. We know you can. Joe encouraged. Dual representative. Cornelia asked as Euphemia prepared herself with Guilford and the former Knights of the Round in attendance as well. It's something Kagaya, Lelich, and Optimus all agreed with, and I think it works best. Euphemia explained. If it's just a Britannian princess, even a former one, who's at the head, people could misinterpret this charter as just a facade in a possible return of the Britannian Empire, and that's not what I want. So, you're standing on equal ground with someone who isn't a Britannian and demonstration that the old ways are done. Guilford commented before he smiled. I'd say that's a brilliant idea. Euphemia took a look at herself in the mirror briefly. It was this face that started a horrible massacre. All of them grimaced, recalling the SAZ. But she looked at her reflection in determination. Now it'll be this face that helps bring the world back together. That earned smiles of pride from everyone present, as they couldn't be any prouder. Tamaki laughed as he appeared to be quite drunk, sitting in the room with various Japanese Black Knights, along with Ogai, Todo, Chiba, Kagaya, and even Chigusa. Okay Tamaki, I think you've had enough. Ogai said as he took the bottle from Tamaki's hands. Ha, look at you buddy. The drunken Tamaki threw an arm around Ogai's shoulder. You used to be such a pussy back when this whole thing started. He hiccuped. But when we met Zero and Optimus you grew a spine and became a badass. He hiccuped again as Chigusa pulled him away. Well, he's not wrong. You really have grown, haven't you Ogai? Chigusa smiled as she gently took his hand before kissing him on the cheek, causing him to blush before smiling. A soldier wearing makeup is disgraceful. Todo commented as Chiba was the one putting it on him. I have to make you look good. Chiba said. It's true. We're going to be seen by the whole world. You have to look your best. Kagaya said with a wink. She also happened to notice a certain look on Chiba's face. Sir. Chiba spoke to Todo. After this war against the Decepticons is finally over, I'd like to propose a request to Kyo's hero Todo that. Excuse me. All eyes set on the door as Fixit entered the room. Everything is prepared, and all the representatives have gathered together. All right, then it's time to go. Todo stood up as they all prepared to leave, though Chiba looked in disappointment. Too slow. Don't worry, you'll get your chance. Kagaya encouraged as she rubbed her hand against Chiba's arm. Every television and radio in the world were now tuned into the ceremony. The EU, the Chinese Federation, Euro-Britannia, and all other smaller countries would watch and listen as a page in world history would turn. We're coming to you live where the ratification ceremony for the United States Charter is about to begin. To help our viewers in understanding this development, the ceremony and ratification of this new charter will create a federation of nations that will surpass the old Britannia in terms of numbers and military strength. Already, representatives of the EU and Chinese Federation have arrived, along with those from Euro-Britannia and many smaller countries around the world. The Black Knights and the Autobots appear to be in charge of this formation. The Decepticons also appeared to be watching and listening, including the army that patrolled the defensive border of their continent, the Constructicons at a specific site near Dark Mountain, New Kaon, and even the Decepticon commanders on board the Nemesis including Starscream, Schneeisel, Steeljaw, Shin, Knockout, Skybite, and Onslaught, with many Viacons behind them. Yet for some reason, Shockwave and Soundwave were nowhere to be seen. The Decepticons watched as they heard an applause from the broadcast, the source being the representatives clapped as they sat on multiple chairs on the stage with Euphemia, Kaguya, and Tianzi standing at the very center. As everyone in this broadcast has witnessed, all participating nations and superpowers have just signed and ratified this charter. Looks like they did it. Skybite pointed out. That's pretty much every non-Britannian nation all united under one banner. Even Euro-Britannia has joined them. Shin said. But will their combined military be enough? Knockout asked. Given how often humans tend to disagree, I honestly doubt it. My guess is that they'll follow Optimus and Zero. Schneeisel assumed. And we all know how charismatic and effective they are. Let's see for ourselves. Starscream said. Finally, Article 17 of the United States Charter. Kaguya continued explaining the charter to all viewers. All ratifying nations do now decree to abandon native military power forever. What? Starscream was more than a little surprised, as were most Decepticons. Abandon military power? Skybite questioned. That's insane. Onslaught stated. To guarantee security, all member nations have agreed to employ a fighting force not affiliated with any one country. They have contracted the Black Knight Autobot Alliance. Kaguya went on. Right in front of the stage, nearly the entire alliance stood before the representatives. The Ark itself and several airships hovered over the small army as all Black Knights and Autobots stood together. This included all military officers, the Zero Squad, Elite Guard, Wreckers, the Black Dragon, the Aerial Bots, the Black Wyverns, the Crimson Knights, the Irregulars, even those among the Research and Development branch, along with intelligence and espionage. All of them, human and Cybertronian, Minicons included, all stood together with Optimus Prime and Zero at the very front, the Autobot leader having the Starsaber and Skyboom shield attached to his back. We accept the UFN's terms. Optimus spoke up. Our acceptance allows for UFN funding and personnel involvement. In return, we shall become the shield to defend every member nation. And the sword to oppose every external foe. Zero declared. Disturbances across this world are caused by military powers of desperate nations. Tianzi read her portion of the speech aloud. The UFN shall only use military force in accordance to the full resolution by the Supreme Council. However, all member nations have not yet abandoned their military force. Euphemia spoke up. Our world is under a grave threat from the growing Decepticon occupation. In order to push this evil back, we will need every asset and resource we can. And with that, I shall put for the first motion. Kaguya said, turning to representatives. I propose that all military power now fall under the leadership of the Black Knight Autobot Alliance as they begin a sweeping campaign to push back the Decepticon occupation. Once the occupation is no longer a threat, all neighboring countries will abandon their military power. All those in favor of this proposal, please stand up. Almost immediately, every representative stood up from their chairs. And so, with overwhelming majority, under UFN Resolution No. 1, the Black Knight Autobot Alliance shall begin their anti-Decepticon campaign at once. Euphemia announced. So be it. Under UFN Resolution No. 1, our first operational objective will be New Kaon. Zero declared. For today, in the name of freedom, we take the battle to them. Optimus declared as well. Cheers and calls of excitement were sounded by nearly every Autobot and Black Knight present. We've been running from these guys for far too long. It's time to start pushing back. Colin vowed. We'll make sure they answer for their crimes. Suzaku said. Looks like the end of the war is in sight. Bumblebee said with a smile towards Arky. Then let's get started. She replied. We'll need a big cleanup after this, right? Rai joked to Bulkhead. Got that right, buddy. He grinned. Nunnally couldn't help but look toward her masked brother. Even if she was at a distance away, she looked towards him with pride. Suddenly, the Jumbotron at the top of the stage turned to static as a new face and voice appeared, one that nobody would expect to see. Quite the performance, my foes. All celebrations came to a grinding halt as all looked in shock and even horror as they saw the face of the leader of the Decepticons himself, one that had been missing in action up until now. Megatron. What? Lelich's eyes were so wide, they were almost like dinner plates. It wasn't just that Jumbotron, however. Megatron's broadcast was seen on every monitor on Horai Island that connected to the live broadcast, which in turn connected to every television and radio all over the world. The system's been hacked. It's coming in from 14 external paths. Wait, what? Rivalts fell back from his seat as Millie and Shirley stood up in shock, seeing the broadcast interrupted by the face of Megatron from the television in Lelich's room. Sarah couldn't quite explain it. But the second she saw the dark purple optics of this being, she felt her heart stop for a moment. It was almost as if she had seen the very face of evil itself. Even the Decepticons on the Nemesis were surprised themselves. Lord Megatron. Skybite stuttered. Well, look who's back. Knockout mused. I knew it. Starscream thought with a scowl. Schneeisel looked with a serious glare himself. A fake disappearance, a charade. He clenched his fist. That is not possible. Ratchet muttered. Be but the Shadow Zone. That pocket dimension. Nina stuttered as every Black Knight and Autobot around her looked in just as much shock as she did. We destroyed all the thought elevators, didn't we? Yes. All of them. Ultra Magnus confirmed as he glared at the screen. Soundwave. It had to be. Jazz assumed. Switch to the auxiliary lines. Cut the link, damn it. Diet Hard ordered over the comms. We can't. They got those as well. Optimus balled his fists as he looked up with a glare at the screen. He didn't seem all that shocked that Megatron had returned. But had he just now escaped? Or did he simply wait and bide his time for his enemy to make his move? If it was the latter, it wouldn't be that surprising. Of course, none were more shocked or terrified than Lelich himself. Impossible. He escaped. Decepticons, your rightful lord and master has returned. Megatron's speech broadcasted all across the world. Do not let this charter or collection of rabble intimidate you. I have led you through fire and rust for eons and I have no intention of stopping now. This world is ours, and it is time we remind humanity of that. And now, speaking to my enemies. Optimus, Zero, I must applaud your resolve. Despite the odds, you two have refused to give up the fight. I respect your conviction, but I cannot accept it. I told you before, to defy my will is to die, and no one defies Megatron. But if you believe this army of yours can truly stop me, then by all means, face me with everything you have, because that is what I intend to do. Fight to obliterate your enemy until there is none left standing. Come and face me. I am the Dominator. I am the Destroyer. The screen showed him drawing the dark Starsaber in all its unholy glory before he lifted it high above his head for the whole world to see. I am Megatron. All hail Megatron. All the Decepticon soldiers in New Kaon and those that guarded the border lifted their fists as they chanted. All hail Megatron. 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 Seeing everyone around him looking in fear and shock, Optimus decided to step forward. He wasn't about to let all these strong souls lose their will to fight, not when they still had a chance to win this war. All eyes, including the representatives, and those who would fight alongside him, including Lelich, all set their sights on Optimus Prime as he drew the Starsaber, which glowed its bright blue as he lifted it high in the air. Till all are one. Optimus shouted. With a fierce resolve of his own, Bumblebee drew his katana and lifted it in the air as well. Till all are one. Till all are one. Arky, Colin, Suzaku, Bulkhead, Rai, Ironhide, and Ratchet all shouted. Till all are one. Euphemia and Kagaya both raised their fists, with Tianzi following their lead. Till all are one. Leela, Ultra Magnus, Akito, Elita 1, Sideswipe, Ryo, Strongarm, Ayano, Grindcore, and Yukiya all exclaimed as well. Till all are one. Wizard, Todo, Ogai, Jez, Cornelia, the Wreckers, the Black Dragon Unit, the Crimson Knights, the rest of the Elite Guard, and nearly every other Black Knight and Autobot all shouted in unison. Till all are one. Even the Irregulars shouted in conjunction with their new allies as Grimlock transformed into his T-Rex mode and let loose a roar before blasting his plasma breath straight into the air. Lelich was in shock to see everyone like this. Despite the return of their greatest enemy, they were all still willing to fight. He wanted to fight too. He wanted to join them just as bad, but it felt like something inside him was stopping him from doing so. Was it his doubt? His fear? He was startled out of his trance as he felt his hand being gently touched by another. He glanced down to see Nunnally looking at him with an expression that mixed assurance as well as a fierce resolve to fight. That was all he needed to wash away any doubt that he had. With both their hands firmly held together, brother and sister lifted their joined fists in the air. Till all are one. From the underground chambers beneath Dark Mount, Soundwave had ended the transmission as Megatron put away the Dark Star Saber. Soundwave, you are truly among my most reliable soldiers. You have my gratitude for years of unwavering loyalty and service. Megatron said before turning to the other Decepticon in the underground chamber. And you as well, Shockwave. For without you, I would be trapped within the Sword of Akasha indefinitely. My choices are based on logic. Shockwave responded. And your ultimate goal of Neo Ragnarok will logically lead to the end of all conflict indefinitely. All three Decepticons turned around to behold their latest creation. It was a tall and vertical structure that stretched all the way up to the ceiling. Large metallic frames on the side gave the impression that it was a space bridge portal, only in a rectangular shape as opposed to it being round. A thinner metallic plate was built in between the frames, but what stood out the most was the large emblem of geese etched into the very center. An artificial thought elevator. Megatron looked in awe. Shockwave, your work always exceeds my expectations. My personal project that not even Vivi was aware of. Shockwave spoke. After spending time studying the thought elevators, as well as accessing the pocket dimension known as the Sword of Akasha, it was a simple means to combine geese energy with that of space bridge technology. Even with all the original ones destroyed, so long as this artificial thought elevator remains standing, Neo Ragnarok is still in play. And we have one of the keys to activate it. Megatron looked into the palm of the stolen arm of Liege Maximo. His optics, which were now permanently purple as opposed to red, glowed brightly as the purple emblem of geese appeared in his palm as well. The Code of VV. Though I may have lost my dark geese, it is a small price to pay for immortality, as well as the completion of Neo Ragnarok. All that remains is the final key. The Code of CC? Shockwave said. But she is undoubtedly under the protection of the Autobots and Black Knights, specifically Prime and Zero. And seeing how their latest operation involved the destruction of the Geese Order and the original thought elevators, it is logical to assume they are aware of the Zi Britannia brothers' original plan for Ragnarok. It would only make sense that she'd be placed under the heaviest security. Then it seems we are well on our way, aren't we? Lord Starscream. The recorded voice of Schneeisel played through Soundwave's visor before switching over to that of Starscream. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. Starscream and Schneeisel's little coup is to be expected. Megatron mused. In fact, should we play our cards right, their actions will provide us the means to directly acquire CC and initiate Neo Ragnarok immediately. The Lord of the Decepticons chuckled evilly as he gazed up at the artificial thought elevator. As you say. Optimus. Till all are one. Check the description for the links to the author.